My name is Michelle Corcadell. I am the president of the board. Thank you for joining us under these virtual unusual circumstances. We are meeting this morning to go into closed session, and we'll resume public session at 10 a.m. Since we are virtual, I'll ask, we're going to do a roll first. So with that in mind, Ms. Hummer. Here. Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Ellis.
Here.
Mr. Grannon.
Here.
Ms. Schallheim.
Present.
Ms. Antwine.
Here.
Mr. Gilliland.
Here.
Mr. Live.
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis, please.
Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter, to consult with staff, consultants, counsel, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to the negotiations.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Dana.
Okay. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corcadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0. Please
We're going to
pause.
stand it.
Mute.
Yep. Mhm.
Flip the switch, John. TV switch, and then it will say show. Please.
Okay, right now we only have 2 board members. Wondering what happened here. Okay, we got 3 now. All right, my 2 minutes is turned into 10 here. I need 5 to get going. As soon as we do hit 5, I'm going. Okay, I see Eric here.
Eric.
Is now joining.
Yep. Good morning. Diane, can you?
Bob.
Live. Okay.
Is now joining.
We're really slow here to roll in.
Yeah, I can't connect via.
You're fine. I can hear you. I can hear
I know.
you.
I'm on the phone. I can't,
Okay.
Won't connect me. Just says, sorry, we can't connect you. Retry.
Okay. Well, if you're able to restore, great. And if not,
Now
you're good.
it's back.
Maybe close Teams and reopen it. That sometimes works.
We are currently live, members.
Bob live.
Okay.
Is now
We are live,
exiting.
but we don't have a quorum yet. So please, everybody, remain muted and recognize your live streaming. Okay, we do have 5, so I'm going to need to roll, get going here. All right, we've got more than 5. We're good. Okay, we're going to move along now. Good morning, and welcome to this virtual meeting of the Board of Education. I am Michelle Corkadell, President of the Board. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channels. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of this morning and this afternoon's meeting, it will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The Board of Education Legal Counsel has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meetings of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, including broadcasting the meeting with video and audio of cable TV and on the web, and would include allowing written public comment to the governing body to be filed with the board secretary or designee and considered by the Board of Education. The Board of Education's legal counsel has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please now pause for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now start with a roll call of our members, of my fellow members. Ms. Hummer. Here. Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Ellis.
Here.
Mr. Grannon.
Here.
Ms. Schallheim.
Present.
Ms. Antwine.
Here.
Mr. Grannon, Mr. Gilliland.
Here.
Mr. Ladd.
Here.
Great. And now up is item 2.03 is the approval of the minutes. The board will now at this time accept notions of requests for edit or entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes from June 17th, 2020.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Any comments or edit suggestions at this time? Going once, going twice. Seeing no movement from the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll for the approval of the meeting minutes of June 17th, 2020.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Abstain.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Leib,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, 1 abstention.
Next is item 2.04, establish agenda order. Do I have a motion to accept the agenda as draft published?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion by Mr. Smith and seconded by Ms. Hummer. Do we have any comments or amendments proposed at this time? Seeing no action of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll on approval of the agenda as published.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Shawheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Corkedow.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Next item is 2.05 recognitions. And we have, no,
No recognitions today.
really?
That was correct.
Okay.
Unless you know something that I don't, which could very well be the case.
I think it is. So I wanted to take this moment to
Ms.
recognize,
Corkedow,
yes,
that recognition has been moved to August.
I
for
know.
more-
I know. I had also hoped that Dr. Arlotto and his team was going to assist me in recognizing you, Ms. Howe, and take this moment to recognize you because, when August, Ms. Howe was put in a very unique situation. She replaced a long-term executive assistant of the board, as some of you may recall, and was amidst her first year onboarding when COVID hit. And barring any coup plan that the board never anticipated needing, she worked very collaboratively with Mr. Mosier and myself and others to keep the board running. And I can tell you that personally, as the person who kind of oversees the administration and operations on behalf of the board, that was a mountain moved like none other. And so, Ms. Howe, you will be receiving a citation of recognition from the board over the coming times. I had hoped that it would have been ready by staff by now, but amidst all of our COVID stuff, we've got a lot of important things going on. But I just wanted to take a minute. We recognize a lot of people, but it's the people in the background that keep things humming. And so I know that Mr. Burns, who also works very closely, our legal counsel with Diane, also had a couple words to say, and then I'll open it up to our board in general to also speak, and if Dr. Arlotto or his staff had any words also as well. So, Mr. Burns, I believe you had a thing or two to speak on Ms. Howe's recognition.
Yeah, I just want to say that as often happens with some of the more indispensable people in any position, but particularly in public service positions, what you don't know and what you don't see and what you don't hear is probably forms 2/3 of her workload. And you should know, because Diane and I work on stuff all the time, that she has her eyes and ears open on a lot of different things. I could not accomplish some of what I have to get accomplished for this board without her ability to keep things on track, her ability to frankly remind me at times of things. But most importantly, she's been a quick study because, things have evolved very quickly over the years. And whether it's new state laws, new state board policies and regulations about appeals, whether it is about Open Meetings Act, which is constantly being tweaked in its interpretation, or Public Records Act, Diane works hard with Mr. Mosier's office and with Dr. Arlotto's office and with my office to keep everything in the right channels, I guess is the right way to say it, and to keep everything on track. And without belaboring the point, I just want to say I am happy that this year, of all years, we have had her as your executive assistant, and that I think there will only be better things to come. And I look forward to working with her. And I really do appreciate what Diane has accomplished for this board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. I'm going to open up the floor now. Round robin, I'm sure our members would like to express their appreciation, and I think doing so in a public forum is most appropriate it's the least we can do for Ms. Howell. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, Diane knows how amazing I think she is, and I always appreciate her positive attitude, her professionalism, and how she's always available when we have any questions. So thank you, Diane.
You're muted.
Michelle, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Smith, any comments?
Thank you so much. This transition, from student to student member, can be a daunting one. All the new stuff I'm learning, going from a student to the behind the scenes operations of a school, and you just made it all such a smooth transition. And I cannot thank you enough, from getting my paperwork in to helping me set up, just how to be a board member. Just thank you is not enough for all the work that you've done. And you really just helped me a lot. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Ms. Howe, more thanks from me. I greatly appreciated how welcoming you were when I first became a board member, how extremely helpful you were. It is, as Mr. Smith just experienced, it's quite an effort to get up to speed and hit the ground running, and you were very instrumental in that. Your dedication, you have gone above and beyond. I have countless examples of that. So I just want to share my appreciation for all that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Thank you, President Corkadell. I'll just say briefly that, the entire school system should just really realize what a treasure Ms. Howell is. She personifies quiet excellence, and literally every interaction I've had with her for close to 5 years now has been one of just total competence, calm under pressure, kindness, just a wonderful person to work with, who just gets things done for the school system. And she's a real treasure. So I hope you will look forward to her services for many years after I'm gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schalheim?
I want to echo all the words of thanks and appreciation that my fellow members have already shared. I echo all the sentiments. Thank you for answering my countless questions and for always being available to me and to all of my colleagues. I'm just really grateful to you. You're the rock that holds, or the glue that holds this ship together, I should say. So thank you for all that you do, and don't leave ever. Stay for many, many years, and thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antwine?
I just want to say, Ms. Howell, what I've heard, I believe you already knew, but in your humbleness, you've always been professional and graceful about how you approach the needs of 9 different people. In addition to that, though, in COVID, you did not miss a step. You kept us aligned and straightened, and even worked overtime along with Dr. Alato's team and staff to ensure that the public was well informed. So Diane, I have not only appreciated your support to me personally, but greatly appreciate that you do this while wearing the hat of a mom, a wife, and a daughter, and you do them all spectacularly. So thank you for everything. God bless you, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ms. Antine. Mr. Gilliland?
Thank you, Madam President. Diane, I think when you end up being one of the last to speak, all you really have left to do is say thank you. But you know, I do, as I always have, appreciate all of the work that you do day in and day out during the on hours as well as the off hours, because I know there's a lot of that as well. And you know, again, the work that you do to help not just us, but to help facilitate activities on behalf of our students, teachers, parents that inquire, etc., is above and beyond. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lye?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, being the last to speak is pretty interesting in a case like this. Not much left to say, but Diane, being the voice and the public representative of the board on a daily business, I can't thank you enough for all you do to keep us on course, on time, and anchored in reality. So bravo Zulu on a job well done.
Okay. I don't think we have anything too much more to say, except for I know that Diane probably is not inclined to. I know that surprises are a fan of hers, but I just wanted to take this moment, and had I asked her to, she would, in her humble nature that she has, would have declined. So I apologize for the surprise, but I think it's necessary because gratitude with attitude is kind of one of our us as a board underlying motives, and taking a minute to appreciate is not time wasted, but I think an investment into our team efforts, because she's clearly one of the most integral parts of our team at all times, at all moments in time, along with her staff. So thank you once again, Diane. Did you have any closing remarks that you wanted to make?
I just want to say thank you all. I'm very surprised. I'm very embarrassed, but I'm very blessed to have a great job that I enjoy thoroughly, even through its challenges. There are more good days, and I'm very appreciative to all of you. So thank you so much.
I wish we could express more in this virtual environment. If we were in person, I can assure you I would have been there at 6 a.m. with full fanfare in the boardroom and caucus room. Okay, we need to move along. We've got other business to conduct. And without further ado, speaking of good moments in time and unique moments in history, we are about to engage in one by virtue of our new member, Mr. Smith, as our small member. And thank you so very much. It was an honor and a privilege to share in your ceremony of oath taking, and to be afforded that opportunity to celebrate with your family and with our fellow board members and course staff. Of course, it was not nearly what any small member has ever seen. So in and of itself, just by virtue of its existence on our calendar, it was a unique moment in history that may never be repeated. And we can only hope not repeated, because that would mean we would still be under this state of emergency come next year. And so we do have small updates from time to time. And so I think it's appropriate that under this circumstance that we had added this to our agenda. Although it typically occurs during our regular monthly reports and our evening meetings, I felt was appropriate. And so, Mr. Smith, you now have the floor honorably.
Thank you, President Corkadell. Well, first of all, I just want to thank everybody who got me to this position. You know, it wasn't just me, it was my family, my friends, just a whole bunch of people. And I cannot thank them enough, because it really takes a village, you know, to get someone from a student to the student member. And I just want to say that we are truly living through unprecedented times. You know, like President Corcadell said, these might never be repeated, and hopefully they never are repeated, because I would much rather see you all in person. But this year will be like no other, as we all know, and I hope to be able to work with each and every one of you, not just the board members, not just the central staff, but everyone watching at home, because we're a community, really a community organization working for the good of all students, to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps. So I'm looking forward to this year to come, and let's make it one where we really truly, make AACPS in a better place than what I found it.
I look forward to many future SMOB updates, and I know you're going to have a lot to share about your priorities in the coming months, and as well as in participation. Welcome aboard, Mr. Smith, once again. Okay, next is item 3.01, the update on summer learning and fall recovery, and I'll turn this over to Dr. Arlotto. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, President Corkdale, thank you so much, and members of the board. We'd like to share with you some information regarding enrollments in our summer virtual summer programs. Dr. McMahon is going to walk you through some of that information. We also then want to share with you and the public at large the ongoing planning for the fall of 2020. Certainly that is a conversation that is a hot topic here in Anne Arundel County, across the state and across the country, and about how schools will reopen. So we want to share some information with you from the committees, some of the conversations that are going on, some of the options that we're considering, some of the options that we are ruling out and why that is, as well as sharing some of the information that was gleaned from the survey of our families. And that information is in. As you know, we also have a survey that is still out and live for our staff, and that will be live until Friday of this week. We'll then gather that data and utilize that data and bring it to our 14 working committees for them to consider as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. McMahon to share some information with you, first about summer, the summer programming, and then virtual programming, and then our planning for fall 2020. Dr. McMahon.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Ms. Corkadale, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here today. For the record, Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent for Academics and Strategic Initiatives. So here we go. One of the last times we were together, we talked about what we were going to do this summer to help with the recovery of learning for our students, and really addressing those students who have opportunity gaps, right? And so let me tell you the story. So the first chart you'll see is an enrollment chart, but it's got some columns in it so that you can see the story. We invited students, and then they enrolled, and then that third column is the percent that accepted our invitations. So you look at that and you step back and you say, so let me give you a little more detail. On the left-hand side, Engage and Soar and Inspire are elementary programs. The math program is our middle school math transition program. That world language program is for rising sixth graders. And ESY, the extended school year program, are for K through 12 students with special needs who have extended year as part of their IEP, or in this case, during this COVID time, their ICLP. So with that, you may look at that and you may see these percentages and you wonder, but I would tell you this is a story of success. And the reason it's a story of success is because on any given year, we wouldn't have been able to invite this number of students. For example, in our Engage program, which traditionally was called our Summer Academy for elementary, at the K through 2 level, or rising first, second, and third graders, we would have traditionally had 300 students max in that program. So this summer, in a very tough summer, we invited almost 900 students, and 307 of them accepted. So in a year that's very tough, when many families said, for lots of different reasons, we just can't. Thank you so much for offering, but we're tired, or we're taking the family to relatives, or we need to be outside this summer because we were inside so much during the spring. Whatever the different stories were, this really here is a story of success. And so let me tell you some more of the story. In the next slide, you'll see one of the programs, the first program, the Engage program. You can see that it's for our rising first, second, and third graders who really require that additional math and language arts support. And so you look around and you say, the pie chart really shows you where the students came from. I'll give you a chance to look at that. Now, what that says is that all of the clusters are represented. In some clusters, remember this is invited students based on math and reading need. So in some cases, for example, I'll call out Glen Burnie. In the Glen Burnie cluster, which represents 17% of the enrollment here, over 50% of the students who were invited agreed to attend, which again is a story of success. So these numbers are a little interesting. This is not a bad snapshot. It's a pretty good snapshot. It says there are people all around this county engaged. Next, you'll see the enrollment for SOAR. Now, SOAR is our elementary summer academy, this time rising first through sixth graders at our Title I schools. So Title I wise, we only have 6 clusters who have Title I schools. So that's why you only see 6 clusters represented there. Now, the really great news here, over 760 students are enrolled in our Title I SOAR Virtual Academy this summer. Next, you'll see our ESY enrollment, extended school year. Now, we had 87% of our families say yes to us who we invited to this. But that's a little bit of a different story because if ESY is part of your IEP and you're a special needs student, then you were invited. And the relationship is very, very tight between the teachers, the program administrators, and the folks that actually reach out to those families. They know them well. And so, in fact, this is a story that says most of our students who have ESY on their IEP are actually enrolled this summer. Moving on, we see our middle school program for math. Now, there are about 380 students that were invited to participate in this program, and about 25% of them said yes this summer. In a traditional year, that would have been about 50%. But this year, a little lower. And in fact, as I said at the beginning for the elementary programs, families told us the same stories throughout when we reached out. They really, in many cases, they even asked us to call back and said, give me a few days to think about it. And then either said yes or declined either way. But they had the stories of, in many cases, just we need a little bit of a break. Next, the world language. This is a new program for us virtually and a new way of doing things. It's a 2-week program for rising sixth graders to whet their appetite, get them excited about language. We have 6,700 rising sixth graders, and about 130 of them said, I'd like to do this. And we thought, you know what, that's a success for this summer. It really is a success. And you can see where those students come from the pie chart. And then finally, this is a program you're familiar with. And this is our NG recovery program. And that was for middle and high school students, right? If you'll remember, 6th through 11th graders, rising 7th through 12th graders who received an NG on their report card for 4th quarter, right? They had the opportunity to say, I want to do a little better. I either want to finish because my home situation was really a struggle during the early days of COVID. And so I want to finish the work that I didn't get a chance to finish, or I want to redo, dive in a little deeper. Whatever the case may be, there were 10,133 students that were invited to participate in the NG recovery program based on their 4th quarter grade, no grade, and 723 said yes. And so right now they're fully engaged in trying to move their learning to a higher level this summer with support from our teachers. And last but not least, our traditional summer school program for the secondary students went virtual this summer. Traditionally, it would have had 900-ish students in it. This summer, 1,452 students are engaged, and it hasn't quite closed yet. We left it open till the very, very end. The program starts tomorrow, and we may even get a few more students. Remember, the program is free this year, and we really encourage students to get ready for the next school year, whether that meant remediate or in some cases enhance their learning. In any case, many, many families opted in for secondary summer school. That was a good thing. So that's the end of the summer story. It's a tough summer, and many of our teachers also struggled to decide whether or not they could participate. But we have teachers who opted in to lead all of these various academies and programs in the virtual world, and we have many families taking advantage of it. So it's I'm very excited to be saying we have a viable and robust summer program set of offerings. So Dr. Lotto, would you like me to pause here or go right into fall?
No, I think thank you, Dr. Mann, very much. Very interesting data, and I'm very appreciative of your work and the work of the academics team and everybody to put the summer program together. So yeah, let's take a pause and see if there are board questions. I do want to add to your last point, that's no small detail to not acknowledge, Dr. McMahon and members of the board. Our thanks to the teachers that have volunteered to teach this summer. I know I've been in contact with my colleagues around the state. I know that there are several jurisdictions that really struggle to get teachers to sign on to do summer virtual work. All of our colleagues are doing summer virtual work, much like we are. I don't think it's as robust, but many of them are around the state, which is wonderful. But I do know that they struggled in some instances, I should say, to get teachers to sign on board to do more, just as you said, and reiterated with the board several occasions that as we invited students and families, they too struggled at point to say, yeah, I'm not sure I'm ready or my child's ready to do more, another 4 weeks or 6 weeks of online learning, right? They need a break. And we totally understand that, but that's the reason we opened it wide and made it free for everybody to join in, as well as the K-8 buffet, which you could come and go. It's not synchronous, it's asynchronous. So you could come and go as your child or your vacation plans or your schedules within your homes dictated. You could still be engaged with some of that fun and robust learning over the course of summer on your own time. But again, I wanted to reiterate that our appreciation, thanks to the number of teachers that did volunteer to step in and work with our students in many of these programs. So I didn't want that to be lost. So with that, I'll turn it over to President Corkadell to go through questions, which we'll attempt to answer, and then we'll get into the fall planning for 2020. Thank you, Dr. McMahon.
I'm going to anticipate and suggest we're going to have questions from multiple members, and so we're going to do our inquiries and roll call order, starting with Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer?
Dr. McMahon, I'm sorry, I can't remember the names of each one, but the program that targeted our Title I schools, every student in a Title I school was invited to participate, or were they targeted students within the
They're
school?
still targeted, right? They're still
Okay.
targeted because we're really trying to extend their learning. And so, we're talking about almost 3,500 students. So by the end, we did it in waves. As people declined our offer, we increased the number of invites we put out. So most students, yes, were invited.
And then one more, when you sent these invitations, you said that you reached out and you spoke with them. What was the follow-up process? Initial invitation, and then were they contacted personally?
Yes. Everybody had personal, in many cases, multiple personal phone calls or emails or texts. we knew this summer would be challenging. So in all of the programs, people were ready to follow up. And so in some cases, it went out from the school level, and then the follow-up was school-based. In other cases, it went out from central office, and the follow-up was both central office-based and school-based. Counselors and principals to engage.
Great. Thank you. And I'm sure that as you contact them, if the parent expressed any concerns about being able to access the lessons, that any help was given to make sure there were devices and internet connection and all of that.
Right. And so when we got them involved and they said yes to us, then they were asked the next question: do you need a Chromebook? Do you have a device? And so in many cases, we use this opportunity to move forward with the notion of giving every student a Chromebook. And so any students enrolled in our summer program are going to receive a Chromebook if their family doesn't already have one.
Great. Thank you so much.
Michelle, you're on mute.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. McMahon. I only have a few questions. The first one is, can students still enroll in these programs, or?
So pretty much the end of the day today is the last for the summer school program. That's a secondary summer school program. The other programs, if we've already invited you, we're still following up with a few families, probably a little less than 50 families at this time in many of the programs. But yes, there's still an opportunity, but really many of them have begun their work.
And yeah, and off that question, so which programs have already begun?
So the NG program starts next week. So it's begun in the sense that we have to talk to all of the students individually. We have to assign them to their teachers. The summer school, the secondary summer school starts tomorrow for those. The Title I SOAR program and Engage, they have begun their work. Math has begun its work, and the World Language program is slated to start in a week.
And with the programs that have already started, you said the math program, you know how many students have been showing up?
The middle school math program, right? Those are students that are in transition. So they're rising 7th and 8th grade students, and they're in that transition place where maybe they can have a math 7-8 instead of just a math 7, or maybe they can go into algebra instead of math 8. And so they were targeted, as they are every year. Just we had a few more that were able to be targeted this year.
Oh, I think I asked my question wrong. How many students have been showing up to the
I know the enrollments. Okay. We do the count by day, but then we report it back weekly. So I'll probably know that early next week based on this week.
Great.
It's a good question. Good question.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Dr. McMahon, thank you for the presentation. And I'm sorry, I lost track. The first chart you showed us, the first group, what program was that?
The very first group, the pie chart, is Engage. That's the program for rising first, second, and third graders, to really, those who require a little more reading, a little more math support.
Okay. So when I was observing the pie chart, I recall seeing some of the bigger pieces of the pie were some of our districts or clusters with Title I schools in them, which is, I assume, how we would like to see that. But I noticed Annapolis was only 1%. It seemed like such an outlier. Do you have anything to share that could help us understand that?
Right. So we have the so the SOAR program is the Title I program. So in any district that has Title I schools, in any cluster that has Title I schools, then Engage usually is a little smaller, right? Because the students, we have over 315 elementary students involved in our Title I SOAR program this summer. And so then many of the other students in Annapolis, 32 additional students chose to engage, chose to join our Engage program.
Okay.
So the good news is Annapolis has a lot of students enrolled, and most of them are enrolled in SOAR.
Okay,
It's a good question.
Thank you. And so just help me real quick understand a little bit more about secondary summer school. So this is an opportunity that students could take advantage of meeting graduation requirements. Is that correct?
Well, summer school is mostly for students who struggled and want to raise grades, want to, now pass a class that they may have failed, mostly.
Okay.
In a couple of occasions, we have some courses for original credit, but it's only a few things, and we minimized that this year because we were really concentrating on recovery.
Right. So I was glancing at the list. I saw Fitness for Life.
Yes.
Health. Those are graduation requirements.
Yes.
That if students
That's right.
choose to take care of that over the summer, they can do that.
And we always have
as long as they, I guess, register by the end of the day today is what you're saying.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
what we tell them is when they register, because summer school got so big this year, that's an area where we did struggle with teachers. And so if they register by the end of the day today, we're hopeful that we haven't had, but we may have to put folks on a waiting list for a day or so. But we're very
I don't know if you can speak to this detail, but in the category of technology, there's several classes. Do these classes meet the foundations of technology requirement, or are these different?
Most of the ones offered in summer school, if not all, I don't have the list right in front of me, but the idea is they do meet the tech requirement.
Okay, that's helpful. So it sounds like a great opportunity for high school students if you are able to go live with these classes, that they can knock out one of those graduation requirements.
They can. The big push we're doing this summer, though, just to be honest, is the recovery of learning. Yes.
Sure. And are these classes going to be conducted the way we did classes in the spring? In other words, there's not a live attendance requirement. It's work they can complete on their schedule.
Right. In the spring, we had what I will term e-learning. We have moved into e-teaching now, right? So we have synchronous teaching going on now, which is it's exactly what we need to be doing. And it really provides us a nice pilot going into the fall if, in fact, we end up in any way virtual.
So if a student is considering one of these classes, they need to be aware that there's a scheduled class. They have
there is
a schedule requirement. Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Thank you, President Corkadell. I just have a few questions. So, Dr. McMahon, I think I understood from your answer to Ms. Hummer that for the Title I SOAR program, to the extent invitations were not accepted, basically those seats were rolled over and other students were invited. Did that work the same for the Engage program for the non-Title I schools?
Right, it did. We invited almost 900 students for the Engage program. And of those 900, 338 of them accepted our invitations.
Got it. So did that ultimately mean that really any student in those grades, given that, relative acceptance rate, basically any student in those grades should have been invited then at a certain point?
Not quite any student. I mean, we still were looking for students who we really saw a need to support them with their math and their reading. And so if you were above grade level in math or reading, or if you didn't struggle, then you most likely did not get that invitation, because you can imagine in the virtual world, we're really targeting students who need some little bit of extra support, whether that's time on task, or whether it's focus, or whether it's conceptual understanding, whatever it is. The strategies we're using are going to be for the student who needs a little more time, a little more energy, a little more focus.
Got it. And what was the format of the invitations?
So depending, the invitations went out from central office, but depending on the school, they might have also gone through a principal. They might have been call home from a counselor, call home from a teacher. Reading teachers were involved. We did a lot of different things, and like we really try to do is tailor it to a relationship that's already been built. And so I can't tell you what any one student would have gotten, but I know all of those mechanisms were used to reach families.
When you say centralized, does that mean by mail?
No, central office, what I mean is somebody from central office who's part of the program development for the SOAR or Engage program would have emailed or telephoned.
Got it. I just, be very candid with why I'm asking these questions, because, I have a student in one of our schools who falls in the grade range for the Engage program, and I never received any invitation. I'm just wondering why, with the number of seats that were left open, that never happened.
I could check on that for you, Mr. Grannon.
Okay, and resource-wise, so so the Engage is synchronous learning. Resource-wise, if only about a third of the seats that were, invited are taken, what does that mean for the teachers that we've hired for those roles? That they have smaller classes.
Right. What we knew to be true is we knew we were looking for at least 300. Then when we had to go virtual, we shot for 600 students. So initially invitations went out for over 600 students, and the return was so low, and the story was one of, really stress over the COVID shutdown, that then we stepped back and we said, okay, we really need to extend more invitations, and we put teachers on hold. We had teachers on hold for quite a while, matter of fact, a long time. And that's why those thanks to the teachers are really important, because we waited a long time to really nail down the number of teachers we would need, so that we were not employing people who were not going to be having a teaching job. So in the end, it all worked out, and we shared, we have teachers working in Engage. We have teachers working, are going to work in the Inspire program. We moved some teachers into curriculum writing. We've moved people around, but it's worked out that, a group of students has a teacher, and it's a relatively small group of students in all the cases.
Okay. Is the Inspire program the one that's for the second grade gifted and talented students?
So second grade is where we actually administer the various assessments for gifted and talented. And then as they enter third grade, if they've been identified, then they actually receive some advanced learning opportunities. We call it the single subject program of the advanced learner programs. So these students this year, the second graders that were assessed, they move in, and we decided that they're going to have an interesting time coming on board, because depending on what happens in the fall, onboarding them to the program is going to be different than it normally would be. And so we decided that this year, instead of based on the superintendent's desire for our most vulnerable learners to be focused on, that would be the rising third grader in that gifted and talented program.
Okay. And was that part of your presentation? Do we have numbers on those too?
Oh, we have that 133 students have been invited, but the challenge is that that program doesn't start until August. So we wanted to stay out of the milieu of the organization of all the other academies right now. And so those numbers, we don't have enrollment yet on those numbers that were the numbers of invitations that were invited. We don't have the answers yet from all the families, because that program doesn't happen until August.
Thank you. My last question is based on the initial presentation. I understood that there were going to be some virtual camps, and I didn't hear anything about that.
So we consider the world language a virtual camp. And then there's one other camp that We don't have the exact numbers on, but Arlington Echo is doing some virtual camps. And so we'll update you on the Arlington Echo camps as soon as we get those numbers. That's exciting. They're virtual camps that are run by our outdoor educators. So
And
that's
the world language is only for rising sixth graders, though.
it is, yes. And so, so the other piece I would tell you that's very camp-like, depending on if you take advantage of the K-8 or pre-K-8 learning buffet, there's a lot of outdoor activities on that, a lot of great outdoor activities on that learning buffet, as well as activities across the disciplines. We've had over 1,500 families actually reach out and avail themselves of those activities. They change weekly too, so that should be fun for kids as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Shawhan.
Yes, firstly, thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate all of the data. I missed some of the data regarding the secondary summer school. So if you'd be so kind as to repeat that.
So traditionally we would have 900 to 1,000 students in secondary summer school. And this year, as of right now, hasn't closed yet, but as of right now, 1,452 students.
Excellent. And was that done via invitation as well, or is that just open?
Well, it is open, but it's really heavily done, as it is always, by the counselors at the secondary level. We look at, we look at the students who struggle the greatest and really reach out to their families.
Great. I want to talk about the NG recovery part of this. So if I wrote down the numbers correctly, there was 10,133 students invited. So I assume that encompasses the entire population that received a no grade for whatever reason.
That's correct.
And 723 are enrolled. And I would assume, it doesn't start till next week. So we don't actually know if they're engaged yet, but they're enrolled. So there's a delta there between the 10,133 and the 723. And so how are we going to, there's still a problem. The problem is they still have a no grade on their transcript. How are we going to attack that delta?
Well, the good news there is that delta was, we expected the delta because in some ways it was by design. If you got a B in third quarter and you decided you were going to either stop working or not finish your work, whatever the case may be, and you got an NG for fourth quarter, the answer was going to be you're going to remain with that B. And so that NG will turn into a B, right, eventually, right? And you'll get an S. I mean, you're going to get that grade, right? So the notion is that we are not worried for many of those students. That delta really isn't that big for us because, in fact, the students who struggled the most aren't in that NG. If they got an NG and they really, really failed, right, they're in summer school.
Oh, okay.
But also, let me, if I could jump in, understand, no NG, that NG does not appear on a transcript.
Right.
Got it.
That NG appears on a report card, final grade, as per what the board requested. So every student will get a final grade. The NG is just on the report card. And so as Dr. McMahon explained, you could have the student had an A third marking period, said, well, I'm going to get an A anyway because I don't get anything less than what my third marking period grade was. And so their final grade's an A. So they're probably not going to engage in NG final grades. We knew that was going to be the case, but we want to offer students nonetheless.
The 10,100, that some of these are B or A third marking period students. Do we know what the percentage of that of that number represents the B and the A third period marking?
Right. We do know that, Ms. Schulheim. I don't have that data for you at this moment in front of me. But
Okay, can
I
you get
can-
that? Yeah,
Sure.
I'm just curious. And so just for the folks listening at home and also from my understanding, I'm just going to repeat period or both. Those kids are in secondary summer school,
They were invited.
bettering their knowledge and working towards a more satisfactory outcome. That is wholly different from the population that got a B or an A third marking period and mailed it in for the fourth quarter. Right. Okay, good. Because it got a little twisted in my head, and I was I know folks are listening and watching. I, of course, as a member of this board, want to make sure I understand it as it is, so that I don't have folks saying, "Well, there's a big delta," blah blah blah. So just to clear up the confusion. And it's my understanding that in a normal summer, although I'm not sure what normal is anymore, we do have engaged SOAR those programs in a normal summer in person, of course.
Yes.
So the only difference this year is that we had more seats. We were able to invite more people, and of course, it is virtual.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And so in a normal year, are our enrollments much greater than they are this year?
Well, I'll give you an example. In Engage, in a normal year, remember, we're only doing 3 grades. So I'll give you a normal year in person would have been 300 students.
Oh, okay.
And so we shot for 600, but the fact that we got 300 in this current climate, I'm very pleased with that number.
Yep.
Even though I wish, of course, that we could have served more students, but I'm pleased with it based on the climate of, exhaustion that many families are feeling.
Indeed. And what is it normally for SOAR?
For SOAR, I know they were shooting for 1,000 this year, so it normally wouldn't have been that high, and it changes according to the number of Title I schools. So I can tell you that 760, they're very pleased with it. So I can get you the delta, but I mean, they're very pleased with that number. That's a pretty robust number.
It is. And so for those students who got an E, who are struggling, so the spring quarter was not a happy, and who decided not to engage, enroll, participate in any one of these, there's going to be a population of students that meet those sort of criteria. How are we going to best? I guess that's coming up, right? In your next.
It is. Yes.
How we're going to best support those? I definitely applaud your work, your staff's work for these numbers. This is great stuff. But it also, we don't want to leave anyone behind. And so I just wait for your next part. And thank you for all your work on this. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Great. Ms. Antoine, any comments or questions on summer?
I of course do. Thank you very much, President Corkdale and Dr. McMahon, Dr. Arlotto. I believe that these enrichment programs are outstanding. We have the choice between doing something or doing nothing and moving forward in the summer. And the fact that you guys literally turned this around in just a few weeks to make these explosive programs is incredible. I also echo your sentiments as I look at the numbers, though they look low. For a summer program, these are excellent numbers. So thank you for that. And the work on that. Thank you. So Drake took my question because I wanted to know if students could still enroll. If they're out there listening right now, or their parents and families are listening right now, could they still enroll? So it was good to know that at least by the end of the workday today that they can. Even if they're not invited, they can still enroll.
Well, they can enroll summer school, which is the secondary program. They can still get in touch with us by the end of the school day today. The other programs have officially closed. However, if they had received an invitation and they call us, it's highly likely that we can serve them.
Excellent. And for those students whose families decline, because we understand most of these students we're talking about don't have a choice, but the need is still there. If their families decline for whatever reason, what happens for them? How do we enrich them still?
All right. So a little bit of part of the next presentation, but Ms. Schallheim asked that kind of too, so I will address it. So part of the learning recovery for the fall is that we actually have to figure out the learning loss and where students are against a benchmark of where they should be. And so we're engaged right now in selecting a tool to do that, tool set to do that. And we will be looking at the gaps of between where a student is and where a student should be in mathematics and in language arts reading in the K through 8 grouping of students for the summer fall.
Excellent, because that's a segue into my next question. At the end of this, if there are still identified struggles for those students whose families did accept, the next step for them then would be to utilize that tool to identify what kinds of programs can be built for the fall.
Well, that tool actually is a tool we'll use with all of our K-8 students, and it actually will help diagnostically take a look at where they are. And then that'll help our teachers identify what they have to do with them come the fall.
Okay, good. And then the next question is about those that we had, I think about 300 that were not engaged in e-learning at all. And then even some more than that were not engaged in school at all. Were any of those students invited to participate in these programs?
Absolutely, they were, yes.
And do we know offhand how many accepted those opportunities for the summer?
I know we have those numbers. I don't have them in front of me. We have those numbers, and we also know in many cases that we're working individually with those families. So many of them now have internet access, and now will have the opportunity to engage fully in in an online fashion.
Wonderful. And then finally, these are excellent programs. Are they just, and I'm probably going to get the answer in a few minutes, but are they just programs designed for the summer, or are there plans to modify these for the fall and spring?
They're summer programs. They involve both academic rigor, remediation, as well as high energy, exciting, engaging opportunities. I'll call them playful learning activities as well. Do we use some of them during the school year? Absolutely. We use pieces of them, but we try to make them special in the summer, acknowledging that a child's world opens up and is much more student-centered in the sense of the big world around them in the summertime.
Excellent. And then my very, very, very last question on this is the buffet. That, for clarification, that buffet is open up to any student at any time.
Pre-K through 8. However, if you were a 9th or 10th grader and you looked at some of the amazing things there, you would in no way feel like it's beneath you. There are some amazing things there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McMahon.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland?
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. McMahon, thank you for this presentation. I think others have asked all the good questions, and I'm left with remnants. So in the interest of time, I'll just leave it at thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Dr. McMahon. I have no questions or further comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. McMahon. As always, glad to hear good news and progress as you guys continue to work hard and navigate. Thank you so very much. And I'm going to turn this back over to you and Dr. Arlotto for the next half of this presentation.
Great. So Dr. Arlotto, want me to go ahead with the fall?
Sure. Let me just preface your comments and your presentation with, again, a thanks to you, the academics team, the chairs and co-chairs of each of the 14 subcommittees, of the work groups, including many of our stakeholders from around the county that are assisting us in this work. because this is not easy work. As we have said before on a number of occasions, we've never had schools closed before, and therefore we've never had to go through a reopening. And go through reopening that focuses on the health and safety of our students and staff first, and then build programming around that. And so that continues to be our focus. We will continue to focus on three large concepts that we've talked about in the past, and that's fully online if that becomes necessary, or that is necessary based on decisions made at the state level, the governor's level, and the Maryland Department and Anne Arundel County Departments of Health, as well as so we could be completely virtual. We could be 100% back in the classrooms and back in the buildings and brick and mortar as we have in the past, and then somewhere in between. And those are the hybrid models that the work groups have really been sort of running down, looking at what other counties are doing, what other states are doing, and what other countries are currently doing as they've begun to reopen their schools. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. McMahon to walk through some of the thoughts that and the work of the committees.
Thank you, Dr. Alato. So as you said, what are our key considerations? Well, there are the three possibilities that Dr. Alato outlined. And then what is driving us? Well, the health and welfare of our students and our faculty and our staff, right? That's the driver, the big driver. But we also need to understand, how do we meet the needs of all students, especially those students who fall into that opportunity gap, right? Our most vulnerable students. So some of the things that are going on in the background that you won't hear necessarily me delineate in detail today, but in the background, we are going one-to-one with Chromebooks. Every student with a Chromebook, not by the time school starts necessarily, but shortly thereafter. And we are right now engaged, matter of fact, as we speak, many teachers are looking at one of our new learning management system opportunities. We're involved in an RFP process and really looking at over several vendors to get a new learning management system. And then finally, one of the big initiatives is a K-5 backpack. We recognize that if in any way we're virtual at any time during the fall semester, we are going to need students to have some elements where a teacher can know that all those students have that element in their backpack. And so we're looking at a K-5 backpack that has some various manipulatives and composition books and art supplies and some various things that are needed so that all students have access to these materials when we move forward with learning in the fall, no matter if they're at home or in school in some fashion. We know we're going to have to address the parent, the employee, and the public expectations. We absolutely know that. And communication is going to be critical in all of this, and transparency. So with that, let me tell you about the fall committees. You know from prior presentation, there are 14 committees. I'll give you a chance to look at them. And you may say, that's an awful lot of committees to get work done. Well, you've got to remember, we need expertise. There are people leading these committees that have expertise in these areas. And then we need the expertise of any one committee on all the committees. So we really did a twofold process to make sure we populated these committees so that no matter when people meet, there's a driving force, a focused effort. And then there's also folks on that committee that know a lot about other work of the system and other needs so that we don't have to keep coming back to a home base to check for understanding. And in fact, the committees are doing extremely well because of that. The committees don't only have Anne Arundel County Public School employees, they also have community members from various groups that have a relationship with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So that's exciting. As you look at these committees, you'll see 4 of the groups in red. When we look at them, we know those are the committees where if they say a model that we're looking at doesn't work, it may be actually a deal breaker. So why the 4 in red? Well, the 4 in red because of this. So HR and employee relations is all about staffing in our bargaining units. And if we choose a model where we're going to have difficulty with staffing, then that may be a deal breaker. Same with facilities. We choose a model where we don't have the custodial staff or the cleaning capabilities in a timely enough fashion. That may be a deal breaker. Food, nutrition, and services and transportation are one committee. You may think to yourself, why together? Because actually they complement each other very nicely. They do a lot of the same services, different ends of the spectrum, but same processes. And transportation especially. If we can put 12 students on a bus and no more come the fall, well then transportation determines whether or not some models work or they don't work, just from a timeliness fashion of bus pickup and drop off at schools. And then finally, childcare. We know childcare is an issue that people have been talking about, and families need childcare in many cases if you have under a 12-year-old in your home. And so we know that some of the models are going to be more challenging than others. So with that, I'll tell you all these committees are off to the races. They've been working very, very hard. And there are chairs of those committees that talk to one another. And then there is a steering committee that has a liaison to each of these committees. And so we're doing well in that sense. With that, we move on and we say, let us tell you about, as I just spoke, some of the things that we know, because a lot of school systems around the nation are starting to put up where they're going for the fall. We're not quite ready with where we're going, but as you may know, that as you build models, it's as important to know what you can't do as it is to know what you can do. So I'm going to show you a couple things where we've determined a few areas that are no longer being considered. So split sessions sounds very exciting because you could get an AM and a PM session in a school. But actually, it's very difficult. And those deal breaker committees that I talked about, transportation would have a very difficult time bringing 12 students on a bus in the morning and then picking them up again to take them home at 11:30 in the afternoon, and then picking up another group to get them back by maybe 1 o'clock for a PM session, and then taking them home again in the afternoon. So transportation says very difficult to do split sessions. So does facilities for all the cleaning, because in fact, when we change students from any one area, any one classroom, we have to do serious cleaning. You change students or change a teacher, change the people who are going to occupy that room. Staffing gets a little tricky because now you need twice as many staff members involved in the split session as you would in the in-person if it was one session. And finally, childcare. Although childcare seems like, well, if students were in the school every day, wouldn't that be okay? Well, an AM/PM childcare situation is tough for some working families because your young child may get home 11:30 in the morning, or they may be home all morning and get picked up at 12 noon to go in for a 1 o'clock start. So childcare becomes an issue as well. So I took a long time to explain that to say some of the models stop working, and so we take them off the consideration list. So split sessions, as well as an ABC rotation. Okay, so we move on. While Dr. Alato said that it's really important, we're listening to the CDC guidelines and the health department, Anne Arundel County Health Department. We also know that we're looking widely at what people are doing around the nation and the world, as he articulated. But we also knew we needed to hear from our families. And so as we looked, we put a survey together, and we're very proud of this. 45,000 families responded to our survey, and that represents over 79,000 of our students. That's an amazing return response rate. And so people did get engaged, and they did decide to tell us what they were looking at for the fall, what their biggest desires were for the fall. And so with that, the first one is their model choice. And we, of course, said, and if you took the survey, you know, we said, knowing what you know now, recognizing that may change come the fall. What would you want to do for your family and your students? And so this is what families told us. They said, basically, we'd love to be in person. If we can't be in person, 20% of them said, I want to be home. Home online, virtual learning. And 32% said, I don't mind virtual learning. Virtual learning is good. I'd like to send them a little bit, that hybrid model. We call it virtual plus. We call it virtual plus because really, if you really think about this, every student is a virtual student. The reason they're all virtual because at any time during the fall semester, any school or perhaps the district may end up having to be virtual again. So we have to assume every student is a virtual student, and then some students, this virtual plus, some students will be virtual and they'll go in 2 days a week, potentially, in some of the hybrid models. So with that, what about childcare? We were hearing a lot about childcare. So we asked a lot of questions about childcare, but this is a highlight today. And the highlight is that 75% of our families say we either don't need it, we don't have childcare needs, or we've already secured it. So we have 25% of our families still looking. That's still a big number. That's not small, but it is smaller than we thought it might have been. So something to watch for. And our child care committee is really critically working on this, and they're doing their own survey of our child care providers across Anne Arundel County, many of whom have closed their doors due to the fact that they can't operate right now with the low numbers of students because of social distancing. So it's a really tricky, complex set of variables that we're dealing with respect to childcare. We move into technology because that was an area in the spring that really had us worried. So we know from the survey that 98% of our families that took the survey said they have internet. Now here, we ask something a little differently. We said, come the fall, if your student needs a Chromebook, needs a technology device during the day, what kind of access do they have to it? Because we know in the spring, many of them were using their family's equipment. And if mom, dad, or their guardian, their caretaker goes back to work and takes the laptop with them, they wouldn't necessarily have it. So we specifically asked this question. And good news is that 76% of them said, we're good, that our student would have access to it during the day if need be. But it's still worrisome that some of them have a little less access. Good news is our planned Chromebook one-to-one distribution should take care of this. And we move on and we said we really wanted to get at what the reopening priorities of our families were. So the data have natural points. So while there were about 8 to 10 selections on reopening priorities, 4 of them were over the 50% level, which means over 50% of the families said, this is important to me. They were able to pick 3 things. 4 of them came out over the 50% level, and here they are. They care about the disinfecting. They want things clean, both our schools and our buses. They want to make sure that we socially distance their children, their students, and we have all the safety requirements in place. They want to make sure that we are prepared for academic recovery, and they want to make sure that we're communicating with them. Those are their priorities. Now, when we move on to the learning priorities, at 80% of the families said robust academic learning. Please, please, please. So I think that we were basically saying, this virtual world, if we do end up in it for any reason, or if we end up in a hybrid world or an in-person world, we want robust academic learning. Absolutely. We want to have our students being able to communicate and interact with other students. And we want that enrichment. They're missing that, they're missing their sports and their clubs and their arts. So those are the things that they wanted for learning, for their learning priorities. And then we moved on to their health priorities. There were 16 options here. These 4 options In the health priority, the question was what's very, very highly important to you, what's neutral in your mindset, and what's of low importance to you. So these 4 out of the 16, the high importance outweighed the combination of neutral and low. So we know these 4 are the largest contenders for what our families are worried about. They definitely want to make sure we have the ability to wash hands in our schools. They want outdoor recess. They'd like to have social distancing in the classroom, and they are interested in the temperature checks. So we're feeling really great, and we thank the families, the stakeholders of Anne Arundel County Public Schools for answering the survey, because not only this information, this was highlights today, but we have a lot more, and that will be put up by the beginning of next week for all the public to see. We have to make the graphs work and everything, and have to deal with that, but it will be up public. But for today, what we'll say is the committees are doing the work. As Dr. Lotto said, we're shooting for an answer by the end of the month. And along the way, we will keep the public updated on the aacps.org/fall2020 website. I thank you for your time, and I know you may have some questions.
Dr. Arlotto, do you have anything to add before we open up for questions to the board?
No, I think we can jump right into questions. Thank you, Dr. McMahon. Thank you again. As I began with your team, really, it's the entire system, because we're all engaged in this. There is not a department that is not part of this process. Again, because we've never closed, we've never had to reopen, and know that these are conversations that are happening around the state, and excuse me, and around the country. I know that my colleagues, the superintendents, were meeting with Dr. Salmon earlier this morning. I was unable to be part of that meeting because of board commitments and our board meeting. But also I was on a call earlier this week with superintendents from around the country, talking about and sharing ideas about how each of us around the country intends to reopen. And that was an interesting conversation. And everybody is right where we are. Nobody has final answers. We are waiting, and I think it's important. I know our board members know that, but I'll reiterate for our board members and the larger public that we are closed officially. Our superintendent of schools for the state closed us on March 16th. We are not yet officially open. It will be the state superintendent of schools along with the governor that will reopen schools. And they will also give us some parameters around how schools can reopen around the state. We have not yet received that information. When we do, that will help us really zone in on a particular model about how we'll open schools in the fall. So with that, thank you, President Corkadell, and we're glad to take questions.
Great. Thank you so very much, Dr. Arlotto. We're going to go roll call on this one because I know multiple members have questions and comments to make. Mr. Ladd, I'm sorry, Ms. Hummer.
Yes, thank you. That was a lot of information to take in, and I think it reflects what everyone is hearing in their emails and on the street and everything, that everyone's very divided on this, and that there's not going to be any easy solution or anything that makes everyone happy. If I recall, when I filled out the survey, there was a question, and maybe I'm not recalling right, but will there be an option? I know transportation is a big issue if we have to limit the number of students on a bus. Will we have a way to ask and find out from parents if they are willing or able to drive their students to school rather than have them on a bus, so that could help alleviate some of those restrictions? Is that going to be something that's explored further?
I know the Transportation Committee is looking at that. At some point in time when the models are built, asking the public not only the model that they want, but also asking them questions about transportation, childcare, various things will have to go out again, because that will make a difference depending on how many people are willing or able to transport.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's my only question now. Thank you very much for the update. I know y'all are working hard on this.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Smith.
Yes, thank you, Dr. McMahon, because that was very, very informative. Because like everybody's been saying, this is the question of the century. You know, how are we going to reopen schools? You know, so my question is, if we do the fully virtual, how will it look? Will we go back to how we did it in the spring semester, or will we do like school online?
Right. So it's a great question, Mr. Smith. It will definitely be e-teaching and learning, right? Electronic teaching and learning, not just. It will have the synchronous times for courses, for classes to meet. There's a lot of guidance nationally. I mean, you would have, if you were in high school as you are, you would have normally on an A day been in 4 90-minute periods. That's not suggested in a distance learning motif. It's for a high school student, it's more like 45 minutes. And so, but still very robust. And then with supported learning time in the off hours. And so, yes, you'll have an opportunity for that. You'll also have an opportunity for clubs as well. And so we want to make sure that if we had to go virtual in any way, that it's a robust virtual environment. And Dr. Lotto and I were talking yesterday about things that are happening around the nation that are exciting in the virtual world for secondary students. And so people are talking about that on the academics committee. They're talking about that in many of the committees. What can we do to make sure, no matter what happens, our students are getting amazing learning and amazing support?
Now that makes sense for the core classes. And so my next question is about like encores and extracurriculars. Like, what are we going to do about the technology classes, you know, like tech ed or band, you know?
Yeah, it's a great question. We were just engaged in a conversation yesterday about simulated learning. And we have a couple of opportunities to explore simulated learning where you can actually build things in a augmented reality or a simulated world. And so we're looking deeply into that for the summer. In some cases like the CAT centers, some of that learning is very tough if you're just solely virtual. So while the content can be learned and the concepts, it's the skills. So we're concerned about that. Absolutely.
Now with special education, how are we going to try to get that, like recreate that one-on-one time?
Yeah. So the one-on-one time, there's some amazing things happening in the special education world that's really positive. Many of our special education families, our families who have special needs students, are telling us that this virtual environment, many of them are telling us it's really working for them very, very well. They get the one-on-one time either with Google Voice and a phone, or they get it in a virtual world. They get more smaller segments than they might have, individual segments than they might have in a classroom with 5 or 6 students. And so while I would say virtual isn't the panacea, for some students it is working. For others, we are looking deeply, the special ed committee is looking deeply at all the different options that we might be able to offer families. So some families could go ahead with some of their offerings in a virtual world, and others maybe really have to come face to face. So those are good questions you're asking. We're asking them too every day.
Now my last question is probably the second biggest question of the century. You know, what are we going to do about sports? Students have talked to me about that. You know, they want to get back on the field. They're ready to get out the house. So if school were to be virtual, right, fully virtual, is there a possibility that we would have in-person sports?
So Dr. Love?
So let me jump in. I think the short answer is no. If a decision is made to go 100% online, that decision is really going to be made at that state level, saying you cannot bring students together. If I can't bring them together in a classroom, I'm not going to be able to bring them together on a sports field, right? We are hoping that we are not in 100% virtual, that we're either going to be back in buildings in some way, shape, or form, either 100% or in some kind of hybrid version. If we continue to move along the continuum that we are here in the state of Maryland in terms of the number of COVID cases, that's being watched carefully by the Department of Health and the governor's office, and if and when the governor moves us from stage 2 to stage 3. But to expand on that question a little bit, Mr. Smith, our athletics are overseen by the MPSSAA. That's the state organization that sets the rules and sets the guidelines for high school athletics. And so That organization is overseen by the Maryland State Department of Education and the state superintendent, Dr. Salmon. They have been forward thinking, and they've gotten some, I'll use the term waivers, of some of the rules in governing sports, just in case we need them. So the state, they've already brought these, they brought this to the State Board of Education, who has approved some waivers, so that, meaning things like when sports have to start. Maybe we don't start in August, maybe because of things we could start later in the year. The number of contests in a year is dictated by MPSSAA, and that's been waived. So because we might have to alter schedules so we can get some kind of sports in the fall and the winter and the spring, all dependent upon what's best in terms of health and safety for our students, coaches, and staff, right? And so they've been forward thinking. So now there are some of those waivers that are in place. Don't have to use them yet, but we may need to use them into the future. So we hope to be able to bring the students together in some way, shape, or form. Certainly, we'd love to have a football season and a volleyball season and a bocce season, but we have to. Time will tell. But the state organization is keeping a close eye on it, and then they'll dictate much of that to us and our athletic directors.
Thank you, Dr. Arlo. And if all else fails, we can always just play Madden. Thank you, Dr. McMahon, Dr. Arlo.
And there you have it, right?
Oh my goodness.
Those are
Mr. Smith, you're already shaping up to be quite a pleasure and a great addition to the board. Thank you so very much. Miss Ellis.
Thank you. Thank you again for a very helpful presentation. I do have a few questions. First of all, I apologize. A chainsaw just started down the street, so please let me know if it's a problem. Okay, so the first question on the survey was parents' comfort or what their preference is for school in person or online or a combination. And while it's easy to say that overwhelmingly parents chose in person, in fact, 51% of parents chose not in person, but maybe some variation or all online, right?
Yes.
So I guess, Dr. Arlotto, my first question is there a possibility, a scenario where the state superintendent will require all students to be back in school, basically sort of as normal, full time?
So certainly that is a possibility, right? Just like she can, the law is already explicit that students have to be in school at certain ages, right? There is mandatory attendance. And as of now, that's not in effect because schools are not quote unquote open. And that was the case in the spring, right? Because schools were closed and we were virtual. So certainly the state superintendent could say, based on all of the input, CDC guidelines, Maryland Department of Health, the governor's office, I'm declaring schools are 100% open. She certainly could do that.
Okay, so considering all of the effort the whole school system has gone through to create an atmosphere for students to be able to do school remotely, if the superintendent were to make that statement that all students are back in school full time, does that are we not still able to offer an option to parents if the student, in other words, if we have a robust online program, can that just be one of the programs we offer? I'm trying to understand if we will have flexibility in that scenario.
So I hope that we'll have flexibility. Online learning has to be approved through the state of Maryland.
Mm.
We can't just offer an online program and say, yes, if you want to take it, you can take it. It has to be approved through the state of Maryland.
Okay.
But that said, I would suspect, Mrs. Ellis, that we will be allowed that option because we will, even if the state superintendent fully opens schools, we will have some families and some staff that are immunocompromised or otherwise at risk and will not come back. They will choose to not want to return their child or themselves, the staff member, to school. So I'm sort of banking on, and that's the reason that Dr. McMahon talked about, in the background, we're still working on one-to-one, a learning management system, having enough Chromebooks, and having a robust learning opportunities so that we are probably going to have some people, even if we go back 100% to answer your question, this hypothetical, that are going to want to still learn from home, and we need to have that as an option. I'm hoping that the state superintendent would allow us that option. I think she would, because she gets it. She realizes that not everybody's just going to walk back into a building based on the circumstances that are at hand. So I believe that we would have that option. That would be my best guess.
Okay. And I want to, and I guess another question is, could we potentially, let's say we're mostly online, virtual teaching. Could we focus on certain groups like we've talked about with special education, but focus our efforts on getting certain students in without having to open up for all students? Again, going back to the CAT students, a student who's learning to repair an engine or cut hair just can't really happen without getting their hands on. So could we potentially just identify, okay, these students really need to get in, and even if they rotate in and out to make those groups smaller. I mean, I've seen amazing things. I have kids who are arts students. They're in PVA, and it is it's certainly ideal for them to be in person, but we've seen some amazing demonstrations of art happening online where entire ensembles come together and perform, and it's different, but it's amazing. So, but I'm concerned about those students who really need to get their hands on what they're doing.
So I think so the answer is yes. That is part of the conversation with the committees. Part of the ongoing conversation we've had really since day one is, if and when we're allowed to open, who are we going to focus on first, right? And so it could be our youngest learners. It could be students with special needs. And the CAT centers are not every program, but many of the programs are sort of ready built for, they're already small classes, and many of those rooms are large, so we could spread the students out.
Right.
Right. Cosmetology, maybe not so much, but that is a possibility as well. And you know, the kitchens for baking or for culinary, not as easy to spread them out because of the confines. But the carpentry shop, very different. It's a big wide open room, and those classes by design, because of the needed safety measures in place for those classes, are small anyway. So that's absolutely, we've had those conversations about the CAT centers as a possibility of, if we can't open, those are places that we will try and do that first.
Okay. As far as other possible variations with, for example, with magnets, we bus students all over the district. So if transportation is the concern for one of the scenarios, is it possible that the magnet classes themselves could go online so that students can be but then they go to, I guess a magnet student would either have to go to their home school for some classes, or that's
So if
not an option,
I
right?
think of a magnet team, it's not much different than a student with singletons in their schedule, right? You know, maybe you have a singleton AP class, AP physics, right? And it's often a singleton similar to a magnet program. The bottom line is secondary, much, much more challenging to deal with in a hybrid mentality than it is to either go totally virtual or totally in person.
Right.
And so we're grappling with magnets as part of a big family of the secondary programs where it just gets more difficult to think about a hybrid story.
Right. And then I had an idea. This is something I've been thinking about for a while, and it was really great to see the numbers. And by the way, the participation in that survey is mind-blowing to me. That's that's a good way to get a real sense of how parents feel when you've got 94% participation. So that being said, I believe it was about 25% that do have childcare concerns. So that seems like a number that we can focus on. And I've had this idea about creating some sort of a network, maybe online, to match people up with other people who, first of all, might be willing to take on a family in their home because they normally have a child care facility that's not operating, something like that. Or a neighbor might be home with their kids and be willing to take, the neighbor down the street or something like that. If we could create some sort of network to match people up. I mean, I know a lot of people are not working right now because of the situation and could use that way to spend their time and perhaps even earn money.
It's an interesting comment you're making. The Child Care Committee has been talking to child care providers, both in-home child care providers as well as small business, and then the larger daycare licensed facilities. And what they're hearing is that at the moment, many of them are closed. They're closed for lots of different reasons. Some are the social distancing is problematic. Others are because they don't have the staff. They lost staff too, and they lost the ability to have staff. So your idea is an interesting one because the nature of the beast will be that we have to figure this out. It's a community challenge, not just a school's challenge, right? The other piece we are doing right now, and our equity committee is really leading some of this effort and reminding us that although childcare, that 25%, it could be when we disaggregate by cluster, that any one of the clusters could be as high as 60%, right? The childcare could be focused in one area as a big need. And so that notion of coming together as a community to solve the childcare issue could be really something we need to do. We'll know more next week when all this data gets disaggregated.
Great. And then finally, I just want to make an observation or offer something to consider, which is that I know we have a lot of parents who feel strongly that students need to be back in the schools, and there's very, very important considerations as far as the social, emotional well-being of our students and the benefits they have with that in-person interaction. But I would caution that depending on the level of social distancing and the measures that have to be taken to carry that out, that could impact the level of benefit that students have with that in-person interaction. In other words, if a student is sitting at a desk behind plexiglass with a mask on, the benefits of that social interaction are greatly diminished. So that has to be part of the consideration, I believe.
I mean, point well taken. One of the things that's being talked about is when we come out with a model, that model has to have some depth and richness to it, because families are going to want to know more than just when the bus comes and when it drops off. They're really going to want to know the quality of the day that their child is going to spend if they send them to school. And so that's what the committees are working on, really trying to flesh out what will happen during those hours.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon.
Thank you, President Corkadell. Just a couple of questions. Is the the current conversation, to use the terms that you all were using, is the conversation focused on or considering greater needs for in-person learning for K through 5?
The answer is yes. That is absolutely part of the conversation and in answering Ms. Ellis's question earlier, as we focus on where are the greatest needs, we would see elementary as a greater need in getting those students back into the buildings as we consider that. Also understanding that in terms of scheduling and maintenance of the buildings, it's easier at the elementary level in a hybrid model than it is at the secondary level. And that was Dr. McMahon's point in also addressing Ms. Ellis's question. It is the concept of hybrid learning at the secondary level is very, very difficult because one that we have to consider in health and safety that have as much as you can the children in the same place. Excuse me. Throughout at the elementary level, where you could have a fourth grade, half of that fourth grade class remains in that classroom all day long, versus the secondary level where that high school student has got to move from class to class. Go to math and social studies, and our friends go to English. They're all going to different classes. It's much, much more difficult and complex at the secondary level than it is the elementary level.
Okay, that's cool. Hybrid learning, all virtual with all distance learning is the conversation for K through 5. More of it should be synchronous than was the case the past couple of months. And I don't say that as a criticism. I just say, obviously we were, ramping up to get something online as quickly as possible, with an unforeseen pandemic. And I think people's schedules were such in this initial period that they were more hectic. I think if we're going to be in an all virtual or half virtual, whatever it is, environment in the fall, people's schedules, work-wise and just personally, will be more used to the pandemic. Let's put it that way. So while there were benefits to having a lot of flexibility in when students could do online learning, I think in the initial stages, I think if we were to go forward either with a hybrid model or certainly an all virtual model, that there would be a lot of benefits for a full year of virtual learning to having more synchronous scheduled time when students are supposed to be online doing certain things or actually getting instruction. And I'm just wondering, is that part of the conversation, especially for K through 5?
That is not only part of the conversation, that's part of the planning. That's our goal. We knew that that we were going to have to do some things differently going into the fall than what online learning looked like in the spring. And so absolutely, it's going to be less flexible, to use your word, Mr. Grannon, in that there will be, specific times that, and I'll use high school as an example, right? If my first period of the day is calculus, well, there's going to be a time that I'm going to log on and I'm going to see my calculus teacher and we're going to go through a calculus lesson. And then the rest of the period, and that might be for the first 20 minutes, that might be for the first half hour. And then the rest of the time will be me doing my work. And so absolutely, we know that it needs to be more robust and that students need to see their teachers and teachers need to see their students in real time.
Okay, but in particular for K through 5 as well.
Well, yes, I used the high school as an example, but absolutely we would be expecting the same at the elementary level.
Especially including reading groups that we didn't do in the springtime. Reading groups would be active, as well as the cultural arts would be there, but all of the disciplines would be represented and they would have uh, time certain to actually meet their teacher record.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Shulhan?
Firstly, thank you so much for this presentation. Just like the last one, it was very informative. I'm very grateful for the information. A lot of my questions were tackled, but I do still have a couple. So we had that great slide of what we're no longer considering. And I think that's very important for the broader community as well as board members to know and understand. Like an AM PM sounds great, doesn't work. That's wonderful. So which of the hybrid models at this moment in time seem the most viable?
We're sort of honing in on for the hybrid models 2 days a week of students in school. You've seen that some other counties have released something similar that they're considering. I think Loudoun County, Fairfax County, Queen Anne's County recently put something out. And that seems to be, in terms of what sort of the non-starters that Dr. McMahon talked about earlier in her presentation, those seem to be the ones that we think we can work best with, give the students some time in face-to-face, a couple of days a week, give us time in between in groups to get the buildings clean, and then 3 days of virtual at home. And so that's a model that the committees are really sort of honing in on and tweaking. Dr. McMahon, anything to add to that?
No, that's perfectly right. That's where they're at, and various renditions of that, but definitely the 2 day a week piece.
And to that end, I'm just thinking this through to its final implementation. There would be therefore consistency with regard to childcare. Like every week, my kid is going Tuesday, Thursday for the first semester. I need to find childcare Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, or someone to monitor e-learning on those days.
Correct.
That'll be my set days. So they're not going to be Tuesday, Thursday one week, and then Monday, Wednesday the next.
No.
I mean, I just see an utter train wreck of a disaster of childcare with that. So I'm glad you all are, obviously you've already thought of that. That's fantastic to hear. And then, would it be, so 3 days would be e-learning, but when I've read of, the other plans of other counties, at least what was printed in the media, and one of the days, like Friday or Monday, was specifically a teacher planning day and or something like that. So is that what you're envisioning too? Like that, yes, we'd have these 3 days of e-learning, but it would be, 3 days out of a week to do it. But Friday, my teacher might be in meetings all day or have office hours or something like that, or some combination.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we would, as part of the model, looking at a sort of a 4-day week in terms of teacher face-to-face engagement with their students, with that 5th day being time for professional development, building out their e-classrooms, could be office hours, could be catching up with individual students and following up, professional development, those kinds of things. So yes, that's part of the model.
That's really nice to hear. Okay, so and within that, I guess we'll know more when we get the employee survey results back, because I'm sure one of the questions is, you're a teacher or you're an administrator or a principal or an AP, and what are your needs in terms of childcare?
Yes.
To be able to balance the, if you're a 2nd grade teacher and you got 2 at home, like how are you going to do synchronized? How is that going to work? So do we have questions around that on the employee?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. And with regard to childcare, we asked, I loved the question set, I've already secured it with friends and family. I'm looking, I don't need it, this, that, or the other. Do we have a sense of, I need childcare, but I can't afford it? I didn't see that on the list. Are we thinking about that?
We are thinking about it, and the reason we're thinking about it is because our childcare committee is really looking at it. And one of the things that has come up nationwide is that of the people who need childcare who have consistently had it all along, that won't be the issue. It's the new group of people who are going to need childcare, potentially going to need childcare based on a model, and they traditionally wouldn't have needed it. Or they can't rely on their family because their family is older and compromised in some way. And so they have to change their childcare. So nationally, people are looking at, maybe 20% of a population that wouldn't have needed it, needing it. And so we know that that's an issue, and we know that we have to figure that out. And we know that the employees fall right into that category, just like our families.
Absolutely.
But let me also add that, because I think you asked a great question. And so for the board and the larger public also, and this will be very unpopular, we as a school system will not be able to solve everybody's childcare needs.
Right.
We got to focus on teaching and learning and the health and safety of our students and staff. So I know that will be unpopular for some. We want to know about the childcare issues. We want to study them. That's the reason it's one of the working committees, because we know that will impact students, staff, and families. And the more we know about it, the more we study it, the better we can create schedules that create less dilemmas for people, right? Less conflict. But we as a school system, you as a board, will not be able to solve all the childcare issues that are out there. We just can't do that. We have to be very honest about that.
100%. Totally agreed. I asked that in part to yield that response so that we're all on the same page.
Absolutely.
I want to solve everyone's problem. I can't do that on a normal day. So how can I do that during a once in a century pandemic day? I cannot. But I'm glad that we are considering that subset of the population in our ongoing thinking and planning. I also want to make clear to the public and to those watching at home that, like Dr. Arlato said, we are not the final decision makers. I get emails every day. I get hit up on social media, open schools, or do this or do that or the other. Good golly, I would love to know what we're doing in the fall. Just like everybody else. And so I just want to drive home that point that we can't scribble outside the line of what the governor and the state superintendent have going on in terms of their planning or what their decision might be. But as an individual board member who hears from the public on the daily, I hope that, if the superintendent or the governor are watching, please let us know as soon as possible so we can plan, because I'm a planner and this drives me absolutely through a wall. And I think it does for most of us. And I think a lot of our families would like to know yesterday what we're doing. Going down my list of things. So the 2 days a week is helpful. We already asked questions about busing in the face of the 2 days a week. So I know that is an enormously important issue and will remain important, especially if the capacity of our buses decreases significantly. So I'm glad we're thinking about that. Nothing else is really popping in my mind at the moment. I'm just really grateful for the 14 committees. I love that we're looking at this holistically, that we're kicking over all the rocks. I'm glad that the communities are involved. I'm really grateful to the senior staff for spearheading this effort and for collecting all of this information. And I very much look forward to seeing the plan when we know what the plan is and the work of all of those committees. I definitely think that by the end of this, we're going to need to devote a full board meeting to recognitions because the list is growing daily. And I'm just really grateful to the whole team for this. I won't take up any more time. Thank you so much. Michelle, I think you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Yeah, sorry about that. Miss Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell, and thank you again, Dr. McMahon and Dr. Alato, for this incredible presentation and the work that has gone into something, as Mr. Smith pointed out, is probably the question of the century. So as they were going through and as members were asking questions, I had a list of follow-on questions in addition to my own. I'm very concerned about that huge contingency from the state level and how we move forward based on that. Is there any idea, any inkling about when that decision will be made? Will it be made a day before we're anticipated to start the fall, or what is the plan there based on your meetings with the state superintendent?
She's not indicated when she plans to let us know. So I don't have an answer to that. But we will continue to plan, and then as best we can, we will announce to our public what we plan to do by the end of this month so that people can start to plan around that, knowing that it could change either by what the state does or what's happening nationally with the virus. Things could change, but our plan is to roll out an option or options for parents to let us know which one they want to take advantage of for their children so that we can plan accordingly.
Excellent. And then in your studies, literally around the world to formulate something for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, what are you finding of some of the things that may be uniquely our need as we formulate these plans?
I haven't come across anything that I would characterize as uniquely ours. It is still because the virus can impact any of us at any time, and so we are following very closely what those countries that are ahead of us in terms of reducing and eliminating the curve, as it were, the vernacular that's used. And so what's happening in China, what's happening in South Korea, what's happening in Denmark, and Finland and Italy as they are reopening schools and learning from them as they're bringing students back into school. So they are social distancing, they are using masks, they are hand washing. Those are the things that appear to be working in those areas. Dr. McMahon, anything to add to that?
No, that's exactly right.
Okay, and if we continue virtually, either in a hybrid fashion or fully, the help desk, it is my understanding the help desk has been greatly overwhelmed with questions from parents and people in the community, as well as their primary duties back to the school system. What are there plans to expand the support for the help desk?
A lot of the committees are talking about that, whether it be a committee that's talking about family support needed in maybe the, I'll say the afternoon and the evening hours, or whether they're talking about faculty support and employee support. But many of the committees are talking about that, including the technology committee, expanding, and not only expanding it, but expanding it in a bilingual nature as well.
Oh, good.
But let me add that, Ms. Antwine, I would not use the word overwhelmed.
No.
I think the help desk has managed it beautifully. We did add some folks, including some that speak a second language to that team, knowing there was going to be a need, right? We've never, and you've heard me talk about this before in the board meetings, that we've never handed out technology before that people are taking home, right? All of our help desk has been internal to help people internally. And so we knew that was going to be the case. So we did, Mr. Barlow and his team in technology did a really good job of putting some extra folks on board, some extra techs and others to help with those. But we also know that going one-to-one, we're going to have to create, I'm going to use the term loosely, an office. It won't be an office, but we're going to have to create more and better access for parents and students, because as you hand out Chromebooks, they will break down, they will stop working, they will get dropped, they will get lost, and we're going to have some working mechanisms to replace and repair and then assist people with their Chromebooks. So we're going to have to beef up that help desk, to use your term, going into the future. Just the fact that we're going to be one-to-one, and instead of having 0 Chromebooks leaving our schoolhouses, we'll have 85,000 leaving the schoolhouses.
So you're the educator, so I won't mince words on the terms overwhelmed compared to there was definitely a difference between their primary work and we had full engineers having to do tier 1 work and simultaneously. So that was additional duties. No reflection on what has not been done. I didn't receive complaints. What I received was the fact that additional duties have been added to the help desk support. And so my question was, how are we accommodating that? And if we decide to continue this, how are we planning to expand it? So we'll go with that. I appreciate that response. Then we talk about overcrowding and social distancing. They don't go in the same sentence, right? We were overcrowded prior to COVID. We will have an overcrowding issue as we continue as a developing county. What are the plans if we should go back into a traditional setting to ensure that social distancing is in place, as the parents and the families have requested?
So really the only way to appropriately social distance is to have fewer people in the same location.
Right.
Right. That's you know that, we know that. So that's a really difficult question to answer. If we go back full time and there's a class of 30 in a physics class, there's going to be a class of 30 in a physics class. I won't have extra rooms and extra teachers in that high school to take that 30 and spread them out.
Right.
We just don't have the capacity to do that. So then we'll have to, so the next tier is, well, keeping a movement around the school building to a minimum, maybe eating lunches in your classroom as opposed to going into the cafeteria, more time outside if we can arrange that so students can get some fresh air and get and separate students and staff from each other. But that's a really, you can't have both, right? We've got, if you look at the survey, it's interesting, Miss Antwine, but not surprising, there are 50% of our families saying they want their children back full-time 5 days a week. But they also want social distancing rules in place. And as you say, the two don't match. You can't do both. You can't have a class of 30 in physics or in 25 in a 4th grade class and keep them appropriately social distance. But we can work to mitigate some of that in case if we do go to, and that's by, again, having students move less. There wouldn't be group work, let's say, right? Students, we would keep them in rows and separated as much as possible within a classroom, as opposed to bringing them together and doing group work where they're now face to face. We would eliminate that. We would do masking. We would do, we will do hand washing and sanitizing stations throughout the school building. And so we're ordering those supplies, that PPE, so that we have that available in whatever capacity we do reopen.
Thank you. And then there was, I thought I saw on the chart provided a request for more temperature checks. And wanted to understand, when we talk temperature checks, are we talking about the forehead scanner where they go to the nurse's station each day? Or are they coming into school and the first thing they get is a temperature check before moving forward? How is that going to be administered, if at all?
So it might not be at all from us. The direction we are getting, the conversation we're having at the state level, myself and the other superintendents, is that the Department of Health will most likely, and again, we've not gotten final word on anything, but the Department of Health would be recommending that parents would manage temperature checks before a child leaves home, before they get on a bus, It'll be up to the parent to check their child's temperature. And if their temperature, they should know what their normal resting temperature is. And if it's elevated, that child should be kept home. That would be the direction that we would have here in Anne Arundel County and across the state. It would not be at the bus driver taking temperature checks or at the schoolhouse door. The Maryland Department of Health right now is advising the state superintendent that that should be something that's done at home and keep the child, because if the child gets to school and has an elevated temperature, now the child's at school and could possibly infecting others. We'd rather them staying at home if they've got an elevated temperature, and that would be left to the parents. So right now, that's not in our planning. It may be into the future, but that's not part of our planning based on the direction we're getting from the Maryland Department of Health and the Maryland State Department of Education.
Good. And then whether we go in a traditional fashion or we go hybrid or virtually, we will still be virtual in terms of people outside of students and employees. And so I wanted to understand how maybe the parents and the changes for parent interaction at the schools is being considered. For example, our parent-teacher conferences, our parent engagement, if there's something going on with the child, will they still have to do things virtually or set up appointments, or what's the plan for them?
Right now, the plan is that we will do all of that virtually.
Okay.
So we will do parent-teacher conferences, back to school night, because we just don't want to, we want to limit the exposure inside a building. And that's the recommendation sort of we're getting from the health officer, that if you are going to have children back, either full-time or half a class 2 days a week and another half class the other 2 days a week, we want to limit it to just that cohort of students and staff. You don't want to then introduce others, whether it's family. We would limit the use of the buildings from outside groups that normally rent our buildings, for example.
Right.
We would not allow that because we want to, and we also have to have time once the students leave in the afternoon for our building service crew to get in and then clean the buildings thoroughly for the next group of students on the next day. And we would not want outside users in the building. So that's a great question, Ms. Antoine. Thank you so much for asking that. I didn't get a chance to bring that up earlier, but that's an important aspect that, at least in the beginning, if and when we open again, either the hybrid model or full-time, we would be limiting it to students and staff only, our buildings, on an as needed basis only, and limiting, if allowing at all outside groups to use the buildings so that we can contain those cohorts of people. That's the safest way, the safest recommendation we're getting now from health officials.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And then I want to ask about truancy. I don't anticipate that the state laws for truancy will change no matter how we go back into schools. But I am concerned about, we shared that there will be more stringency applied, whether we go back to school physically or we do this virtually. And there will be circumstances where, say, a student didn't get on the computer on time, or they had to share a system, or there was technical difficulties, or in the same fashion, the parents are maybe refusing, or guardians refusing for the children to come to school because of what they've heard in the news or concerns or otherwise. What is the plan? Are the committees addressing truancy and some alternative responses when a child is not participating in school?
One of the committees, especially the committee that deals with instructional data, they are also the committee that deals with attendance, right? And at this point in time, how we take attendance is a critical question, because truancy and attendance go hand in hand. And so, and Dr. Lotto, you might be able to say more, but at this point in time, we don't know exactly at the fall how attendance is going to be taken. Right. And so until we define some of the parameters of what it means to attend, the issue of how we handle it will be different. But ultimately, we'll follow some of the same procedures we would follow in the in-person world, certainly the school administrators will be acknowledging on a daily basis. Once the decision is made, how attendance is taken, they will be looking to evaluate and support students attending on a regular basis, as they do in the brick and mortar world.
And that's, and I would add it. Thank you, Dr. McMahon. That's exactly right. One, as Dr. McMahon said, we've not gotten direction from the state. The state will the state has the attendance rules, the attendance laws. They will dictate to us what attendance means in the virtual world, or a hybrid world. And so we, myself, the other superintendents are waiting for that information from Maryland State Department of Education. But regardless, the expectation is that students are engaged, whatever the rules are. And so, as Dr. McMahon said, we have those mechanisms in place. It's the counselor, it's the teacher, it's the assistant principal, it's the PPW, it's the social worker. Those are the folks that are reaching out and sometimes physically knocking on doors when a student doesn't come to school, whether it's virtually or otherwise. Those mechanisms are still in place because we want the students engaged.
Right. Bless you.
Thank you.
I have two more questions. Let's say we all go back. If it, and this at the state level is they can close all schools, but if we all go back and there is concern at a particular school, then it falls back to you, Dr. Alato, and the school system to determine how to manage that particular school. So, for example, if there's an outbreak, I'll use my favorite, meat, right? Does the entire cluster close down? Does the school close down? Does the system close down? What is the plan for that if there is a worst case scenario, and forbid it if it happens, but if there's a COVID outbreak?
So it would not be up to me, the local school superintendent. Those rules are going to have to be set at the state level and by the medical community. Just like if it were any other, put COVID aside, if it were tuberculosis or something else that a student contracted, we would be in touch with the local health department, who's in touch with the CDC. They then would give us direction about what to do, how to clean the building, how to isolate children. Do we need to close a building? Do we not need to close a building? Do we close the cluster? So I just want to make that really clear that it would not be up to me. I don't make medical decisions. I have to rely on the medical community. But you ask a great question. And in fact, I had a conversation earlier this week with Dr. Kalyana Raman, who is the chief medical officer here for Anne Arundel County. And I asked him that exact question. I said, what are you thinking if and when we go back in some form or fashion, we've got children and staff back in a building, and there appears to be, used the term outbreak, but even if there's just one case, if I have one child or one adult in that building has tested positive, what will be your advice? How do we react? He doesn't have a definitive answer, but his response was, well, George, we'll take it, of course, on a case-by-case basis, but if it is a single student or a single staff member, we would isolate them, and we would probably isolate that class. It all depends on how many students that in the contact tracing did that student or staff come in contact with. That would dictate, do you quarantine that entire class? Maybe that grade. If that student or staff member didn't, if they were, I'm going to make this up, for example, just to expand your example, Ms. Antwine, it's a second grade teacher in a second grade class, and they didn't come in contact with any of the third, fourth, or fifth graders, then the advice would be for us to not quarantine them, but it would be to maybe quarantine that class. But if it turned out to be multiple cases in a school or in a cluster, then we might have to look at shutting down the school or shutting down multiple schools. And that will, of course, be on the advice of the medical community. I will also add, because I think it's a good time to do that, that our that Dr. Kalyana Raman, I think, has done a fantastic job of helping manage this crisis in Anne Arundel County. I think his team has been phenomenal, and his team includes our school nurses. They have been on the front lines in contact tracing because, of course, schools have been closed and our health rooms have been closed. All of that medical staff in the schools, all our school nurses and aides have been used by model the state. One of the things is having available, not public, it would be available to students and staff in that building should somebody become symptomatic. Dr. Kalyana Raman and his team would have the ability to do COVID testing within our buildings. That's not a done. Deal. That's something that
I guess we accept that, right? Could we set up a portal for maybe recommendations and concerns from the parents and the community as we move forward in the fall that could inform the way we do business in the spring or the following fall? Something that they could put in comments, questions, concerns. They can identify what clusters they're in. For example, we talked about childcare. Identify what those concerns are based on the outcomes that we're looking at as we move into the fall. Dr. Lotto, I can't hear you.
My apologies. I think the short answer is yes. We have some of that now. So as parents are emailing us with their questions, their concerns, their statements about how they intend for the fall to go, we are sharing that with the committee. So the appropriate committee is getting that information, and so they're able to see what parents are saying. We're getting lots of emails from lots of different folks about how they think the fall should open. And as you would imagine, and would be no surprise to you and your colleagues, Ms. Antoine, on the board, that it's from soup to nuts. It's from A to Z. No way can you open without a vaccine to you must open 5 days a week with a full classroom and everything in between.
Excellent. Well, thank you both.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mr. Gilliland?
Thank you, Madam President, and Dr. Arlotto, Dr. McMahon. Thank you again for this. These plans are not easy to put together, nor are they easy to implement. So I appreciate the work that's unfolding. I think Mr. Smith asked one of the questions I was going to ask, and I know athletics is not the paramount topic for today, but I am getting a lot of questions about that throughout the community, and I appreciate your response, and certainly Mr. Smith. I think President Corkadell said it best. We appreciate you being here and your candor and sense of humor. One comment that I'll make, and then I do have a question, perhaps an unfair question as it relates to funding, but a comment, and Dr. Arlotto, I think you said it best, that we can't please everybody, and I would even further add to that, if we try to please everybody, we're going to fail. That's just a doomsday waiting to happen. But to the extent possible, when we have parents or families with multiple children in the school system, and if there is an on-day, off-day type scenario planned, to the extent possible, that can be, a consideration that, if parents have to work, on alternate means for daycare, et cetera, that, all the kids are in school on X day and Y day, I think it just makes it easier for those families. Again, I know that's one variable in a whole bowl of soup, but to the extent that can be a factor or consideration, I think that would help families. My question, again, I think it is an unfair question for today, but I'll just throw it out because it's a question, but probably more of a concern. And that is as well thought out as this plan is, and I know it's still in development. We're going to move to implementation and valuation, and certainly various versions of improvement to the plan as it unfolds. How much of this plan, as it's written today, is going to be jeopardized should the Board of Public Works have further funding reductions during its August meeting? And why I raise this today, as those funding cuts or potential reductions come into play in August, we're so much closer to the finish line, to opening school in whatever format it is, and that can just throw a well thought out plan into the shredder. So I ask it, again, mostly as a concern, knowing that it's an unfair question that you may not be able to answer wholly today, and just raise it again also so that we're looking at potential, God forbid, plan B, C, D, whatever, to mitigate the funding loss risk that I think is very likely to happen. That was a ramble, and I apologize.
No, that's a, so to go back to the beginning, Mr. Gillen, we are not going to be able to please everybody. And so we're going to work to make decisions that we think are in the best interest of our students and our staffs. And it's going to be in the best interest of health and safety and of equity. That's what's leading our charge. That's what's leading our best thinking. And I know that we are not going to be able to please everybody, because not everybody sends their child to school from the same circumstances. And so we know that, but we'll continue to move forward as best we can in terms of making those decisions. Regarding your budget question, it's a good one. And the short answer is, I don't know exactly how it's going to impact, but the governor, the Board of Public Works, and then eventually what's going to have to go, as you well know, to the state legislature to make the decisions about the larger budget piece and cuts that we will see. I absolutely believe that we'll see some cuts in our FY21 and the board's FY21 budget. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to see some cuts. We're going to feel some pain, and we're going to have to make some difficult decisions. That said, in terms of juxtapositioning that or overlaying that with how we're going to reopen, some of the things that we're going to need to reopen differently, we're going to be utilizing some of the federal CARES funds, and that's going to help us out, right? It's not going to be impacted by the state funds because they're federal CARES funds. So in terms of purchasing technology and getting to one-to-one, that's going to help us do that. In terms of buying some of the PPE that we're going to need, hand sanitizers, hand washing stations, face masks, some of those things to open in some way, shape, or form, we're going to be able to purchase some of that through the CARES federal funding, which again will not be impacted by a loss in state funding. But there will be a loss in state funding, and that could have a trickle-down effect in many of our different departments.
I appreciate that. And again, I am so appreciative of the CARES funding, but as you well know, and Mr. Shaknovich and the entire board, that's one-time funding.
Correct.
And, I don't see that as a recurring, maybe something will happen and there's a phase 2 or 3 of that. But, I just also know that once we start to do something and spend money on something, there's an expectation among the public, let's just call it that you've done it once, you got to continue to do it. And then the school system's on the hook. And then I know that's got implications for future funding, for funding streams and budgets. So I appreciate your answer, again, knowing full well that it was an unfair question. But, again, I just raise it as a concern because I think a lot of things are up in the air as we look at the Board of Public Works and then the future Bertha that the General Assembly is going to have to consider. But again, lastly, I'll just say I appreciate this presentation, part one and part two of it today. A lot of thought and efforts going into it, and a lot of volunteerism, I think, from the community at large is making this come to fruition, and I think quite well at that. So thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lott?
I'd just like to thank Dr. Arlotto, Dr. McMahon, and I know so many others contributed such a very thorough and thoughtful presentation. As far as questions and comments, I believe my colleagues have pretty well covered the waterfront, so I will defer at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ladd. We have two more questions from board members that emerged for them in the course of our inquiries, and that is Mr. Smith and Ms. Schallheim. So we're going to go Mr. Smith first, and then Ms. Schallheim, and should be in good shape. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President Corkadell, and thank you for taking this last question. But it's about grading. No matter how we send the students back to school, we want to make sure that they're actually taking in learning. So how will we be evaluating that with grades?
That's a great question, and one the committees are really dealing with, because in a virtual world, even though we'll be back fully in a synchronous environment, you still want things to work well. You don't want to overburden and overtax. So there's a lot of discussion going on right now in the committees about not to the level of 1 grade a week, by no means, but do we talk about grading and simplifying the nature of grading a little bit and really making it more streamlined across the district? That's a lot of conversation going on to make it easier to understand and easier for students to know what's due when, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a good question, and one that a lot of people are giving a lot of thought to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Schallheim.
Yes, I had a question. I'm so sorry that I forgot to ask this before, but with regard to cultural arts, and I'm glad that this is important to other parents because it's also important to me. I'm a fan of the arts, music, etc., and arts and music education, of course. And so how, I know that Dr. Arlotto and I talked about this very briefly the other day, but how will, say, a cultural arts teacher that has hundreds of students, which is different than a homeroom teacher that has 30, how will we limit their exposure, and kind of how will that work if we're in an in-person environment in any form or fashion?
Right, it's a good question. At the elementary level, of course, that looks a little different than at the secondary level, but still the cultural arts people often have large class loads. Absolutely true. At the elementary level, there's a cultural arts group, there's a family, right? Including art and music and Triple E in those schools that have Triple E and physical education, health, et cetera, right? So they operate as a family, and that's worked really quite well. And they're talking about not only putting up those robust offerings, they offered some of the most robust offerings in the springtime. Not only are they talking about continuing that good work, but also integrating the work a little bit more so that a student may have a project or may have an experience that's both music and art oriented, or that incorporates the arts into a Triple E experience. So it is a good question. It's one we're thinking about, and just to brag a bit, I think we might have the most amazing cultural arts teachers, in the state of Maryland. They really are recognized statewide as leaders, and it shows. And so I know that the quality will stay high, no matter how we go back to school in the fall.
Okay, great. I concur. My daughter's experience with cultural arts this spring was nothing short of fabulous. So thank you, Folger McKenzie Cultural Arts Department. A little shout out. With regard to things like band, And yes, I'm taking some personal privilege. I have a rising fourth grader who has been playing trumpet for a year and has been dying to start playing band. So I speak for that specific thing. I could see, I mean, we do virtual trumpet lessons now, and it's hard, but it's not impossible. Could there be, obviously in person would be better, but are you all thinking about a virtual environment for those sorts of things where they're not blowing droplets across rooms?
Right.
It'll be in
Absolutely.
their own house. Yeah.
Absolutely. The virtual environment and I think it was Miss Ellis talked about some of the things that we piloted in the spring of being able to bring students together to work on a composition, whether it's choral or instrumental, simultaneously. I know Meade had an amazing experience in their graduation with a choral piece done. A combination of people coming together across the internet. So it can be done. We're also, we're watching just like everyone is. If we bring students back in any fashion for sports and co-curricular clubs, maybe there's an opportunity to bring some students back for small sectionals. They would have to be socially distant. It wouldn't be exactly like a large band, but it would be something socially that would engage them in their music talents. So both the virtual and the in-person worlds being looked at.
I'm really glad to hear that because, there's so much data that says, that music education, arts education helps students out in other areas. I'm glad that we are state recognized. I'm not at all surprised. My final bit, and I'm really sorry, this always happens. With regard to Chromebook delivery, we're blessed in the sense that my daughter has an old laptop that she's been using for the spring, so she didn't get a Chromebook yet. So for that population where they've had a device that they've been able to use, they'll eventually once all the other populations have been dealt with, they'll be also then receiving their Chromebook.
Correct.
Okay. Great. And then my final thing is with regard to outside instruction and use of the outdoors as a learning environment and for decompression and unstructured play. I'm all about it. I'm really glad we're thinking about it. We have some wonderful courtyards and spaces that I feel are underutilized in our county and in our schools. And this is a wonderful time for us to hit the reset button, think about how we think about education on the whole. And really, I'm just going to be optimistic about it. Come out of this with being even better, really utilizing that space for education and for health and fitness more than we already do so wonderfully. And so I'm really glad that you all are thinking about that. And with that, I will yield the floor. I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have one more question. This is definitely an important thing for everybody. So just bear with us, folks. We have one more question from Mr. Grannon. Mr. Grannon, at your convenience.
Thank you, President Corkle. I just want to understand from Dr. Olato, I guess it's kind of a two-part question. The plan that you're planning to roll out by the end of the month, if there hasn't been an indication from, well, the first question is, does that plan get first kind of pre-cleared by the superintendent before you announce it?
So my understanding is that we will have to have our reopening plans approved by Maryland State Department of Education. All the counties in the Maryland will have to submit a plan that's approved by the Maryland Department of Education.
Okay, so that answers that part. What I guess I'm struggling with a little bit is how could we have a plan that has, let's say, for example, kids back in school 100% of the time or even 50% of the time if there hasn't been an indication yet from the state superintendent that schools will in fact reopen?
I don't know. I mean, I am hoping that the state superintendent makes a decision in a very short period of time here in the next week or so that we can really hone in on, myself and all my colleagues around the state can really hone in on what our option is going to be or options and then put that out to our public. So
okay,
I've got to rely to some degree on the State Department of Education giving us the okay that schools will open and in what parameters they will be allowed to open.
that's what I guess I was trying to pin down, with all the, usual caveats about this is not your decision, it's above your pay grade, all that stuff. You have factored in to your projected timeline of announcing a plan by the end of the month, your hope and expectation that there will be some guidance as to what you are allowed to do.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. That wasn't coming through to me before, but now I understand. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Thank you guys very, very much. I know there was perhaps a little bit more questions than anticipated, but I think us and the public all learned a vast amount about what we know and what we don't know. And sounds like we've got a team effort underway, and I'm confident that we will make best decisions based on our circumstances. Thank you all so very much. I know you're burning the midnight oil on this. Okay, next item is 3.02, in-school student access to academic enrichment and extracurricular clubs. This was a presentation requested pre-COVID, and as we continue to catch up with our stuff, this is one of them. And just for regular information, upon conclusion of item 4.0, the board will be standing at ease for 30 minutes to take a brief lunch break, and we'll be returning for items sections 5, 6, 7, and 8. And so without further ado, I'm going to pass over the board here, the table here, to Dr. Arlotto and his team for their presentation. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity. As you alluded, this is something that we've wanted to bring to the board for some time. And so we're delighted. We've got a couple of folks that are going to present to you and members of the board and the public about some of the work that we've done, and in particular what our high schools have done to create some more and better access to extracurricular clubs. Academic really done a nice job of engaging their staff and students. So we'll give you a little bit of background, a little bit of information about how that is being done in each of the high schools. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Lucarelli.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Good afternoon, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. I'm Dawn Lucarelli, Associate Superintendent of School Performance, and joining me for this presentation is Broadneck High School Principal Jim Todd. It is our pleasure today to provide you with information regarding in-school access to academic interventions and extracurricular clubs. Mr. Todd?
So good afternoon, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. I certainly appreciate your time today. To start our presentation, we wanted to provide you with some background, some history, along with a little bit about the purpose or the reasons why that I and many of my colleagues have implemented some of these structures that we're going to talk about today. First, as a matter of reference, it was Arundel High School who was the first to research and implement what they called Wildcat Hour back in the 07-08 school year. And South River followed that up as our second school in this county with their Nest Hour in 2013. Both of these models that were implemented were lunch period interventions for students. And when I talked with the teams in doing research for this that implemented a lunch period model, or a model between first and second period, or an after-school intervention model, there were 4 things that really came up as the purpose for why they became necessary. First and foremost was the opportunity to provide our students with access to their teachers and their classmates for things like help, redo, make-up assignments, particularly those that might require hands-on involvement, extension activities, seminars, for example, AP seminars that might happen leading up to AP exams, other mandated testing, preparations, and group projects when I talked about classmates. Beyond that, we wanted that opportunity to eliminate barriers that exist for students to access all those things that I talked about, whether that's transportation, competing interests, for example, athletics, competing with an after-school, club, or their willingness or ability to, meet with teachers during the school day, or other after-school responsibilities they have, with jobs and responsibilities with taking care of siblings, and many, many other things that we know our high school students are responsible for. And then I talked about, participation in a wide variety of clubs, activities, other things. And then the final piece was the opportunity to eliminate some loss of instructional time for things that we would typically do. We would schedule assemblies like class meetings or college visits, other seminars that might be around wellness, lots of different things that we would do during the school day that might cause a student to miss instructional time. We began to schedule those things within these intervention periods. And so that was the common thread as I talked to my colleagues around the county.
So as we looked at the way they decided to structure these supports and enrichment, our schools began to research structures for these interventions. Many considered the hour lunch block. Leadership teams, they chose different models to best fit their own student needs. So there were some considerations that were included in these. Next slide, please. The ability to feed all students that need to purchase food, the availability of cafeteria staff, management and supervision and safety of students to ensure proper behaviors were occurring, and then also ways to engage students in that time so that they're simply not walking halls, so to speak. And so these considerations resulted in many different high schools choosing to offer this support between first and second periods, with one high school offering support for after school through their comprehensive STAR program. Nonetheless, the purpose remains the same. And we're waiting for the next slide to come up so you can see what I'm talking about.
Sorry for the delay. We're working on it.
That's okay. There you go. There it is. So I just spoke about this, but as you can see, so we have 5 high schools currently that do that during their around about an hour lunch period, 7 that through this process of determining what meets their needs, do it between first and second period. And then we have a school that provides that same type of support through after school teacher and their comprehensive STAR program with lots of different availability, advisory, and some other things that the other schools are able to offer. And then finally, we've been looking at the reflections from this and the way the intervention block, that each high school has a planning committee to make sure all this happens with, the best resources and best for what our students need. So there are differences among our schools, as I just showed you, and each school has developed it based on the needs that are unique for their situation. And when talking with high school principals and their leadership teams and teachers, they really feel strongly about the ability to be able to adapt these structures if it's no longer meeting the student needs or it becomes a safety concern. And so at this point, we are ready to take any questions regarding the intervention model that you may have. Thank you very much. We have several questions, so I'll just go around, and if you don't have a question, just don't unmute, barring those who are joining us by phone. Ms. Hummer, unmute if you have any questions or comments. Seeing none, Mr. Smith, questions or comments?
Yes, I have just one question. So I know at Meade High School we have Pride period, and we used to have Mustang hour. It was the hour block, and they switched it up. Usually, like you said, concerns and like were students getting the best use out of it. So my question is, do any of the specialty schools have this intervention type?
So Chesapeake Science Point does. They do have an intervention period, like similar, I think, between first and second period as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis, any questions or comments?
I have a couple questions. Thank you so much for this. I have had students in high school goodness, since 2014, still do. And I can speak for my students how much they value their Panther Hour. It really does provide tremendous opportunity for students to catch up if they've had absence or they're struggling in a class, but also to sort of get a real solid break during the day if they, want to participate in a club or something like that. So I greatly value that our schools are doing this. I'm curious, has there been any data collection on if this has had an impact on students academically or otherwise since these programs
Not
are
at
rolled
the
out in schools?
Not at the county level, Mr. Todd. Are you aware of any?
So I can speak to two of the high schools. I was the principal at Old Mill High School for 5 years, where we implemented Pride Period there, and then here at Broadneck, where we implemented Block. And at Old Mill, we saw tremendous growth in both GPAs. We had tremendous reductions in referrals and suspensions over that time. Tremendous increases in standardized testing. As a result, we were able to make AYP in the final 2 years. So dating myself a little bit and recognizing this was several years ago. And moving on to Broadneck High School, we collected data, and we had a little bit. There were some different outcomes, right? We did not see significant increases in GPAs. We didn't see decreases either. We did not see increases in test results. We did not see decreases either. Same thing with AP results. And so we actually had a very frank, open dialogue with our student body and our community about that at the end of last year. We had discussions around whether or not it was worth the resource, associated, or the resources associated with Brew and Block if we aren't seeing gains in the things that we wanted to see gains in. And I was quickly reminded of all the benefits from a structure like this for students, just by way of how they feel about being at school, their opportunity to disengage in some cases for half an hour, the ability to eliminate the competing interests, which was something I talked about earlier. And, I love our students. They reminded me, Mr. Todd, that's something that you didn't account for, you did not measure. So I would say anecdotally or qualitatively that, yes, we saw gains here at Broadneck High School, but we could not quantify them while we were able to at Old Mill.
I greatly appreciate that answer. I'd be curious to know what the differences were between the two schools, whether it be implementation or just a different student body. But that being said, we cannot minimize the importance of the social emotional payoff of offering this for our students. So I greatly appreciate that answer. And then two more things. Are teachers required to be available to interact with students during each of these hours?
So the short answer to that is yes. Teachers are engaged throughout. Again, I could only speak to Broadneck's current structure, but I know from talking to every one of my colleagues in preparation for this, that our teachers are engaged in one way, shape, or form with our students during that time. What that looks like and how much time and how frequently varies from school to school.
Okay, I'm thinking in terms of, I assume teachers have their planning period separately outside of this hour. So I would think that teachers, that they're on for that hour for their students. I know personally, I've had students who have had trouble accessing their teachers during this hour. They're only available one day a week, but it could be that teacher is very involved in clubs and other opportunities. Okay.
It also, Mr. Todd's examples that he's been given, I think really speak to the unique nature of each of the high schools and the way we provide those supports.
Mm-hmm.
Because it takes, and some of our smaller schools that may not have as much itinerant staff, they take everybody to do multiple things, rather than some schools that have a lot of resources and can provide more access, so to speak, to clubs and other things besides the academic interventions. Sorry, Mr. Todd?
So I would just say that one of the benefits of the model that happens between first and second and the after school models, the benefit would be that teachers available all the time during those interventions. So that's one of the pros of both of those models. For the lunch period, we also have to fit the teacher lunch period within that.
Right.
And so that's where we start creating these very large schedules. I know that Annapolis is very similar to that. That probably is what created that situation.
Got it. And then finally, I'm concerned about outdoor access and actual opportunity for unstructured time for our students in the middle of the day. I know this is something that everyone's starting to pay more attention to. The focus has largely been on increasing recess in elementary school, but people are starting to recognize more that recess should perhaps even be happening in our middle schools. And the same idea really applies to our high school students. I mean, as adults, yes, some of us are workaholics, but ideally an adult has a lunch break where they really do unwind and get away and from the structure of their day. So is there an opportunity to offer our students more outdoor access than they've traditionally had?
So I guess
I'm sorry. Let me just qualify that a little bit. I was just having a conversation with my daughter about this. So she was saying, boy, I would love during that hour to spend part of it to go outside and walk around the track, you know, or so just to qualify what I'm talking about.
So every school has different, very unique structures. The way their building is set up, the amount of staffing they have, which allows for supervision, right? If we're going to put students on a track, we need to have supervision out there as well. And so we have, at Broadneck, we've created a courtyard that students can access. I was surprised at how little interest there was in the courtyard. You know, we created that opportunity, and we do some things throughout the course of the year around wellness that gives students opportunities to go out and have a walking challenge or do some other things.
Okay.
And
I'm thinking more daily, but yeah.
Right. And I totally understand your concern. Northeast is another school that has a unique school set up with their cafeteria and an outside space so students can go out during that time. That's another example of the way the school is set up to allow what you're talking about more frequently.
Okay.
And some of the schools, I would add, some of the schools like Mr. Todd they open up the gym. It's not outdoor specifically, as you're saying, but he opens up the gym and students can go in for one of the 2 blocks they have during that lunch hour and access the gym or the weight room. I know some of the schools open up the weight room and those kids, a team might go in and do a lift. And as Dr. Lucarelli said, whether it's the courtyard at Arundel, the middle courtyard at Arundel that you're very familiar with, that is an active place. Chesapeake High School has an outdoor patio where they've set up some tables and chairs for students to come outside their cafeteria, much like they do at Northeast. So every school is a little bit different in terms of maybe walking out and getting to the track. I don't know if that's something the students have suggested for a particular school, but you also then have to have the staff that oversees it. You have to have somebody that would be a duty position for a staff member to be there to oversee students if they went, say, onto the track and into the stadium to walk during that part of that block.
Okay, and one final question. I mean, I think I know the answer, but I so many people have brought this up to me who went to school in this district when I did. I'm an alumnus of Arundel, and our lunch hour, I was one of the oldest students in my grade, and so I was one of the first with a license, and lunch hour came and we'd go get in my car and drive off and come back, and you know, if we weren't back, then we were truants. So in other words, but we always came back because we didn't want to be truants. So my point is, why is it that students do not have the degree of freedom? Because we turned out okay. Why do students not have the degree of freedom that we used to?
Safety. I would use that one word. Having students come and go from the campus freely creates safety issues. We have the responsibility for the time they are in school for their safety. And so if we allow them to get into a car and maybe multiple kids in the car to run to get a burger during lunch and to come back, we don't have them under our supervision. So it's purely a safety issue. They're no longer in our supervision.
And is that a district level determination? The state? I mean, I'm wondering what's changed since I was, and again, this is a conversation I've had with lots of people.
I don't know if there's a state law, but it has been at the district level. We have said that our campuses are closed, meaning we don't want students coming and going. It's been that way for the time that I've been here, and it's certainly something I support, that we can provide for meals for our students here, and we can provide for safety for our students here. And the minute they leave campus, I don't have any of that. Mr. Todd, as a high school principal, doesn't have any of that control.
Miss Ellis, I can also give you a little bit of historical perspective. I was a product of Anne Arundel County Public Schools and graduated from Glen Burnie at a time when the campus was totally open, and we could not. One of the reasons we had an open campus and we were able to leave was because, to Dr. Lotto's point, we couldn't get all the lunches through. There were too many of us. So they kind of encouraged us to leave for lunch and to go off campus. I will tell you though, a student was struck by a car and are killed almost every year of my tenure at Glen Burnie. So I had a different experience with the idea of safety in us leaving campus.
Thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Next, Mr. Granick. Any comments? Okay. Hearing none. Ms. Schulheim?
Yes. Firstly, thank you for this presentation. It's something I asked for months and months ago. I'm delighted to finally get some information, and I'm grateful for your time. I realize that it might not be as timely now that we're in the midst of a once-in-a-century pandemic. However, I was very interested in knowing more because the idea of a Panther Hour or a or the like is something that I didn't experience in high school. Although we had a lot of autonomy, I'm a product of both private and public education. But was really intrigued by this. So when I visited Broadneck High School, I had a wonderful tour. So thank you for that. And that's, the tours and the visiting of campuses, which is what prompted me to ask for this. And so one thing that really I was struck by in watching the presentation is that this is almost a universal occurrence, which is wonderful. But then the one thing that struck out to me was the one school that doesn't have this during the day. And we talked a lot about the reasonings for having this, like removing barriers, providing equal access, allowing students to leave and go home to take care of their siblings. I believe that's a universal thing across the school system, across the county. And so my question is why isn't it fully consistent? Because I'm pretty sure the one school that doesn't do this during the school day is Severna Park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it that it's important to remove barriers and offer this either during lunch or between the first and second period at literally every single other school in our system, but one, and that one school happens to be what most people call a pressure cooker. There's some really unsavory nicknames for the school, and it's had a problem with mental health and social emotional, issues in the past. And so I need to know why it's not fully consistent.
So part of that reason, Ms. Schulheim, we tried to explain is that it really is unique to each school. And so in the case of Severna Park, their team has decided that they meet the needs of their students in different ways. So I do have a list here somewhere of everything, because in doing this over the many months and just being familiar with the schools, I asked that very question. And so their team was able to provide me with everything that they do for students' mental health, well-being through advisory, their after-school programs. Teachers are required to have school hours after school. Feel like they're in a community where kids can get back to the school, so it's a little bit different. They have some of the highest test scores. I'm not saying everyone. I realize there are many different populations at Severna Park, and they have and I don't know how familiar, and I'd almost have to get you additional information because I don't have it right here in front of me. But their STAR program, the Students Taking Actions Responsibly, is a very comprehensive program outlined over many years to provide the types of social emotional supports that you're talking about.
Right, and understood. But I do know my district pretty well, and my community, and I do know that it's not a walkable school, not by a long shot. If you live down in the Jones catchment area, you're not walking up Ritchie to go to high school. You're taking a bus, and if you don't have a car, if you don't have another means to get back to the school later for that, and you have to take the bus home, then that is a barrier, and you cannot then avail yourself of the after-school program. And so, from where I sit, be sort of Debbie Downer about it, but I would love this to be consistent, fully consistent, system-wide. Just like the other 12 schools that have it either during lunch or between a period. That to me isn't a barrier. That to me isn't an opportunity lost for some students who might otherwise really be excited about that, and not just for the time to take a breath, right, between classes, but to see their teacher during the day if they ride a bus and they don't have another option to participate. Because I think this is an opportunity gap from where I sit, and so I love this idea. I think we don't give our young people enough credit to manage their time, their gift of time for these hours. In the broader, in our broader society, our school system is so fabulous that in 12 schools recognizes that, you have this time, you can do X, Y, or Z based on your situation. If you have a redo to do, that's directed, you have to go do that. But if not, you can go study in the library, or you can go sit in the courtyard, or I think even the gym might be open in some of these schools if memory serves. And that's a wonderful gift that might not pay in terms of, like you said, test scores or grades, but could pay dividends for someone's mental health, And so I guess, this isn't a mandate. I'm not going to motion. I just really would love to see this happen at our one and only school that doesn't have this during the day, that does have a huge population that cannot walk to Severna Park and might not otherwise be able to participate. So how is it fair if if a group of kids can participate but others can't? That's an equity issue in my mind. And so I would love to see, I'm not going to move, I'm not going to direct, but I'm really imploring you all to look at this holistically, because I'm sure Crofton will have something similar when they open, God willing, when we get back in that building for real. And so please make it consistent and universal, and please continue to offer this. And I know that some of the middle schools have, or at least I think they do, either some sort of recess or some sort of break, a day or two a week or whatever that is. I loved what my colleague said about broadening that too at that level. I think it's so important. I had ADHD as a kid. I have ADHD as an adult. My attention span is limited for sure. 7-hour meetings are really hard. And so what I'm saying is that it's good to take a breather and a breath in between classes, and the weight of the academics and the other components of Wednesday kind of lift a little bit. So please find a way to do this. I don't know why it's not throughout the district, but I would definitely like to.
If I may, I do appreciate your comments, Ms. Schallheim, and we'll be looking at all this. I am happy to hear you say you're not ready to make any kind of change at this point, because it just, I would not recommend making any systemic decisions just because we don't know what the fall is going to look like anyway. But I appreciate your comments. I understand where you're coming from.
See this, and so we're down on the list relative to the other, huge list of problems we have. Don't provide me with a situation where I would have to move. I just, please do this. My suggestion to you. So, not direct.
For you, and you took the time to do this research and help us with this presentation. So thank you very, very much for that. My question is, I just don't know the difference between this hour and the advisory period. Can you please explain that, please?
You
want me to take that?
Because I can do it, or you can do it, either one. I'll tell you what, Ms. Chad, you go ahead and take the question and I'll add.
So advisory is really more of a lesson opportunity. It's about relationship building and some teaching of the day. It may be social emotional, it may be goal setting, it may be college and career related. There are lots of my lab where my classmates did part three of a section in science teacher, and I can go hands on. I can go do that. So I hope that helped.
When this
correct.
Good. In the virtual environment, have some of these clubs or are they engaged in something virtually for the my understanding that these periods have been very supportive, especially for the introverts or the procrastinators or those that have other responsibilities. It helps. So did it expand in the virtual environment?
We had e-learn like teachers. Conditioning video going online if they were available as well. So we did those kinds of things in the virtual environment. We would continue those things, maybe at a more robust level if this is what it's going to look like. All part, we actually have future committees is totally around extracurricular clubs are part of all the cultural committee, all that they're trying to figure out how we can more fully engage our students depending on the way we open our schools in the fall.
It helps tremendously. Remember how important it was to that at me careful carried on with Dr. Rivers. So having this understanding from you all on how to apply it in the different my last question is to change the like other other types clubs, they do that.
These won't
So,
Mr. So as a parent has had children at 3 different high schools, so I've experienced
leaving campus for food. And Dr. Law said we can't do that for obvious safety reasons. It makes a lot of sense. So my thing is, look what we have now. Food deliveries, Uber Eats, Grubhub. Is that possible at the schools? Or Dr. Lotto, would you like to comment on that? Like, is that really feasible?
So no, I would not like to comment on that. But I appreciate you bringing it up. And I say that, Mr. Smith, tongue in cheek. That too provides a problem when we've got students ordering food from lots of different places and having it delivered to campus. I think Mr. Todd, who's been principal at several schools, as I have, can speak to that, sort of boots on the ground. If lots of different students are asking lots of different delivery folks to come onto campus, that creates its own safety issue. And then they show up with the food, and then I have to find you because I don't know you ordered it, or you have to be waiting at the door to get that food and then exchange money with somebody. And that creates its own safety concerns. So that's the reason that we don't allow it. We don't want food to be brought back and forth from delivery folks on and off campus. I don't know if Mr. Todd, you've got anything to add to that, but that's sort of my take on it. I sort of get where you're going, Mr. Smith, and sort of giving the students choice. I think that's what sort of you're alluding to, giving them some choice about foods they might want to eat on campus, but it creates its own safety issues by having numerous people on the campus, finding the student that ordered the food, making sure they've exchanged money, who's responsible if the student doesn't show up at the door to meet the person to get the food. What if that food's delivery is late and now you've gone back to physics class? Do I come get you out of physics class to come get your food? Not going to do that, right? You get what I'm saying.
The only thing I would add, Dr. Arlotto, is that for any student who's going to connect with anyone on the outside, we're required to take their identification. We're required to scan it to check and make sure that they meet, the school system's criteria around allowing access to students. And that would be impossible if even in 1 hour, 200 of our 2,000 students purchase food.
I want to thank you for both your comments, because I only asked that question because I know another student's probably going to ask that question in the future. You probably got to ask that question because, I know a number of kids have reached out to say, hey, why can't I order Popeyes? I like the chicken sandwich, Right. So that's why I just want to make sure that, students know what's going on, and there's always a method behind the rules. We're not just doing it just because, we want to, oppress you or whatnot. So I just really want to thank you both for taking the time, an hour or so to give us, enlighten us on these wonderful opportunities. So thank you.
It was a great question. Thank you.
Looks like we have our wrap-up question and comments from Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Schalheim.
I wanted to echo what Ms. Hummer and Mr. Smith just said. So for constituents listening at home, following along, I'm surely going to post something about this later. Please reach out to Principal Bathurst and use your voice and advocate for what you want. And like we all should and we all should do. I had a flashback to a very well-known 80s movie. The title I'm not going to say, but there was a pizza delivery in the classroom. I think all of us of a certain age know where I'm going. It wasn't a good look in that movie. It's not a good look in reality. But I also wanted to take the time to say that food and nutrition services on school campuses has also evolved in a very lovely way since those days. I remember green hot dogs in my elementary school in Los Angeles. It was gross. But now there's the grab and go options at several schools, including Broadneck, which are fabulous. And so just much praise to that evolution of things as well. And with regard to for it being used for clubs, again, the equity issue, like, and some students can't avail themselves of clubs when when other students can, and other schools via these blocks. What a great use of that time for clubs and extracurricular activities. So thank you again so much for this presentation. Long time coming, really happy to have it now, and just a lot of gratitude to you both. So
Thank you.
And let me, if I could just add to that,
Sure.
Mrs. Schallheim. Mr. Hand, I'm sure would be delighted that you invite.
You stole my thunder there.
History class. So Mr. Hand would be very appreciative. But let me also say, just because you bring it up, that when you talk about food nutrition services, Ms. Reese and her team do an amazing job. They do try and they talk to the students. They do try and offer a variety of students to grab and go and some other things, as you said. But there are also actually rules. There are laws that don't allow us to have competing food in a building when food service is in operation. So that's another reason that we can't have deliveries, but we can't have competing foods in buildings while food service is in operation.
Yeah, that's awesome point. And then, as far as suggestion boxes, I'm sure that a suggestion produce the grab and go. So if other students have other suggestions, fly them by your board member. I'll send it to our lovely and wonderful Ms. Howell, and she will direct it to the right staff member. So use your voice for all kinds of things. See where it can get you. So, thank you so much. And I love the reference. Gotta go watch that movie now.
Well, I believe that pizza was ordered because it's our time.
It's our time.
Yeah, it's our time.
I could probably quote it from beginning to end. Thank you so much.
So speaking of our time, before I move beyond section 3, we did receive some public comments, and I want to make sure that that is publicly reported on. Ms. Howell, could you please provide the summary report of the comments that we received on items 3.01 and 3.02?
Yes, so we received 23 comments for item 3.01. We received 3 comments for general public comment, and we did not receive any comment for item 3.02. Any other comments that were received that did not contain the required information or were not received by the cutoff at 12 noon yesterday were not posted to the public. However, they are always still sent to the board members for their review and consideration.
Great. And of course, further instructions on how you can submit public comments can be found at www.aacps.org/public testimony. At this time, the board is going to stand at ease for exactly 30 minutes, and I will ask the board members to please log off and log back in by 2:05 at the latest, at which time, once we have quorum, we will be resuming with items contained in section 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you all very much.
Question.
Yes, sir.
You mean log back in completely? Be shut. You want us to shut down? I worry about getting back in.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine. I just want to make sure that we are not presenting an OMA or quorum constriction. So that is fine to mute your you can mute your video as well as your audio, but I would just proceed cautiously and suggest members just hit the leave button and then go back in using your calendar link. Mr. Leib, I know you're experiencing problems, and anybody else that is too can do the same, but we'd like to get people off this platform for the purposes of the stand at ease break. And so with that in mind, we are officially at ease, resuming at 2:05. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome back. Board of Education is no longer at ease and is now resuming. Since we have taken a break, I'm going to call roll before we proceed. In order, Ms. Hummer.
Oh, here. All right.
Mr.
Here.
Miss Ellis.
Here.
Here.
Ms. Schallheim.
Present.
Ellen.
Here.
Mr. Lott.
Here.
Great, thank you. Item 5.01, Safety and Security Report. Dr. Arlotto and Ms. Jackson, please.
Good afternoon, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I'm providing a monthly update on security as requested. We continue to work with law enforcement and fire investigators to assist with investigations involving AACPS properties. Continue to collaborate through virtual meetings with security directors throughout the state of Maryland regarding emergent issues and promising practices. The office is engaging in online professional development via webinars and other virtual platforms. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. And please extend gratitude to your team, especially security. I know with these challenging virtual times, they're missing that interaction with our students and our families as they engage. So greatly appreciated.
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. I'm going to open up the floor to questions. If we have more than a couple, I'll go roll call. Looks like I have, takes me a second to scroll, my apologies. We're going to start with Ms. Antwine first. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell. Ms. Jackson, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you very much. I hope you are well as well.
I am. Thank you. My question concerns as we move forward and we enter into our different phases via the state guidance. I understand that many of the employees that were not in buildings previously are now migrating back into the buildings. Could you share some of the safety measures that are being taken to ensure as they come back in, what safety measures are being taken, such as perhaps additional masks or PPEs, sanitizers, and the likes? Nothing that we cannot discuss here, but in general, please.
Thank you so much for the question. You are correct that more people are entering the buildings. I want to take it step by step. So we really have, the school buildings, and we have our business office buildings. We are encouraging a rotating schedule. We want offices covered so that our public, our students, our staff can access any services that they need. But schools and our offices will be accepting appointments by appointment only. We're also continuing to encourage our employees to wear masks, frequent hand washing, all of the things, my children and I were talking about this the other night. Everything that we're encouraging our students to do, it's a really good idea for adults to do as well. And so we are encouraging that. We are encouraging offices to purchase anything that they would need to that would make their employees more comfortable with coming back. And as we continue to open up, the goal is to continue to provide uninterrupted services to our public, right? So our students, our staff, our community, and as such, keeping our employees safe. And so we will continue to make that balance. We meet regularly with our principals and our senior staff to ensure that our employees are following guidelines, they're wearing the mask where appropriate, things of that nature.
Wonderful. And then as a follow-on, if an employee may not have COVID but has been exposed to it in some sort of way and they have to quarantine, with them coming back to the office, will they be allowed to telework so that they can, in terms of continuity, they can continue to work from home?
Yes, ma'am. And as I know you are aware, there are there's guidance, state, local guidance, as well as law that covers that. And so they would work closely with our human resources department and their supervisor in order to make that return or adjustments as needed.
Wonderful. And then I'll move on in terms of safety and security for the students. Dr. Arlotto, thank you for sharing with me the plans for the summer as well as for the with us rather the plans for the summer and the fall for the safety and security of the students. But I failed to ask about if we do move into a virtual environment, how do we as a school system address those the virtual predators that may be out there? Is that a concern that comes that we as a school system should address, or is it strictly for the parents to be concerned with?
Well, remember, when our students are engaging with us, we do have the systemic technological security measures in place. Whereas that's frustrating for some people that we are so secure, it is a welcomed inconvenience, as I would call it. So now, that being said, outside of the learning opportunities in the school day, if my students or my personal children, have an iPad in which they used it for virtual learning, but then they also use it, to watch Ronaldo videos, right? And so, so that would be something that I would have to supervise as a parent.
Sure, understood. Thank you.
And Dr. Arlotto, did you need to say something else, or were you?
I just know you hit the nail on the head that it's a combination of both the school system as well as parents. But in terms of what we have in place systemically, the access, that's why we want students signing on through our Google platform and through our class link, because it has all of the safeguards that we would deem appropriate if it was in the building or out from home or a distant location, that we have all of those safeguards built in to protect our students.
Wonderful. Thank both of you.
Thank you.
At this time, members may unmute any further questions. Not seeing any hands or unmutes. Item 5.02, bullying prevention report.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good afternoon again, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support, and I am providing you an update on bullying prevention as requested. The 2019-2020 school year ended with 717 total bullying reports. This, as compared to last year's number, was 1,136. In our quest to eliminate incidents of bullying, intimidation, and harassment in our schools, Anne Arundel County Public Schools is moving towards full implementation of a bullying investigation dashboard for all schools. The prevention of bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, sexual harassment, and intimidation requires a concerted effort to support a whole school-based prevention and intervention program that involves all stakeholders in a school community. Principals and assistant principals either have been or will receive bully investigation dashboard virtual training, that's a mouthful, offered by the Office of Safe and Orderly Schools and the Instructional Technology Division. And most of this will occur next week in accordance with the superintendent's priorities and in alignment with AACPS strategic plan to create and support schools that are safe and have climates in which to learn by prohibiting bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, sexual harassment, and intimidation. The purpose of the bullying dashboard training is for schools to provide a one-stop shop for administrators to log in, review, update, and complete all investigations for any bullying forms received. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I always, in this report, I always like to hear when numbers are coming down. And so that is awesome. And I know that speaks droves to the hard work of your team's continuing efforts. Do we have any questions or comments from the board at this time? Ms. Antoine.
So I had a question about the virtual training. Is that going to be via simulation, or what does that entail? Is it just they all call in and they go through reviews, or?
So thank you so much for the question, Ms. Antoine. So it's very similar to the platform in which we're experiencing now. Most of our training does take place via teams in which the facilitator, and we talk about lessons learned from a pandemic. It's a really efficient way. I have learned, as much as I am a person who loves the personal interaction, I also appreciate the time that I get back from not having to commute and things of that nature. And so we found that it's a very efficient way to get the training complete. And I know Dr. Gillens is in her report is going to talk about another training that we did. And so it will be a simulation. It will begin with a virtual simulation of the platform. And I know many of you are familiar with and understand this whole concept of platform, but speaking as a person who this is, I'm in my 23rd year. This will be my 23rd school year with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And we've gone through a lot of transition when it comes to being able to condense our work and work virtually. And as such, when prior to this platform being recognized, and again, thank you to Student Services and Instructional Technology, you would have to click on this platform to do this. And then an administrator would have to then go into another area to do something else, and then you would have to combine all of this. Well, this is basically a one-stop shop so that administrators, as well as the central office personnel, can see what's happening, trends, our cases being closed out appropriately, and things of that nature. So to rewind back to your initial question, which afforded me the opportunity to elaborate on those items, it will be a simulation, and then they'll have time, because you'll be sitting at your computer and you'll have access to the actual database. You'll have some time to explore after the training, you'll have some time to explore the dashboard itself.
Wonderful. And this is for this particular time is for the administrators and central office personnel only at this time? Will
Just administrators at this time, because they're the ones who receive, follow up, and as appropriate, reports of bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, sexual harassment, and intimidation.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Any further questions from members? You can unmute. I believe Ms. Scholheim, you have your hand up here. Great. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, as always, for your presentation, and it's good to see your faces always. Thank you. I think a dashboard sounds fabulous. It like you said, it streamlines the process quite a bit. I'm wondering if down the road, the bias reports can also be fed into this. I understand that some of these things are reportable to the state, some of the other things might not be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't it be great to have like a one-stop shop for all things of this nature all together?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And you make some very good points, and that's absolutely something that we can consider as we move forward. As you have probably come to know me over the last couple of years, I like to do things in a manner that is in order. And so as we started with a small number of schools, if you remember in a couple of reports ago, I indicated we had a focus group of schools who began with the dashboard. And as we roll it out, I want to make sure that it is doing everything that we want it to do. And then as we continue to meet the needs of our students, because students come first, if adding other areas to this seems like it's appropriate, absolutely. And so your point is very well taken, and it was actually a consideration prior to today. So thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Any further questions of the board? Okay, seeing none at this time. Thank you very much. Item 5.03 is Diversity and Inclusion Report. Ms. Jackson and Dr. Gillens.
Good afternoon, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. We have seen firsthand in the media how racism permeates through our society through images of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Christian Cooper, and the murder of Richard Collins III that occurred on May 20th, 2017, where Collins and his friends waited for an Uber to arrive at the University of Maryland College Park campus. Our history of racist ideology has a long-standing impact on our communities, as stated by the Anne Arundel County Department of Health. They state racism is pervasive in our society and it takes a toll on the mental and physical health of Blacks. Beyond individual acts of racism are the structures of racism in our financial, housing, employment, and health systems. The results are seen in lower life expectancy, poorer maternal outcomes, and higher rates of death from COVID-19. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement recognizes the importance of discussing race in classrooms and among colleagues. On June 19th, a district-wide professional development was held with Matt Kay, a classroom teacher and author of Not Light But Fire: How to Lead Meaningful Race Conversations in the Classroom. Mr. Kay gave insight into how to initiate and facilitate meaningful, productive dialogues about race. This was truly a meaningful district-wide professional development opportunity. The annual Unlocking Our Potential Conference was scheduled for June 25th. Along with our partners in professional growth and development, we were disappointed with having to cancel this conference due to COVID-19. However, with every challenge, we find innovative ways to overcome them. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement did just that. On June 25th, 3 unique professional development webinars were offered throughout the day. Our June 19th speaker, Matt Kay, kicked off the day. He continued the conversation regarding leading meaningful conversations about race. The next session featured Shauna King, who spoke of hope as a critical tool for improving effort and attitude. Dr. Shields and Gilmore explored what it means to teach and lead for equity within the current challenging context of a pandemic and heightened awareness of racial injustices. Sessions average approximately 500 participants for each session. The day ended with a collaboration with Professional Growth and Development by hosting Dr. Paul Gorski, who unpacked what leading for anti-racism, equity, and social justice looks like for school administrators. My office continues to be committed to working collaboratively with other offices to ensure equity and access for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gillens. Greatly appreciated. And your words of leadership in our community are well echoed and heard. Thank you. I want to open up the floor to questions and information first. We do have several, so we're going to take roll call order. And Ms. Hummer, please.
Yes, I'm going to defer mine until the end, please, after Mr. Lott. Thank you.
Okay. And with that said, let's continue. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Gillens, for your wonderful report. So I just had a few questions. How many teachers were at the training on June 19th?
So it was, for June 19th, it was mandatory for all teachers. So all teachers in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. We had to do YouTube Live to accommodate that.
Awesome. And my same question was for June 25th as well. Same thing?
No, so that was, since we were in summer break, that was, I want to say optional, but also part of the 20 hours that teachers do have to gain over the summer for credits. And one of the credits definitely had to be equity. So it was a mixture of individuals who needed the credit, but also individuals who had far surpass their 20 hours, but really are vested in wanting to continue this journey around having these conversations around equity.
Awesome. Great.
So it was a mixed bag. Yeah.
So with these conversations, did they talk about like specifically where they would happen? Like I guess throughout classroom materials, but did they talk about specific like advisory lessons, around race?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. So it has been a variety. Definitely no presenter has specifically spoken about advisory because that's pretty unique to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. When you have consultants who present in different states and different jurisdictions, they don't know specifically about advisory. However, they definitely talk about how we show up every day. How do we lead and teach through always thinking through the lens of equity? So that should overlay whether it's advisory, whether it's social studies. There also were sessions definitely about curriculum, right? How can we leverage our current curriculum, making it relevant, addressing current issues and not being afraid to doing that. I appreciate with the conversation about relationships do matter. So we know the adult relationship with their students matter in engaging in this dialogue. Oftentimes, current events, they kind of put us off track with students because we have to meet their social emotional needs as to what's going on around them. So that was a lot part of that dialogue is no matter what you teach, how are we showing up for our students every day? How are we establishing a safe environment in which students can speak their truth and allowing for voice and critical thinking about information that's coming in?
Thank you. So my next question is, I see everything going on. We all see the environment. And if we do go back to school in person, I can kind of see this happening. A student showing up in a Black Lives Matter t-shirt, right? And I want to know if the student will be made to take that off or, is that protected?
A student will not be made to take that off. And I appreciate that question. We just literally won a webinar about 2 weeks ago, members of the exec team about Black Lives Matter, recognizing how to enter into that conversation, because I can appreciate that question. And I'm a realist. Sometimes, that term in itself sometimes have people's back go up, right? And I don't know if you were able to tune into the parent how to talk to your students about race. That was one of the things we purposefully did. We introduced the language of Black Lives Matter to have it so the community can have a better understanding as to what that means. So thank you for that question. And the answer is no. Students will not be asked to remove a shirt that says Black Lives Matter on it.
Great, thank you. And just one more question. So, we have talking about having these talks with students. And I come from a lens of a student of color, having these talks. And, I've lived through the experiences. But did they talk specifically how to have these conversations with majority white students?
That is a good question. So I would say none of the presenters, well, no, that's not true, because we have talked about demographics. Because we know every school demographic is very different. And so if you have a student with a majority of, I don't know, let's say children of color, the conversation may sound different. If you may have it in the reverse, right? And how does that conversation sound? Especially when some people may feel like, well, there's no need for me to talk about diversity. My school environment isn't very diverse. Well, what does that look like? What does that conversation sound like? So yeah. Now that, I'm reflecting on your question, for sure, it just may sound different as far as demographics and the makeup of demographics and meeting students where they are and what current issues are happening, because every school, has its set of challenges. And then how do you enter into those conversations based on the students who are in front of you? So yes.
Because I can just, imagine from what I've seen, on social media with students from all across the county, you have students that say Black Lives Matter, then you have students that combat that with all lives matter. So, my concern there is that if during the course of these talks, they might get a little, they might meet like an impasse, where half the students are on this side, half the students are on that side. So I just want to make sure that there's a way just to, to make us understand and just break down these barriers, until we finally see that we're all right on the inside. It doesn't matter what's on the outside.
Yeah, and these are the conversations we're definitely building teacher capacity. You know, if a teacher were to experience or witness this happening in front of them, last year I presented, or I guess it was this year. I feel like it's been 5 years since we've been in this pandemic. But months ago, when we were in brick and mortar, I talked about an early dismissal module around speak up. And how do we teach our teachers to help our students? So in a situation like that, there's a strategy called either educate, right? So let's educate each other as to exactly what does this mean? Because I just think there's a lot of misunderstanding as to what certain terms mean. So there's that place of learning, right? Let's learn from each other. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the standstill. Let's provide a space for a learning opportunity to hear different perspectives versus this, having to be combative.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's all my questions. I really look forward to what your office does in the future.
Yes, we're going to be partnering.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Greatly appreciated. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank Mr. Smith. You asked some great questions, and to segue into the first comment that I was going to make, Dr. Gillens, it's great to see you. And I just have to say that anytime you present to us, I learn. So I thank you for what you brought to us today. I've learned a lot as usual, and look forward to keep working together as a board to support all of our students, particularly in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Granite? Okay.
No question. No question.
Oh, sure. Okay, thank you. Ms. Schallheim.
Thank you, as always, for your wonderful presentations. I look forward to them, and it's great to see you, as always. And I wanted to say, Mr. Smith, you're already an asset on this board. Thank you for your insight and your questions. Talking with Ms. Jackson and Dr. Gillens repeatedly about various issues that that are in their wheelhouses has proved to be such a wonderful opportunity for me to learn always, and to get understanding. And they're both fabulous, as I'm sure you already know. But it'll grow as your time on the board increases. So I'm delighted to hear that there's no that students that wear shirts that say Black Lives Matter at school will not be made to take them off. I wondered if the same was true for teachers. I'm hoping so, that'll be allowed.
And the reason why I'm pausing is because my first instinct is, how do we define professional attire? But I'm going to pass that to Mrs. Jackson to address that, meaning, like suit, tie. So that's what I mean by professional attire, not to suggest that Black Lives Matter shirt is not professional. I don't want to get my words minced there. So if it's okay with you, Mrs. Jackson, from an employee standpoint as to dress code or the requirement of what we expect for AACPS employees to wear.
Absolutely. So thank you so much to Dr. Gillens. That's a great question, Ms. Schallheim. We have not talked about that specifically in relationship to that, but we do have guidelines in our employee handbook for professional attire, and as long as the attire meets the guidelines, then and is not specifically prohibited, then the employees.
Great, like maybe add a collar to it, some buttons,
That's the on your lanyard, right? On your lanyard,
Ms. Schallheim, that is a greater conversation that is more polarizing than anything that I have ever dealt with in over 20 years. Not the specific Black Lives Matter T-shirt, but just that professional dress. So
absolutely. I mean, I'm the daughter of a retired educator, and she wore like 80s style suits and whatnot for school. I know that's not a thing anymore. Anyway, and I also want to applaud you, Dr. Gillens, for saying their names. We need to say the names. We need to understand those recent and not so recent events, how they impact our students, how they impact our teachers, and how those unfortunate events can be used to teach so that we don't repeat and turn out students that are anti-racist, hopefully, or at the very least tolerant and empathetic and compassionate. And so I just thank you for your work. I have no specific questions. It's just always a joy. Actually, I do have one. You spoke about some wonderful PD opportunities for teachers with regard to equity, and I started thinking, I kind of want to be part of that. I want to learn too. And can I be a fly on the wall, in the Zoom next time or the Google Meet? If that's allowed, can you share that schedule with our board leadership? Yeah.
We would be more than happy to share. We have a wonderful, through professional growth and development, our professional growth and development office, an anti-racism professional library. And we will be more than happy to share that information as well as our speakers. So for example, I am not able to make one of the professional developments, but I did go online and find the speaker and signed up for a free webinar. So we would be more than happy to give you that information as well. As you know, our executive team is engaging in a book study on white fragility. Highly recommend book studies because it helps you gain different perspectives. So I didn't mean to jump in on you there, Dr. Gillens, but I would encourage also, in addition to the online webinars, taking advantage of some of the reading that we have. And again, we can put that together. We can get professional growth and development to put that together for you and give it to the board. I am volunteering them because I do not supervise them. They're under Dr. McMahon's leadership. And so, no, I'm just kidding. They will be more than, they can certainly do that for us.
Fantastic. We can all stand to learn, and be part of what our teachers are part of. When we had that retreat with you all, it was fabulous. So let's do more. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it looks like Ms. Howell may have a job or two to do in an aid in the dissemination. So whatever we can do to assist for myself or her, most certainly. In that. And next we have Ms. Antoine. Any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, President Corkadell. My first comment is, Mr. Smith, I think you were looking at all my notes. To have you on board and to address these real concerns in our environment and in a real-time fashion. Dr. Gillens, thank you very much. Since your last report, there has been a tremendous amount of work from you, Ms. Jackson, and your entire teams and the community efforts, and it is not going unnoticed and it's making an impact. So thank you very much for that. Since Mr. Smith was so eloquent in asking all of his questions, I do have one question. I saw in the news where a teacher was soliciting the books of that will be considered diverse books, more focused books on diversity. I wanted to know if our teachers in our school system have that kind of leverage as well, where they want to share books that maybe the community or parents or even the students bring in and read to the students.
Certainly. And if I know that Ms. Batten is on the call, just in case I misspeak, but there definitely is a process, a vetting process, right? And there's in a variety of ways. I know I've been a guest reader at schools, and oftentimes the school may say, bring your book from home, and I'll let the teacher know, hey, this is what I'm reading. We're good. We read the book and I feel like our district is very, they work with families really well, with especially guest readers bringing a book from home. Now, as far as a teacher adding books to their classroom libraries, again, there's this process of reviewing, just making sure that, it's aligned, it's been vetted. through, and I believe it's like multiple readers that have to go through this process just to make sure if it becomes this permanent instructional tool in the classroom, there is a process that curriculum and instruction goes through. And again, if I'm misspeaking, I'm sure that a colleague will correct me, but from my understanding, that is the process through curriculum and instruction. Yeah. Yes, oh, I get a thumbs up, Dr. McMahon. Thank you. See the gold star.
And also, if I may, Mrs. Antwine, that's also a very good comment. So I'm going to put my parent hat on now. When camps were canceling left and right, I had to do some research and figure out what would be the best approach to help my students during the summer, my personal children. And the public library is offering several options for books. There are many groups such as, South County is Kind, Kindness Grows Here, that offer suggestions for book study with your children, chapter books especially. And it may not necessarily take the issues. I would encourage parents to doing some amazing things. And it would not only promote reading, but also promote those things that we are focusing on in our school system, which is diversity and inclusion. Sorry again, Dr. Gillens.
So then my last question would, as we're moving forward to look at how we are addressing race in our school systems, there have been concerns about what is being taught and how it is being taught in our schools. There is within our county this incredible amount of what has been coined as oral history. I wanted to understand how we could possibly capture some of that because it's not just someone telling tall tales. These are actual historical accomplishments within our county that supports our growth in our county, and it preserves some true, genuine history. I know that in the EAC meetings, it has come up before. I would like to understand how we're moving forward to work with those experts that are producing the oral histories and how we're incorporating those history back into our schools.
Thank you. And again, I know my colleagues in CNI will help if I misspeak. So fortunately, at the end of my report, I talked about how collaboration is really, really important. And I am so proud of the collaboration that my office have had with curriculum and instruction. So much so, literally, one of my newest equity specialists just had maybe a half a day with the social studies curriculum coordinator to talk exactly what you're saying, oral history, looking at our curriculum documents, how we're presenting history, literally. And I have not had an opportunity to touch base because it happened like yesterday. And so we're literally in the midst of having the conversation. Hopefully, Ms. Antwine, by next week, hopefully we'll have an update for our EAC meeting, right, to say how that went, but we just haven't had an opportunity to debrief. But they literally met yesterday. And these are ongoing conversations, but they had a designated amount of time to talk about movement. Also, the equity leads have been a part of the Curriculum Writing Academy it's now in its second week. And so they are assigned to critical content areas to embed in items, to your point, oral history, what is a good fit for certain curriculum content, right, that makes sense for some shifting to be made through that lens of equity. So I'm really proud of that partnership as well, that we're right there alongside the curriculum writers.
Excellent. And speaking of the EAC, Mr. Smith, this EAC group is a collaborative effort between Dr. Gillens and her team and the entire community leadership. It has been instrumental since its inception in changing how we look at those things that create vulnerabilities in our school system, not just race, but a host of entities to include food scarcity and otherwise. You hear my baby. My apologies.
Okay.
But so I would absolutely love, Mr. Smith, if you would be willing to join me when I go to those meetings each month. It's led again by Dr. Gillens and her team, but I think the insight there will definitely shape your agenda for as a student member of the board. Outside of that, I got my baby to check on, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antvine. Mr. Gilliland, any comments or questions?
Hi, Dr. Gillens. Thank
Hi.
you for your report. I've got no questions or comments, so I appreciate your report again.
Thank you.
Mr. Lott.
Thank you for the report, Dr. Gillens. I have no questions or comments.
Thank you.
If I may entertain, before I call on Ms. Hummer, I was negligent in giving Ms. Howe an opportunity to report on public commentary for Section 5. If I may just briefly, for one quick second, Ms. Howe, can you please provide the summary report of the public comments that we received for item 5.03 and also 5.04, which will be coming up once we conclude?
Yes, so we received one public comment for item 5.03, which has been shared publicly and was emailed to you, and also one public comment for item 5.04. Again, that was shared publicly and was emailed to you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hummer, greatly appreciate the moment of you accepting the moment of pause for that, and you may proceed.
All right. As always, Dr. Gillens, thank you so much. I follow a number of teachers and staff members on Twitter, and I will have to say those professional development days you mentioned, they raved about them. There were so many positive comments and saying how valuable it was and how they look forward to it. And so I know it was a success looking at the feedback that was coming out through there. So I am now going to ask everyone to indulge me a minute. I'm going to move on to something a little different than your presentation. At this time, I want to address a different topic impacting diversity and inclusion. Dr. Gillens and Ms. Jackson share with us regularly the long-term, in-depth education and training that we as a school system are committed to on a daily basis to instill acceptance and celebration of diversity and elimination of hate and bias in our students and staff. This is the hard work that is often not readily seen by the everyday public because it is incremental and builds throughout a child's schooling. This is the most important work that we do as a school system. But there are other things more symbolic, but also important that we can do to create an inclusive and welcoming environment for every child and every staff member. Just like so many cities and towns and churches and colleges throughout the country, now is a time for us to revisit our own history and thoughtfully consider if we are honoring and memorializing persons and events that reflect our goals and values. I am not someone who supports wholesale renaming or removal of all monuments and memorials to figures from our past. I believe all people are imperfect, however, and that these memorials need to be revisited to ensure they accurately reflect our history and also reflect the values we espouse as a community and a nation. We have one of those memorials within AACPS that I believe we need to revisit. Oh.
Ms. Hummer, you froze for a second, so I'm going to give it a second. We'll stand at ease to see if we have a resume. I'm going to wait another couple seconds. If not, I will present a motion to hold this item until, and we can take it up perhaps in a couple minutes. It looks like she's trying to reboot. We'll give one more second. And if not, we can resume this under after we have completed section 7. Okay, if the board would like, I would like to entertain a motion that we hold item 5.03 open and resume it when immediately following item 6.08.
So moved.
And, oh, wait, we
Sorry.
have, okay, we almost, we were going to hold it until the end if you weren't able to resume, but you may proceed.
We just had an internet outage and everything went out and it just came back on. So I'm sorry about that. I was trying my best to get it back on. So let me continue. Walter Mills was a lifelong educator in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, teaching and serving as principal at Parole Elementary for 46 years. That in itself would be an amazing legacy. But Mr. Mills not only impacted and changed student lives, but he also changed the lives of all Black educators in Anne Arundel County and impacted civil rights and justice for Black educators throughout Maryland and the country. In 1939, Mr. Mills, represented by young Thurgood Marshall, sued AACPS for Black educators to be paid the same as their white counterparts. On June 12, 1940, Judge Calvin Chestnut of the U.S. District Court in Baltimore ruled in his favor, and his decree perpetually enjoined the school board from discriminating in payment of salaries against the plaintiff and other colored teachers in the county. We rightly remember Mr. Mills and honor his service and courage, in part through the name of his longtime school, now known as Mills Parole Elementary. I believe Mr. Gilliland was the student member of the board when that name change was enacted. Today, it's offensive to think that educators would be paid less due to the color of their skin, but at that time it was accepted by many without question. George Fox was the superintendent of AACPS at that time, and he infamously testified in court against Mr. Mills' request for equal pay. He stated, "The worst white teacher is better than the best Black teacher." His words are hurtful, disrespectful, and false, but unfortunately a reflection of much of public opinion then, and perhaps by some now. Like all people, Mr. Fox was imperfect. I am certain in his long career as an educator, he did many good things for children and impacted many lives. I hope that his attitudes towards Black educators changed and progressed over the course of his career. He should not be erased from our history, and he should be remembered both for the good and the not so good that he accomplished. However, when our focus is to teach our children that they all have worth and potential and value, perhaps having them attend a school named after a man who so publicly stated his thoughts on the value and worth of Black educators is muddying that message. Keeping a school named for him now that we are aware of his views of Black educators and thus of Black children undermines our teaching of the unlimited potential of every child. I can only imagine how it would feel to be a Black educator and walk in each day to a building named after a man who considered my teaching to be inferior to any white teacher simply due to the color of my skin, or to be a Black child attending the school named for a man who felt that children of my race didn't deserve to be taught by what he deemed the best teachers. It's time to reckon with our histories and acknowledge that people are imperfect. Imperfections can be forgiven. People can grow and change, but even with that lens of forgiveness, the name of a school may not be an appropriate tribute. Thus, I believe we should create a committee of parents, students, community members, staff, perhaps a local historian, a diverse group who can more deeply study Mr. Fox and his career and report back to the board a recommendation as to the name of the school. I am not demanding a name change, but I am stating we need to confront our own history and thoughtfully consider whether the symbols we have reflect the values we espouse today. So based on that, I move that the board request the superintendent form a committee of parents, students, community members, and staff to study the name of George Fox Middle School and make a recommendation to the board by March 2021 as to whether the school should be renamed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I suspect that we may have several comments from board members at this time, so we're going to move through roll call. Ms. Hummer was the motion originator and will therefore be provided final words in debate. And so we will start now with Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, any comments, questions, or otherwise?
I think Ms. Hummer really summed it all up in her, brief statement about the issue. And she said it right. We're not trying to erase his name out of history. We're just trying to, change how we memorialize people. And, George Fox Middle School has been around for like 50 years. So, maybe it's time to make a change. So I full-heartedly agree with Ms. Hummer's movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis.
Apologies, took me a moment.
No worries.
Yes, I agree that I would not support making a decision to rename the school or any school in the moment, but I certainly support investigating the name of this school and determining at a later time with the proper input what it should be. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, before I suggest any potentially different action, I just wanted to inquire of Ms. Hummer, did you consider a potentially faster timeline for that? I guess my concerns are a couple. One is I just wonder, you've laid out a lot there. I wonder how much more there would be to take into account. Would it really take until March 21? And to be frank, I'd like to be able to, hear the outcome. And I won't be on the board. You won't be on the board. Mr. Gilliland won't be on the board. Mr. Live won't be on the board in March 2021. So I'm wondering if we can do it a bit quicker.
The rationale behind that was we are facing reopening of schools, and that is necessarily the focus that our school staff and our central office staff and our families are interested in. And I don't want in any way to take away from that. I want this issue to be given the time and care it needs, but also the main focus right now of getting schools back in. So I don't want to add an added burden onto staff on top of things. My motion says by March 2021. It certainly could be sooner than that, but I didn't want to put something too soon that would make something rushed or take away from the vital work that we need to do to get schools opened right now. I think that's got to be our main focus, and that this is something important, but not necessarily should be the main thing for in the next couple of months. I'm certainly open to moving that up somewhat, but again, I don't want to put too much of a burden here at the beginning of school on the staff and the community when they're focused on how we reopen.
Okay. Given that, I don't know if Dr. Arlotto needs to weigh in on this timing, but would you consider a friendly amendment to have that be by the board's first meeting in December of 2020?
I would like to actually have Dr. Arlotto weigh in on that and let us know, what he thinks for the staff on there. Dr. Arlotto, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I appreciate what's been offered, and I think we are the recommendation for us to put an exploratory committee together, my words, to take a look at the renaming of George Fox Middle School, I think is absolutely appropriate. I will also say that I think the March 2021, by that time, is a deadline that we can work with. If the board chooses something differently, the board chooses something differently. But for the reasons that Mrs. Hummer has spelled out, I'm really looking for ways to take things off of staff's plate because they're working so hard to figure out how we're going to open for the new school year. We're not able to get away like we would in a normal summer. Not everybody's able to take the breaks and the vacations with their families, so they're working, and they're working really hard. So I would prefer the March deadline.
Thank you, Dr. Arlato.
Okay, I want to think about that. So I'll defer any further comments at this time. Thanks.
Okay, we'll make sure that we make a second round and include additional comments you may choose to make. Ms. Schalheim?
I really appreciate the history. As you all know, I grew up in California, so I have lots of history of that locale, and not so much as to the man whose name is used on a side of our building. So I really appreciate the background that you provided for that. So thank you, Mrs. Hummer. I also appreciate that it's going to be a sort of a community effort to investigate and to come up with some options or a recommendation for the board. I like that. So I was one of several people who I think seconded this. So hopefully, for Ms. Howell's sake, if she can kindly note that several members of the board seconded this motion for the purposes of the minutes, I would appreciate that. And I think this is good. To Mr. Grannon's point, the first meeting of December would be the first meeting that the newly elected people from 2, 3, and 6 would be here. So Mrs. Hummer is shaking her head no. I thought that was the case, that they would start the first meeting of December. So I'm wondering if I don't think that the old board would still be intact at that.
The day that they take their oath is the day that our departing folks' service will end. So that occurs on December 1st, or the first available day of business day of December, as appropriate.
Okay, I thought you said like the first meeting of December.
That's
so that wouldn't correspond. Anyway,
correct. No, I'm saying you're correct in that the new board, the newly elected board members would be joining us for our first meeting in December. I believe.
Okay. So and also like I'm not sure putting more on staff's plate in the interim is a good thing. You all have enough to. So anyway, just in short, I'm supportive of this, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antwine? Any comments or questions?
I do have, I'll start with questions for Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer, thank you first of all for looking into this. I wanted to know, considering the issues before us, why this particular school name was brought to your attention, and as compared to we have other schools that are named for great people who have influenced our system, why we're choosing this particular one. I'm kind of misunderstanding, I think.
This one, someone from the community shared some information with me regarding the comments that Mr. Fox had made during the case with Mr. Mills. And so I did some further research myself. So it was really because I found out about this. That's why that came out, that it really came to my attention that there were some issues with some of the past actions of Mr. Fox that I think deserve to be looked into further. So it was really just because this is the one that was brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you. So then my second question would be the date. You and some of the other current members would not be on board, and we're looking at probably about 6 months of research. So would it not be feasible to at least see this research done and brought back to us in November when you all can weigh in on it?
As I said, I am trying to be very considerate of the school system and what they're doing. I I have full faith in any members that come after me that they will do what is best for the school system. So I don't feel that I have to weigh in on ahead of time. I'm putting this out there. But if others feel differently, but again, the main thing for us is our students in the buildings and opening school right now, and I don't want anything to detract from that. So, because we want this committee to be community members and parents as well, everyone over the next few months is going to be very, very busy and have a lot on their plates to get school back and get back to work. And would we get the input and the participation that we'd really like to get for people right here at the beginning of school and reopening? That's a question as well. I want to make sure that this is done thoroughly and well, and we include everybody as much as we can who wants to have input into that decision. So that's where it comes from.
Oh, excellent. Well, thank you for that, Ms. Hunter. With that, President Corkadale, if you're planning to do a second round, I had some friendly amendments I wanted to share. So I'll save that for that time.
You're muted.
Well, we are going to make one more round. I know there's one. I know Mr. Granite had also deferred potential. Mr. Gilliland, any questions or comments at this time?
Thank you, Madam President. And I apologize. I'm going to have to go into a budget briefing in about 15 minutes, so I will have to drop from this meeting. But I will just say, I've been part of a couple of renamings, and I know that this is not what's being discussed today. This is a precursor to perhaps that happening, and I want to commend Mrs. Hummer for her diligence in framing this in such a way. But she mentioned I was on the board when we named the current name Walter Mills Parole Elementary, and I was in the legislature and came down at the community's request to testify in front of the board when we named Harmon's Elementary after Frank Harmon. Frank Hebron, and now Hebron Harmon's Elementary. And I was a private citizen at the time. We named the Riva Road building after Carol Parham, who was my superintendent when I was the student board member. And I think many will remember the stability she brought to the school system during a very trying time in the early 1990s, and certainly well-deserved naming as she departed her time as superintendent. I say that to say that I know the diligence that goes into renaming, and I think all three of those individuals certainly were deserving and memorialized in the appropriate way. I was not here in the 30s. I don't know the history of George Fox, and it was only after Mrs. Hummer shared that story with me. I like how this is staged, in that it is the renaming committee is very exact in that it must be parents, and in Mrs. Hummer's case, she's asked this to be a little bit broader to explore because we can involve others, and potentially, as she referenced, a historian that can validate this. I think if those words are true, and they could very well be true, that's repulsive, that a superintendent of this school system would have made those comments. I don't think there's no way possible that can be excusable. So if that's the case, I think this is a direction that the board ought to take today. Yeah, we'll be gone soon. 4 of us will. I'd love to weigh in on it. At least the initial step. There's just no way timing wise we would be here for any renaming. But having said that, I also appreciate that a lot is going to be happening in the fall, and I would not want, as this is a motion to direct the superintendent, I just don't want to put him in a box and create the impossible for him so that he's scrambling in October and November to get something to us before we depart. So I do appreciate Mr. Granon's comments. I'm just worried about the other stuff that's going to be happening this fall, and if this is rushed, again, involving, the people that this could potentially involve. It's broader than a renaming or a naming committee. That would just be parents only. So again, I support Mrs. Hummer's motion and, look forward to next steps. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Gillen. Mr. Lott?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to reinforce Mr. Gilliland's comments. I mean, I was with the school system in '95 for Mills Parole, and there when the Riva Road was named for Dr. Parham, my boss. And I will support Ms. Hummer's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Live. I do have comments for this particular item too, and that is support. An overwhelming amount of it. I think that this is the moment in time to open the doors for these conversations, and I trust that Dr. Arlotto and his staff will well represent to ensure that we have good information and feedback from the community. And I also think that this could be one of those teachable moments that Dr. Gillens talks about as it relates to the community in having such a conversation. I was not around for those measures that were being referenced, but I do know that, progress means having these conversations and making these decisions. And so I would hope maybe perhaps if our departing members cannot join us on the dais, perhaps the evening that we have those discussions, they could come back as a guest and have an opportunity perhaps to address the board at that time, being that all of you would have been a part of it. And I thank you all for that and am very appreciative of the consideration to staff and to our team and under our circumstances of the fall, and appreciate that measure being taken and considered. So with that in mind, Ms. Hummer, there are several other comments and questions that the board members would like to make at this time. So I will reopen. I don't think everybody does, so I'm going to give me a second to scroll. We have got a lot online today. My understanding is Mr. Grannon and Ms. Ellis and Ms. Antwine, all three requested additional. So let's just go in the roll call order of that. Ms. Ellis, Mr. Grannon, and then Ms. Antwine. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you very much. I first would like to say that Mr. Gilliland really eloquently summed up my feelings about this. So I do appreciate the motion. I did start out earlier saying that I would not support renaming any school in the moment, and I, still feel that way. But I agree that if upon this investigation it is confirmed that these are the words used by Mr. Fox, then absolutely that is extremely concerning for our community, and I would fully support renaming the school. So I appreciate that we are going through this exercise. I believe the vote will be in favor of that. Can I ask what staff would be involved in this committee?
That I would leave up to the superintendent, and I would assume that Dr. Gillens would be involved in helping with her contacts in the community and other areas that they would be able to find a good representation from that would represent all areas of this. I agree with you when you said that I'm not in the moment. I don't think we should knee jerk on anything. I think we should set an example to be thoughtful in what we're doing and and making sure I will give a big thanks to our new student member, Mr. Smith. We spoke earlier and he brought up, he said, there are many people that have come back later in life and apologized and realized and atoned for that. Do we know that Mr. Fox did that? I don't know that. And so that's why I say, let's look at his life in totality. And that's not doing a knee jerk without greater in-depth discussions and study on that. And so my motion is to direct the superintendent to form this committee, and I trust that he and his staff will find the right people who can really look at this in the way it needs to be looked at.
Right. So I'm kind of torn with the timeline because I greatly it clearly from his first statements it's important to Mr. Grannon to be a part of this, and I would like for that opportunity to happen, but again, we don't want to do anything in haste, and we do need the opportunity for the process to play out. So, I will go with what seems like the sensible and logical timeline, but I do empathize with Mr. Grannon, and I would ask that any current board member who will not be here does attend that meeting. I would love to hear your testimony as we are getting ready to vote on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Okay, I'll try to be pretty brief. And if it didn't come through my comments before, I'm thoroughly impressed and grateful for the legwork that Ms. Hummer has done already on this issue. And I think that is certainly kind of influencing my views on this. I guess, obviously with the caveat that, assuming everything that Ms. Hummer has reported today in this meeting is accurate, and I have no reason to not believe it. We have to remember, obviously the country was very different then. I'm not excusing it. What I'm trying to make clear is that it's extremely credible what she's reported, right? That these were, these were the considered, thoughtful views of very educated people at the time at all levels of society, all the way up to the President of the United States. So while it sounds reprehensible to us, it's very believable that this was the testimony of a school superintendent in a federal court discrimination lawsuit. So I guess what I want to emphasize is, while it might be surprising to us sitting here now with all this passage of time, not just his remarks, but his position that he took in that litigation would have been well known to everyone in this community, including the school board at the time, the school board that approved the naming of that school after him. And I think that is really something that, we should consider all this, how kind of reprehensible that is. And I understand this point about, okay, people can apologize and do all that kind of thing, but that, great, he could apologize, but, that was a position that he took in a litigation and lost. I guess I'm kind of proud to say that my fellow Howard Law School alum, Thurgood Marshall, had something to do with defeating him in his position there. And I guess what I'll say is I'm certainly going to support Ms. Hummer's motion. I think it's extremely laudable that she's brought this to our attention. I guess I'll speak very frankly as someone who deals with deadlines all the time. Deadlines, you very rarely do things before deadlines. And at least that's kind of a problem that lawyers have. But I guess what I'm trying to get across is if the committee can be formed, let's say by October, just for the formation of it. If they come in and they decide as a community that they want to act more quickly, I think that we should, not set up a process in which that is discouraged. So I guess I don't know that this has to be a friendly amendment or what, but I would just say that if perhaps we could just say that by March 2021, but we want that, or maybe we can just direct the superintendent that this motion passes, that the committee should be formed by October and begin its work. Obviously, if they come back with something sooner than that, and then since I guess I won't be here to vote on this, I'd like Ms. Howell to record in a way that's clear in the minutes that were I on the board at the time of that vote, I would absolutely, regardless of any apology or anything later done. The point is that he took a position in court. This isn't something he was saying kind of after work at a bar or something like that. This was a position that he took in court, and he lost. And I think that is again something that would have been well known to the board and to the community at large when the school was named after him, and to have that continue on is just improper. So that's my views on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grannon. And what I'll do is just suggest at this time, when Ms. Howell has compiled the meeting minutes, to send this particular agenda item over to make sure it truly and accurately reflects the statement that she would like on record, if you guys are comfortable with that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Antwine, who also expressed an interest in redressing or other considerations.
Thank you, President Corkdale, and thank you, Ms. Hummer, for taking the time to share with me and the board the rationale behind you introducing this particular school for renaming consideration. Not to be renamed right now, but to look at the history of the person it's named for. So what it puts me in the mind of is what Dr. Snowden back in, I believe, October asked that we do as the Board of Education, and that was to appoint a committee that would look at what may be influencing hate and bias in our school systems. So I think that this is on a smaller scale, a lot of what we can address on a larger scale. I think the outcomes will introduce more than we anticipated. But I would like to ask that you please also consider other schools, and just in case some of our constituents or community leaders or families bring up what some others may have said in the past, and then we have to go back to the drawing board. If we can, since they have so many months once formed to look at this, my recommendation for amendment is that we look at the schools that are bearing names of people, and we research the histories of those names as well.
Miss Antwine, I'm echoing there. I actually thought of that. We don't have a lot out of our whole inventory. We don't have a lot that are named after people, right, but we do have a few. A few years back, our school system did take on a project in connection and worked with a local historian in Annapolis. And many of our schools have displays in their lobbies now that's about the person they're named after. So some of that initial work has been done. I would hesitate to put them all in under my amendment, because I would like this committee to include people from the community who are directly impacted by that school. So not every school in there, but really to hear from the people who live there. And I would say that for any school that we were looking at, that really talk to the people in the neighborhood and get their, as you said, their oral history of different things. And so I'm not opposed at all that the school system look further into all the names, but I really want to keep this one specific to George Fox to make sure that we are focused on that community and their input and feedback and history for there.
Okay, and then just for my knowledge, George Fox Middle is in Annapolis. What?
No, it's in Pasadena.
Pasadena. Okay. Okay, well, thank you. That would have been my amendment, that we look at all the schools. I have a feeling that there are some other historical leaders that have definitely addressed race and in their leadership. and they have not addressed them favorably for people that look a lot like me. And if this should come up, we will be looking at doing the same thing. So what we're doing with this one school is setting a tone for future actions. So thank you.
And I'll throw out there that for any students watching, if you're looking for a special project to do, like for your IB personal project or global community citizenship or something, researching the name of your school would be a great project to do, and could lead to that to greater understanding for how the names came about for everything, good or bad. So I'm not assigning that to everyone. I'm just throwing that out there. Just any of our students who might be interested on looking for a topic for something in the future.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Hummer, was that your concluding remarks, or did you have one more statement that you would like to make? I don't have any further questions and stuff. I don't see other hands up unless I'm missing someone. But once again, greatly appreciated, because, you know, understanding our history and who we are and where we come from leads to greater, better things and improvement. And I think this will go a long way for the community and perhaps an opportunity of healing. Thank you.
That's and I appreciate everyone's support on this. I think this is I think a lot of the everyday instruction and things for our students is not something we as a board are on the ground doing each day, but this is something we as a board can really make a stand and take action for. It's one way that, you know, symbols matter, and I'm grateful that everyone is in support of that, of moving forward on this. So thank you.
Okay. Without further ado, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. We were still in 5.03 diversity inclusion. Do we have any other comments of board members now that the motion has come and passed? Any final? I'm seeing no action of the board. We're moving along to item 5.04, the transportation report. Dr. Olato and Mr. Shiknovs, God, and Alex, sorry. You have the floor. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, providing the transportation update relative to board agenda item 5.04. So I will tie up some loose ends and correlate back to the wonderful presentation that Dr. McMahon and Dr. Olato presented earlier today regarding the school opening. You may have heard that Dr. Salmon indicated that transportation may be one of the key linchpins as part of reopening considerations. So a lot of work has been going in to the transportation arena. Specifically, the decision points that are left unmade yet, and as Dr. Olato alluded to, we're awaiting clarity for, is really occupancy limits for buses. If you think about a conventional bus that would hold, 12 rows, double stacked, 2 kids on each side, I could see about 48 students. Again, just trying to paint a mental picture. The social distancing guidelines that many are proffering at this time would put that occupancy of that bus at around 11 or 12 students. Others are in the camp that with proper face coverings, etc., that it would be safe to have 1 student per each bench seat, which would bring the occupancy up to 24. So clearly that is a fulcrum point in terms of putting together the planning required to assist the rest of the larger committee and the superintendent in finalizing their recommendations. There's another few other COVID-related matters tied into transportation as well, some of which have thankfully improved. Two of our concerns were that buses have to be inspected here in Maryland, and drivers have to be certified and be able to take their training, on-road drivers training requirements. The MVA is back open for business. We have now been successful and are aggressively scheduling buses for their inspections, and drivers once again can go and do their road tests. So that certainly is two other obstacles that have been removed. Because of some of the supply chain disruptions, there are, as you know, as you may recall, here in Maryland, there are requirements that after a certain period of time, buses are placed out of service. They have to be taken off the road. Because of some of the supply chain disruptions, there is the potential that some of the buses that not only us, but the contractors had ordered may not arrive and be able to be put in service prior to August. It does appear that the regulators are more than open to providing short-term duration relief to that, which is great. So for example, if the bus was set to be arrived and placed in service in August, but it's delayed to October, not only us, but other school districts, other public school bus transportation providers could get that extension from the state, which is, again, good news that removes one potential concern item. The last one that I'll address, and one that I don't have a good answer for at all, is the same concerns regarding our drivers that we have with our own faculty and with other employee agents. Many of our bus drivers would fall into some of the potentially risk categories, either by age factor, by underlying medical condition, etc. And so there is a concern, and it's the exact concern that you've read about with teachers returning or other professionals coming back into the school or work environment, is to what extent some bus drivers or bus aides potentially may elect that due to their own health concerns, they would be either unable or unwilling. So we are working with our bus contractors, and our own staff, by the way, but more particularly with our bus contractors, because we know more than 90% of our buses are contracted out. To have the contractors work with their drivers to be able to seek assurances, to be able to get them to telegraph their decisions. Are they in fact coming back to work, etc., as the school year ends? So that is still on the list of concerns. So I would say, you know, of the two big ones that we're left with right now, it really is that school bus occupancy limitation factor that we're seeking some direction from either the health providers or the state educational agency, and then that concern regarding personnel returning in sufficient numbers such that we have sufficient drivers to run the buses. And with that, I will conclude my brief remarks and turn it back over to you, Madam President, and your colleagues.
Apologies, I'm on right now. So Ms. Corkadell had to step away. I see two hands up with questions, so I will start with Ms. Schalheim.
I've actually got a question, Ms. Ellis.
I'm sorry, I skipped you. I didn't know that.
No worries.
Mr. Grannon.
No worries. I can't raise my hand, by the way.
I know.
Just a very quick question for Mr. Shaknovich. Do our regulations permit us to consider things like, for example, could siblings sit together in one seat since they're in the same house, and we can get more students on a bus that way?
So very good question that has been discussed, and that is I didn't want to go down to greater granularity, but for example, if you have to sit every other row, put a fallow row in between two youngsters, the specific question is yes, and we've posed that. If they come from the same household, then could we have two in that seat and then potentially skip a row and then have an unrelated youngster, you know, in the seat behind them? So we have exactly posed that same question. I think personally, my own personal opinion is I would hope that the ruling would come favorable for that. I think it would aid, especially the younger students. It would aid them in possibly having an older sibling next to them. So that is, it's not just a bus count issue, Mr. Grant, and I agree wholeheartedly with that. But I think just for some of that comfort level of the students, I would hope that the medical professionals and regulatory agencies would provide for that kind of consideration.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Ellis. I'm back. Greatly appreciated the fill-in. Absolutely. So we were going roll call, Ms. Schalheim, correct?
Well, I had
Oh.
two hands up, so I was going by hands, but then Mr. Glennon
okay.
jumped in, so
No worries.
I don't know
Okay.
that we need to go all the way around, but
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is there, so who had their hands up left? Oh, she
I
did.
did.
Okay.
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
I
Good
did,
guess.
and Ms. Antoine did too. So
Okay,
yes.
great.
Okay, thank you as always for your report. I wanted to touch on the county council's action the other night regarding transportation and transportation staff. I want to first acknowledge appreciation to the county council for their service to our community and for their obvious, all of them, all 7 of them, care and thought they put into their decisions every day, including this one, regardless of where they fell on the vote. And so I wanted to ask you, well, firstly, I look forward to hopefully virtually, meeting them this fall and seeing, how they can improve our operations. And so I wanted just to see what the timeline would be for getting them in place.
I would say that's to be determined. There's a lot of factors that would go into that. A typical turnaround time for positions here in the organization of that nature is generally 3 months. That would be my simplistic answer to that.
Okay, so when are we posting those openings?
There's a vacancy review process here in the organization, so it would have to go through that. Again, 3 months is sort of the typical turnaround time for a position.
Okay, so you're saying that they still need to go through that review process to then be determined of whether or not those folks would have the opportunity to join our organization. Is that correct?
So if I could jump in, I think what Mr. Sheknovich is saying is in light of the budget constraints that we are predicting from the state, that all of our positions, anything that is vacant now, including these transportation positions that you're alluding to, are all going to be up for debate for us. They're all going to be looked at carefully, and we'll begin to free up. We'll begin to hire on as needed basis. So all of the positions have to be put into that, as we talked about yesterday in small groups of the board about budget, that we are predicting some budget shortfalls during the course of the year based on what either the Board of Public Works, the governor, or the state legislature is going to do. And so all of our positions will be looked at carefully.
Okay, no, I understand that. I also, was listening to the county council's meeting the other night, and the messaging was clear from them that there's this expectation that those folks would get hired to start doing the work of that was, to correct some of the things that the transportation consultant raised. So I'm a little, I guess I'm surprised, and I'm not, that they would now have to, that the goalposts have moved a little bit since 2 nights ago. And so I have some questions about that. I'd like to think about that for a second as Ms. Antoine asks her questions, but Ms. Ellis and/or Ms. Corkadell, I'd like to be recognized at the end of that. Thank you.
Your request is recognized, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Corkdale, and thank you, Mr. Shagnovich, for the presentation as well. What Dr. Arlotto, what you just shared raised some flags for me as well. I know what was shared with us yesterday. So I'll wait on whatever Ms. Schalheim is going to follow up with before expounding on those concerns. But my other concern is contracts. Many of our contracts are based and designed on occupancy of those buses and the students they're transporting. If we are minimizing that or downsizing the amount of students per route, I guess, are we also planning to modify the contracts?
So again, it's Alex Shakno, Chief Operating Officer. So the price of the bus is not dependent upon the number of students on the bus. That's not one of the calculation factors. Things like mileage, hours, the capitalization cost of the bus, fuel, et cetera, is. But whether a bus would have 12 youngsters on it or 24, the cost of that bus is the same. Now, if you needed to transport the students, if you needed to transport 48 students and you can only have 12 on a bus, and a bus now has to make 4 laps to get all 48 students in, then yes, obviously in that case, the costs would go up. The contracts don't need to be renegotiated because the mileage costs, the hourly cost, the fuel costs, all of those are already prescribed. But yes, so if you could have potentially a doubling or a quadrupling of the costs if in fact it was required to transport, in my hypothetical example, all 48 of those students. Now, that is largely dependent upon decisions that are made in terms of school opening, right? If we are operating in a hybrid model, which is one of the options that Dr. Arlotto and Dr. McMahon covered earlier, then potentially that school would only have half the students in a given day. So maybe the same bus would only have to take 2 laps to bring the students instead of 4. So there's a lot of moving parts, Miss Antwine, and you know, a lot to be determined between now and that late July, early August timeframe that was referenced this morning. But again, the number of students on the bus is not a cost factor, but it's how many round trips would that bus have to take with a reduced capacity to arrive, you know, at the required number of youngsters being delivered at school. That would be a cost factor because again, it would involve more hours, more miles, more fuels, etc. Hopefully my analogy helped sort of paint that picture for you.
I appreciate that because I understood from before that we developed the contracts based on the number of students and in the areas that they are being picked up from. So thank you for that clarification. I also appreciate that it helps me understand why some buses may have been overcrowded if they're negotiating under how many routes and things that they were taking. With that said, though, it's not necessarily the buses that I'll be addressing right now, but maybe the bus stops and our walkers as well. They will also be in, before the students are picked up, they'll be in groups likely, and they'll all be standing together. Are there safety plans for the walkers and the students that are standing there together waiting on buses, and in some cases the parents as well?
That's going to be part of the communication and messaging that the school district is going to put out. Clearly, that is an interaction and exchange that's going to have to happen between the parent and the youngster, or the youngsters plural, right? The school district does not have personnel to go out and monitor every sidewalk, pre-position at every bus stop, et cetera. That's simply not plausible. So much like Dr. Arlotto said earlier, that, you know, the parents or guardians are going to have conversations with their respective students about expectations about mask wearing, social distancing, et cetera. I would certainly hope that social distancing while walking, social distancing while, you know, collecting at a bus stop, et cetera, are going to be part and parcel with those conversations that are going to be happening, you know, in the town, in the homes. Certainly, again, we're going to help facilitate those to an extent by encouraging those conversations, providing talking points, things like that in our communications with parents. But ultimately, it is going to be that parent, guardian, and youngster having those type of conversations.
Wonderful. And then my last question is about the supply chain disruptions. Those disruptions, that's causing buses not to be put back into operation overall, or is it a set of buses? I'm not understanding what exactly was disrupted because of the supply chain management.
So from the time you order a bus until the time you get a bus, it can be as much as 10 months, 9 months, 10 months. And that's if everything is going perfectly, right? But many of the factories closed down or had disruptions to their production levels or their supply levels, et cetera. So the time from order to delivery, in some cases, may have been elongated.
Okay.
So you place an order on a bus and you say that I want it here by such and such date, but those orders were placed, back in the fall, back before anybody even contemplated COVID, before anybody experienced plant shutdowns or supply chain shutdowns, et cetera. So there have been delays midstream between the order and delivery time that potentially may cause some of those deliveries to not occur at the exact date that was initially contemplated.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antoine. Before I return to Ms. Schulheim, is there anybody else that had questions or otherwise of? Nope, seeing none. Ms. Schulheim, you have the table.
Okay. I'm just slightly bothered by what I heard, what I thought I heard earlier, and that despite what all of us who were paying attention at least heard and saw from social media and just a huge swath of groups and individual constituents over the last 2 weeks, and then what amounted to, I think it was 90 minutes or 2 hours worth of the county council's time the other night debating and discussing it, that somehow we would stop that effort and say no to not just the transportation folks, but to the mental health personnel as well. Because I think the message I heard out of that meeting loud and clear was that both are needed, both are necessary, not just for the moment we open in any capacity in the fall, but for long-term efficiencies and support to our students. I just wonder what the plan is. So you're essentially saying to me that it's going to go to this committee. What do you expect the committee? What do you expect will come out of that? Do you believe that we will be pursuing in the advertising, hiring, and onboarding of both these and the counselors, the PPW, the social workers, etc., or are both now going to wait? I totally understood the budget shortfall conversations, and it's great to have numbers, but they're also very much hypothetical. We're talking in hypothetics now, and we have no idea what the MGA will do with that. So I just wonder, can you help me understand some more about where you think this is going to go? Because that'll definitely impact how I proceed.
So, Ms. Schulheim, as we have discussed with you and other members of the board, and the public knows full well that we are under the prospect of possibly being cut $18 million from our operating budget is huge. That's half of the new money that this board has seen in their budget for FY21. And so I think it would be irresponsible of me as your superintendent to move forward with the full hiring of all positions in a year where we could lose $18 million somewhere along the way. Now, you're right. It is, I won't say it's completely hypothetical because the governor has said flat funding. So we know that's not a number that was just pulled out of the air. But we don't know, you're right, what that number is ultimately going to be because there are others that are beyond us, including legislature, that are going to have to make decisions. But I think it would be irresponsible if I were to take all of the positions that we have access to now, because the county executive and the county council passed budgets, your budget, the board's budget, and I have access to another 267 new positions that we didn't have a year from now, hire all those positions with a prospect that we might not be able to cover their salaries throughout the entire year if we lose money in a budget. So that said, therefore, I and my team are going to have to, we will be working together, my team and I, to decide and prioritize those positions that we want to put forward now to hire for, and possibly some that we're hired for later. The priority will always be in the classroom.
Right. No, I understand that. And I believe that the priority should also be those positions that impact students directly. Transportation and mental health professionals are certainly ones that do. I've heard Dr. Salmon say that transportation will be is one of the critical challenges. We don't know how long this thing will persist. I've heard talks of a vaccine at the end of the year. I've heard talks of a vaccine at the end of next year, everything in between. We have no earthly idea how long we'll be in this predicament. And so we won't therefore have any idea how long we will have to really change up how we normally do things. And then we also have to combat the real reality that a lot of our students are not going to come back to us how they left. You know, there's some real there's going to be some real serious mental health issues to address in that. How and when will we be informed if those positions made the short list? And those positions again are the 7 transportation staff that the county council addressed the other night, and the mental health positions, the school counselors, the PPWs, the social workers, etc.
So I don't have a timeline. I'm working with my team, and we're going to look at all the positions that have not yet been filled, look at all of our vacancies, look at the numbers and what we're going to predict we're going to need to save just in case there is a cut, which we believe there will be in some way, shape, or form, as we talked about the other day with you and other members of the board. So I don't have a date to hand you to say by X date, I'm going to have a plan. Something that's being developed now. In the meantime, we are advertising teaching positions. We are advertising counseling positions. We are advertising vacancies for PPWs. That work is going on. We've not put a hiring freeze in place. The work of the positions we have, because keep in mind, we're not just talking about new positions. We have a turnover of 400 or 500 people every year. And so we have many vacancies than were throughout the spring and the summer months. We are advertising jobs, we are interviewing, and we are hiring.
Okay, so you're interviewing and hiring for the mental health positions that are vacant, but we're not tempted to be grateful for the money that was put back in that state category to hire the transportation positions. I'm just making sure I understand.
You used the term, am I grateful? I am grateful for the money. Absolutely. I'm grateful for the fact that in the difficult times that we're in through this pandemic and the fact that we're in a recession, that we were able to get a maintenance of effort only budget and then some an additional $1.4 million, $1.5 million from the county council. I think that's very generous given the circumstance that we're in. So I am very grateful for those monies. Now we have to look at what those monies buy us, and we have to look at the long-term picture, which is, are we going to have the money to be able to hire all these people and pay for them throughout the course of the year?
I hear you.
Is
I
now
know
joining.
I might be flogging a dead or dying animal here, but the county council was extremely clear that money should be in that category for that purpose, and I personally agree. And not only that, there's some efficiencies and therefore some savings that could eventually be seen by having those skill sets in place, because although things are wacky for the moment, they will not always be, because pandemics by definition come and go, and then we'll be back to a more normal situation. So if we're thinking that we're going to hold on to that cash in that category, and then second quarter or first quarter or whatever, transfer it then out of that category to meet some other need somewhere else, I'm not okay with that at all.
And let me interrupt, because you've never heard from me that I plan to take money out of that category and transfer it somewhere else. So I don't know from where that's coming, but it's not come from me. You've not heard that from me.
Right. But if we're not using it for that purpose and it's in that category, just please help me understand, what else would we use that cash for?
It would be a savings, right?
Oh, so you base
it's a savings by not hiring into a vacant position. You're not paying the salary for that person, so you are saving money. Doesn't mean we lose the position. We can still hold on to whatever that position is: transportation, a counselor, a teacher, a TA. Whomever we don't hire in is somebody I don't have to pay we don't have to pay the salary down the line, and we've absorbed a savings for the future. We don't lose the position or trade the position out.
I might not be popular here, and I'm not sure that I would win this fight today, and I'm sorry, Dr. Arlato, but I think I'm gonna have to move, hearing this, to direct you, the superintendent, to advertise, hire, onboard, etc., the school mental health professionals that were provided for in our budget, as well as the 7 transportation people, because those are 2 really huge cogs in a wheel that needs to keep turning. Mr. Leib, your mic is on, and so I therefore then heard your comment, and I don't appreciate it. Let's be respectful, please. Thank you. So I'm gonna, we all serve, we all follow we all put the students first, all of us, even if we disagree on policy, and it's okay to disagree on policy, y'all, but I just, after all that has gone on in the conversation regarding this versus that the last 3 weeks, I want to bring the conversation back to the fact that both are critically needed, and both are needed now. And I can't ignore that. I serve with my heart on my sleeve and the kids on my mind, just like all the rest of you do, even if we disagree on policy. But I have to go there, and so I am. So that was my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Okay, so roll call. You don't need to unmute if you don't have comments. I'll recognize that and give it a second and move along. And we start with Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Just quickly, can we have the motion just succinctly restated, please? I just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
I
If we could get, yeah, we're going to need, Ms. Howell's going to need for the record the precise language. So happy to oblige the point of information request. Mr. Grant.
Yes, I have it here. And it is written out, which doesn't always occur, y'all. So bear with me here. I'm just getting back to it. I move that we direct Dr. Alato to promptly advertise, hire, and onboard the 7 new transportation positions, as well as the 9 school counselors. I believe there's one school social worker and 1 PPW provided for in our budget.
Okay, Mr. Grannon, I think that is the motion. So I'm going to roll call order now. And thank you, Ms. Schalheim, for repeating. And we're going to start with Ms. Hummer. We were able to hear you, so hopefully we still can with your phone.
Okay, yes, my internet went out again, so I called in. I have a couple of questions for Dr. Arlotto, and these may have been answered in that brief time that I was offline, so I apologize if I'm repeating if I have that. Dr. Arlotto, when you talk about this position review committee, this is a standing committee that has met weekly and reviewed every single position in the school system for the past decade plus. Is that correct?
That's correct. We call it the Vacancy Review Committee, and they review every position from multiple lenses, multiple departments, to ensure that we are hiring appropriately and keeping an eye on our budget.
So it would not be unusual for transportation positions or mental health or classroom teachers to go through this committee. In fact, it would be unusual if they didn't go through this committee.
Correct. Every position goes through the committee.
Every single, and so just because it goes to the committee does not in any way mean that it won't be approved. It's just that it gives a second set of eyes over everything we do, or not a second set. I think there's 4 or 5 people on the committee. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a form of check and balance before it ultimately gets to my desk.
And so I think the example when we were reviewing the budget yesterday was you said, for instance, if you have 2 positions vacant and one is a painter and one is a second grade teacher, right now, if we're looking at cost savings, we wouldn't necessarily fill the painter position right away because that's not as crucial as a second grade teacher would be. And so each of those is evaluated in a different lens. I will just say personally that I believe that that every position should go through this system, and I will say that for mental health and for classroom and for special education. I don't feel comfortable bypassing that committee for any specific ones, because as valuable as I think mental health positions are, and as badly as I know we need changes and reform in transportation, we also need special educators, and those are all going to go through the committee. So I think everything should be. So I wouldn't, I don't want to, I'm not going to be supportive of removing certain ones out to cherry pick which ones go through the committee and which don't. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if I can get my mute going here. Unmute on. Sorry about that. Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Smith, questions or comments concerning Ms. Schalheim's motion?
Yes. So it would be 9 counselors and the 7 transportation positions, and they would, instead of going through the committee and possibly not hiring them for the next year, we would bypass all that and make sure that
is now exiting.
We would take the steps to get them hired. So my question is, how much does anybody know how much money all in total all these positions is going to cost the county?
Can I weigh in on that a little bit? So the transportation
No,
staff,
normally, Ms. Schulheim, if I might, it's a technical one. So if he has questions on your motion, I'm happy to permit the dialogue on the table between the two of you, if Mr. Smith's inclined. I believe it looks like Alex is getting that information as we speak, so we can definitely wait a minute on that. Did you have another question maybe that Dr. Arlotto could answer while Alex is looking that up?
Yeah, nothing to Dr. Arlotto just yet.
Okay. I just thought inefficiency. But no worries. We'll stand at ease for a second until Alex is ready.
So the transportation positions, Mr. Smith, is $745,100. The school counselors is $926,300. I believe I heard a psychologist. So the psychologist would be $119,800, and I believe I also heard a social worker. That's $108,600.
Almost $2 million.
Right.
And so, Ms. Schulheim, with the transportation, I was under the impression that there's a GIS, right? A GIS specialist who's in charge with that. Then there's also a manager of it. And then is there a secretarial position in that?
There is. So there's 7 transportation staff total. Mr. Shaknovich, please correct me if I get this wrong, but there's a GIS specialist, an operations manager, 4 routers, and a secretary. 3 routers. 3 routers. Okay, so GIS, operations, 3 routers, a secretary, and what's the 7th one?
Lead bus driver.
Lead bus driver. So you have a friendly amendment? Because we could go there if you wanted to.
I mean, it's just one position, but do we really need the secretary? Right?
So if there should be a friendly amendment to this, my personal, Dana Schulheim's personal priority of the 7 would definitely be the GIS person, the operations person, and at least 1 router. Those 3 would be the most important to me personally. I don't know. I can't speak for anyone other than myself.
Okay, because this whole debate, wouldn't really be a debate if we didn't, under the threat of losing so much money. I'm just trying to think of how to be, fiscally responsible, keeping the well-being of the students in the forefront, as we always do. So I guess that just helps my thought process. But those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis, you're next.
Thank you. And I was so engaged in that last Q&A that I kind of lost my train of thought. But so let me collect my thoughts here for a second. I know where it was going. So I'm sorry, what is the hiring committee? I see the value in that, and I appreciated the explanation of that earlier in the meeting. But now in this discussion, it makes me wonder a little bit about, so when the budget is ultimately adopted, it is the board's budget. And I'm concerned that the budget belongs to the board. In other words, the board's priorities should be baked into that budget. But then it becomes the school system's priorities, Dr. Arlotto and his team, to carry out the priorities. And so while I appreciate the hiring committee, and I'm not negating that or even saying that it shouldn't be, I just have a question that I'm struggling with for myself is if there is a misalignment of that committee's determination of what positions are priorities with what the board would consider priorities. So, and I'm thinking out loud to help anyone who's listening understand where my struggle is, because it's not my intention or desire to micromanage the operations of our school system. But I am concerned that now that we are just at the beginning of adopting the board's budget, that our priorities and the county council who weighed in on this, that those priorities for our students are reflected, because our decisions are driven largely by our constituents, and who we've heard loud and clear from the NAACP, from the Annapolis Education Commission, from ACT, that this indeed is an equity issue. It's no secret that this is a huge priority of mine, both the mental health and the transportation positions, which is very evident in the January 17th board meeting. That all being said, I would like to take a step back, a pause, and look at how we can work together.
Is now joining.
And so, first of all, I would like to hold a special session of the budget committee to see if we can work together to look at what all the options are. Board members did have the opportunity to be briefed on new developments that could be occurring with the budget, but they were very brief. And I think it would be a good exercise for this board, for the budget committee, to dive deeper into these budget concerns. So I'm going to leave it with that and explain why I'm at this time not going to support the motion, but it's, Ms. Schalheim knows what priorities these positions are for me as a board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Thank you, President Corkadal. I'll try to be brief and just say that I appreciate Ms. Hummer's comments about how this vacancy review committee operates in general. These are exceptional times, and there's a lot of positions to be filled, and I think that Ms. Schalheim's heart is in the right place in terms of we're just talking about actually, trying to expedite their hiring, right? There's no, I guess there's a point of information. There's not a separate budgetary implication to our motion. Am I right?
Yes, there's no separate budgetary implication.
Okay, well then I think in these kind of exceptional circumstances, this is not us micromanaging the superintendents running in the school system. I think this is us being responsive to community concerns in a pandemic, and I don't think this sets any kind of precedent for us tying the superintendent's hands or anything like that. So I'm supportive of Ms. Schalheim's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schalheim, I'll defer to you as the originator of the motion, as having the last say. Ms. Antwine? Comments or questions?
I do. First of all, thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for that explanation, and Mr. Shaknovich for expounding on some things as well. My heart is beating a bit faster now, though, because so much has gone into accommodating the immediate needs and concerns of our school system. My first question would be, the committee is a committee that's under you, right, Dr. Arlotto? This committee that's being referred to, the
Yes, ma'am.
hiring committee,
They
they're answerable to you.
operate independently of me. They are part of the school system. They are under my leadership,
Yes,
but they
sir.
operate independently. I do not sit in on their deliberations.
Yeah, okay, so the reason for this question is then when you make your budget recommendations, these positions would have come through that committee already?
No, because they didn't exist yet. Only vacant positions, meaning we have gotten the funding and the allocation from the county council. Once we have an opening and a vacancy, and we're going to advertise that vacancy and fill it, that's when it goes to the vacancy review board.
Okay, so then they are a part of the hiring cycle of things, whether we expedite it or not. They are always part of that hiring cycle.
Correct.
This committee. Okay, so I'm trying to understand how then I heard that they would be overlooked or skipped if we move forward to expedite these particular positions. So I'm not understanding why they would have to be skipped in order to do that, where they could just do their normal standard checks and balances of what they were planning to do, and we move it forward. I think I'm missing that.
The board would be directing us to hire those positions, so there'd be no need for them to go through the vacancy review board because they would be approved.
And so with this review board, they have the possibility or the leverage to disapprove positions, even if the board is has said to the county and through the state really that we need those positions. They stand in the position to say those positions are not necessary. Is that what I'm understanding from this committee?
Correct.
They can trump what the board's priorities are.
Well, you're mixing terms here, I think.
Okay.
They can, short of the board action, they absolutely have the authority to recommend to hire or not, to fill or not fill a position.
Okay. So with that, it would seem to me, let's take out the fact that we have some very pressing concerns, that these particular positions have been at the heart of much, not only controversy, but extreme need for our system and especially our students. Let's take that out. If the Board of Education has reviewed over this last budget cycle with you and your recommendations that this is a prioritized need, then that committee then focuses on those vacancies, period, right? And they don't necessarily come back and say, okay, we don't need that. How is it that they would take the risk of saying, hey, we don't need that, even though all the way up to the Board of Education, we've said that we do? That's what I'm confused about.
The difference here, Ms. Antwine, is the factor that we may get shorted $18 million from the state. Under normal circumstances where we've been fully funded and there is no specter of losing any of our budget at any point during the year, then we can go about our business and advertise jobs, advertise positions, hire them or put them through vacancy review, and then give the green light to hire. But we are under the specter of losing possibly $18 million. And so now we have to think about some very difficult decisions about all the positions we have in hand, those that are most critical, those that impact students the most, and whether we want to fill all those positions, because in the end, if you fill all the positions, you're going to have to pay those people.
Right.
And if you don't have the money, you can't pay them, right? That's just simple math. And so the difference here is you're talking about the normal operations of the vacancy review team, vacancy review committee, under normal circumstances versus the circumstance where we're in now with the specter of losing $18 million.
Okay, and then
I, as the superintendent, I'm going to have to make some recommendations to my team at some point to start to make some cuts that will allow us to save money so that we can pay our bills through the end of fiscal year 21 with the idea that we could lose upwards of $18 million.
So then the risk we are based on that possibility of losing that money, we are now focusing on the fiscal part of this need rather than the other parts of that need, which would be the effects on our vulnerable students. And so what I'm asking in that is the possibility of this committee understanding that drastic need. It baffles me that they would even entertain that portion of the 18 mil cut, which I think we estimated at 2 mil, that they would do that before they entertain other areas of cuts. I'm a little bit confused about why those particular positions would be looked at for cutting at all, or as you said, as for savings at all.
I don't know that they will be cut.
Okay.
I don't know that. I never stated that they would be. I said that they will all go before as any other position, a second grade teacher, a computer tech, a painter, or welder, or from the transportation division. All those positions have to be looked at. And I don't know that they're going to be, I never stated that they would be cut, to use your term. But
sure.
I did state that it was not a given that they were all going to be, that we would advertise and hire those positions now. Because we have to go through a process and we have to look at all the positions that we have available to us, because there is no way, and I am going to have to suggest some other cuts in this school system that are not personnel related in order to save money. But the only way you're going to put a dent in an possible $18 million deficit is it's going to have to impact positions, because 83% of our budget is positions.
So then in reality, this is something that will be possibly taken up with the board at a later date overall when those decisions are made?
No, ma'am. No, I mean, I wouldn't come back to the board and say, is it okay to hire or not hire? Those are decisions operationally that are left to the superintendent.
Got it. So then I come back to Ms. Schalheim's motion of the expedition of the hiring, even in the midst of the possible fiscal cuts. We have some very, very, very pressing concerns. So should we not look at, even if we don't hire all of them at once, the need is still there. Could we not expedite in hiring? I would prefer all, but at least part of those to start meeting the need of our school system and especially our students.
Is that a friendly amendment? Because I'm listening.
If we are going to entertain amendments, I'm just going to proffer that if it substantively changes the motion that has been seconded on the table, that would be coming in the form of a formal amendment, which could be issued by either the member who originated the first, perhaps, but typically not. That would come from another member. And I'd only point that out because we have 3 people left in debate, and we have been discussing the merits of the existing motion. So we would probably want, the members would probably want the opportunity to entertain the amendment, perhaps separate from the motion. And we have already engaged in debate. So the friendly component of it is usually okay in the beginning part, but we're so far down the line with this in time. We have yet to address our required actions and consent items and such. So I will proffer to Ms. Schalheim and Ms. Antwine that we probably want to go the way of an amendment, and then that amendment would be seconded just like any other amendment and would be subject to discussion, and then depending on its outcome would either change the motion as amended, or if the amendment fails, it would revert back to the original. So with that in mind, Ms. Antwine, would you like to make an amendment?
So I'll share with you, the plan was, after getting the answers from Dr. Arlotto, is to, and get an answer that I don't think I've heard yet. And the question is, could we promptly hire some, and while others go through this standard review? And that would then help me understand how to move forward. It could be as simple as taking a term out, which would keep in the spirit and intent of this amendment. But I wanted to understand if that's something that's possible, Dr. Arlotto.
I'm sorry, Ms. Antoine, I'm not sure that I understand the question. What is it that you'd like me to answer?
So we got $2 million worth of within this particular amendment, we have $2 million of concern in hiring. And the amendment, as I understand it, the motion, as I understand it, is that we promptly advertise and hire these professionals, right? And so from what I'm understanding from you, we have to also consider the fact that money will be lost quite possibly down the line as early as before we even start the school year. And so with those considerations and the additional consideration that these are critical needs in our system, could we do hiring of some at this time immediately and allow the others on the list to go through the standard vetting process to include the committee that's answerable to you?
So the answer is yes. I think what you're doing as a board is infringing on my responsibility as the superintendent to manage the operations of the school system. But the answer is yes. If the board chooses to direct me to hire one or more of any of these positions, you'll have to be very specific so that we can then complete the job descriptions and push those and advertise those jobs and hire.
Okay, excellent. And that particular, those specifications don't have to be done now. We as the board can deliberate on those priorities if we decide that.
Well, I would. I'm sensing from some board members that they want it done yesterday, right? And so,
me too.
But the timeline would be yours when you hand me the specifications as to the exact positions that you want hired and hired before any others. We'll put those to the top of the list and we'll go through the advertising, interviewing, and hiring process.
Okay,
we'll put those ahead of all the others that we're working on.
Then what I would offer in amendment would be that we amend it to say promptly advertise and hire transportation and mental health positions. Therefore, it leaves open the possibility of some of them not being hired and put through the traditional vetting process. And it also protects that need that we have. Therefore, we'll have the additional positions in place immediately while others are subject to the vetting process.
Okay, so my understanding of the amendment, let me make sure that myself and Ms. Howell have a clear read on this. The original motion that had specific positions called out in mental health and transportation shall be amended to remove the position specificity to afford the superintendent the flexibility of some versus all. Is that correct?
So in what I'm looking at from what I jotted down, if we take out the term "the," that will open that scope. And so therefore he would have the leverage that he's alluded to that he needs as a superintendent to determine which ones are immediately hired and which ones go through the vetting process.
Okay, so could you restate then the amendment? Because we don't have to restate the original motion. That's one of the other reasons why I went with the hard amendment. We just need the amendment to the motion. So we don't have to reread the original motion. But if you could just one more time, I just want to make sure.
So in my amendment, based on what I wrote as the motion, I wrote here that the Board of Education directs the superintendent to promptly advertise and hire the transportation and mental health professionals as identified in our budget. So what I am saying is if we take out the term "the," that then will allow him to immediately hire some, and then allow the others that the budget has identified. It will allow a savings in case it goes through the vetting process and identified as those that are not as much of a priority.
Okay. I need to address a point of order that's coming in. There's a concern of the comportability of the original motion. So I'm going to ask, I don't know, I need to get an attorney here to speak. I'm going to see if Mr. Burns is available still via phone. If not, I know Ms. Ortiz is, okay, thank you. Mr. Burns, could we get a, perhaps a review for the benefit of the staff, and concerns have been raised, I think, not by Dr. Arlotto directly, but that this motion, is it in alignment with state law and as designated with the superintendent's responsibilities in its accordance with laws, policies, and otherwise? I know that's a big one and a mouthful, so I will also entertain the possibility, if we cannot address it immediately, if we need to put a hold on this and revisit it after like 6.08. I'm happy to do so. Mr. Burns.
Well, let me try to provide some guidance with respect to the larger issues, because obviously I think the board knows I'm respecting your debate process and motions and amendments to motions, but I will simply say this. The board, as a matter of law, strikes its budget, and notwithstanding some of the last minute changes or attempted changes and the county council speaking as the final funding authority, those things don't change the fact that once you strike your budget as approved by the council, those are your budget categories, and the 14 major categories within them are the everything from positions to operating expenses that are funded. You have in essence spoken on that point for the coming, or now the current fiscal year. When it comes to hiring of staff, and that is, when I say hiring of staff, I mean everything from the 6201 hiring of professional certificated teachers and principals to the professional assistants in the superintendent's office, and the hiring of non-professional or non-certificated staff in the rest of the school system. You have to be very careful that you don't first mix budget with hiring and employee control. And secondly, be careful to observe the boundaries of where the board has a role in hiring decisions in the first place. I say all that because it's really important that, if you are speaking at this time as to non-certificated, employees of the school system, meaning not principals and teachers, guidance counselors, and the like, then I would advise the board to be careful about making motions or passing motions that in any way direct the superintendent what to do, because that does not comply with the law. If what you are doing is making a motion to direct the hiring of certificated individuals, understand that, again, the statutory process is that the superintendent recommends for appointment to the original positions and any promotions those professional employees, and then those come before the board for approval or for denial of approval, for rejection. But again, the superintendent statutorily is the one who brings those recommendations to you. And if a motion in this situation is that the board wishes to express its strong sense that the budget as passed and finalized in the last couple of weeks be followed in all decisions made, that's one thing. If you start talking about hiring specific positions, I'm concerned that you are creating issues and or precedents under the law that are not in the board's best interest and in fact may not be legal.
Okay, Mr. Burns, thank you for that. So then,
yeah,
excuse me a second.
I'm still in the point of order. I'm still in the point of order. Just hold on.
Right. And also the motion maker, as I understand it, originally was Ms. Shawhan, correct?
Right.
That's what I was going to say. We're talking about there was a point of order suggested to get clarified on the main motion. That's why I meant no interruption or disrespect to either ladies. I just, it seemed important enough to make sure that it is addressed. And so I'm going to open the table.
If Ms. Shawhan would repeat her original motion that triggered the rest of the discussion that now has me concerned, at least, that would help me because I can certainly give you specific advice as to the pending motion.
That's where we want to get to.
Yeah, so let me read that. I move that we direct Dr. Arlotto to promptly advertise, hire, and onboard the new transportation positions as well as the new school counselors, CPWs, school psychologists, and social workers.
That's the end of it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a troublesome motion, and I thought maybe the amendments might eventually get you to a place where it wasn't like that. But rather than have you all go round too long about it, I would simply say that is far too down into the statutory prerogatives of the superintendent. And I would not want to see this board in this important moment of debating your budget and pending potential cuts and everything else get lost in those legal issues. I think directing your superintendent, if that's what the board's will is that the budget be followed, and then the consequences of not following it are obvious to anyone who's listening. That's one thing. But I think to start directing the advertising, hiring, and filling of positions would be an error by the board. I don't speak that strongly on your motion.
If I may just offer before I turn over to Ms. Shawhan for consideration or any questions to Mr. Burns on this point of order, I will just offer recognizing that, sometimes even pre-written out that our intent isn't aligning with our legal brain in way of wording versus intent. And I am happy to put a placeholder in for the August meeting to allow a redress if the board would like to entertain, and that would provide perhaps the members a chance to get with legal counsel to develop perhaps something that would be more appropriate. But I just wanted to put that offer out there in that context, and I will now defer to Ms. Shawheim and Mr. Burns to resolve our point of order. I'm still going to hold it open for discussion between the two of you.
Yes, I have.
And as a clarification, I know it came up as a point of order because of the potential amendments. I just want to be clear. My advice was less a point of order in the parliamentary fashion and more. Again, we don't have the ability for you all to call a closed session here. I'm giving my advice to the board with respect to the viability of the motion. Okay.
So does it change the motion at all does it change the legality of it to just say transportation and mental health positions? Is that too specific?
I think it is. I think, and again, this is difficult because we have not spoken about this motion in advance. We haven't had a chance to discuss, and I understand it's a moving target, and this is the meeting that's occurring today. I can't emphasize more strongly than I have that motions by the board to directly hire specific positions of staff are troublesome, or at least problematic, I should say. That's the right word.
Okay. So in light of that, I mean, it's such a shame that we have to go another 6 weeks and lose potentially 6 weeks. And because, I asked for a timeline and wasn't given one, and was told that no update would be that no update on these positions specifically would be provided. That I mean, I just worry about losing that time, but in light of what you are saying, I'm after I've heard, this was a moving target because I wasn't sure what answers I was going to be receiving today. Now that I have a sense of what I'm been receiving, helps me formulate things a little bit better. So, in light of your advice, let's get together and work on a better motion, so that because all I want at the end of the day is progress and traction on these issues. I don't want to be misunderstood on this at all. We need those transportation people. We need those mental health people. The whole of the county has spoken on this. WISE Act, the NAACP, the Annapolis Education Commission, all of them have spoken clearly about this issue. The county council has spoken now twice about these issues. And so, first when they passed the budget, and secondly 2 nights ago. And so I personally, as a board member representing District 5, need both of them to be hired as soon as possible and put into place. So, but I want the proper motion to encourage that. So I'm totally willing to hold until August. I'm just sad that it's 6 weeks. That makes me sad that we're going to lose 6 weeks. But yes, I will hold.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we will hold this until time specific to the board's next public meeting, and it will, unlike this time, we do not have department reports. Well, I don't know. Yeah, we do actually, because it's our only meeting in August. We would, but this is a known action now, so we will place it in section. I don't know what the section number will be. That changes from meeting to meeting, but it'll be placed under action items, and that'll also afford additional, perhaps, opportunity for some, public, continued public input that you have recognized. So, motion is this item. It's going to be held. Yes. And so that would be the moment in time, once we get that additional information, that amendments could be entertained. I'm going to suggest, in the interest of time, it's 4:45, and we still have must perform to, because we do not have a second meeting in July, quite a bit. So let's keep moving along. There are some that we just have to get approved. So let's see what we can accomplish. And we do have a little bit of wiggle room as it relates to the policies. We'll wait till we get there and see how we want to feel about it. But I would like to move along now with 5.04 now being closed out.
Madam Chair, Madam President.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Live. I have not had an opportunity to speak.
I apologize. I forgot we were still in the middle of transportation, and you're correct. We do provide opportunity for everyone on the reports. I believe, so yes, sir, you may.
Well, if Terry's there, he comes before me.
I think Terry had to
And
sign
Candace
off.
comes before Terry.
And I just
Candace
had,
is still up.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's
actually,
right.
you know what?
Candace.
Let me roll this back. Woo-woo, let me roll this back. I messed it up because I got so lost in the motion part, and that I'm confusing our round robin on the motions and the amendments. So let me just draw it back. 5.04 is not closed. I misspoke. And we are, Ms. Schallheim actually still has the table. By making a motion does not close out the table. So Ms. Schallheim, you still have the table, and then we will continue to proceed in roll call order.
Thank you. I think I've made myself clear. I hope I'm being heard, and I look forward to working with Mr. Burns and Dr. Arlato on this issue between now and the end of August. Thank you so much for your support.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schallheim, and I appreciate your flexibility as we walk through a rather unique situation there. And Miss Antwine, you are now next.
I only had the one following question after Mr. Burns weighed in. One, I in no way have ever shared with this board or with Dr. Arlotto that I want to ever infringe upon what he was hired to do as the superintendent of schools. I am very concerned, though. My bottom line is always the well-being of our students and our system, and even a possibility of that being disrupted was a concern. With Mr. Burns sharing about, the emotion as it was phrased would infringe upon those rights and responsibilities of the superintendent. I digress from that, but I did have a general legal question about the budget. If what we sent up to the county council was at our budget as amended was rejected, are we in place today to adopt another budget, or how does that work? I was trying to get that from Mr. Burns.
Sure. Let me take that, Ms. Antwine, because the county council did adopt a budget, and you asked to alter it. Your request for alteration was not approved. So at the moment, you revert back to what was adopted by the county council. So I at least want to get you back to the right place and time.
Right.
And certainly Mr. Burns can weigh in beyond that.
Okay, and that would be all I wanted to know if we had to revote for a new budget.
Mr. Zaknovich nailed it. Moving at this point, you're in your new budget cycle moving forward. The portions of the statute relating to the budget are going to relate to transfers in a normal course. But the budget was struck by the council, and you're now into it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, President Corkadell.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Greatly appreciated the comments as well. I believe Mr. Gilliland did have to depart, as he had alluded to earlier when he was making a statement on 5.03 about an hour and a half ago or so. With that in mind, we next have Mr. Leib. Questions or comments?
Thank you very much, Madam President.
So sorry again. I'm sorry.
Number
I
one,
lost myself for a second.
I'd just like to turn the clock back a minute to when my colleague, Ms. Schallheim, was speaking. And I did mumble a comment I should not have when I thought my mic was not open. So I do apologize to Ms. Schallheim. But as we have just gone through, and as Mr. Burns just reiterated, we have a budget. And the budget we have is the one that the county council passed. And as a result, I support that budget with my whole heart. I want to see that budget executed as far as it can be executed. However, to have the Board of Education step in and direct the superintendent regarding specific hiring actions is wholly inappropriate action on behalf of the Board of Education. We're here to set policy. In fact, in addition to state law, as Mr. Burns explained to us, the superintendent's contract specifically says he shall direct, assign, and transfer teachers and other employees of the schools under his supervision. He shall hire all personnel. It's not personnel that the Board of Ed decides who we should hire. They're in our budget. Those are funded positions, and we rely on the superintendent to execute that budget. And I have complete confidence in him that he shall do so. When we try positions, we're stepping into a quagmire. I would argue, some would argue, bilingual facilitators. They're awfully important in our school system. When we have an exploding population of Spanish-speaking children, are they more important than a transportation position? I don't believe I'm qualified to make that decision, but I trust my superintendent and the staff he's hired to come to a very educated position on that. Should we hire them before English-speaking second language teachers, before guidance counselors, before teachers, before special ed teachers? these are very complicated situations, and boards of ed reaching in to micromanage that is wholly inappropriate. If the superintendent, I want to see the transportation positions hired. That's our budget. But in our current financial situation with the threat of pending cuts, we're going to be doing everything we can not to furlough employees. That's what happened back in FY08 and FY09. The school system scrambled and didn't have to furlough anyone. And neither did the county. But these are very difficult times. And so I, for one, I do not support putting this on our agenda as an action item. Directing the superintendent what our hiring priority should be is not our job. Our job, we put forth a budget, it was adopted, and I rely on the superintendent to execute it to the best of his abilities. That'll be the best for the entire school system. I represent all the children in Anne Arundel County Public Schools and all the parents. I don't represent just District 30. So anyway, I want to have a chance to say my say. I fully support the superintendent and his actions he has to do in order to ensure we come through this upcoming crisis as a whole school system and not chop to pieces. Thank you.
Michelle, can I respond to that, please?
You were cited in the in the comments. Yes, but I would suggest to limit to new conversation, and certainly you have an opportunity to respond. I will just caution everybody on our Robert's rules concerning proper conduct of debate.
President Corkadell?
Hey.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Grannon. If I could just ask, there have now been a lot of new points made, both by Mr. Burns and then more recently by Mr. Lott. Can I perhaps suggest that we go in order? Because I also have a follow-up comment, and that will give Michelle
absolutely.
time as the maker of the motion.
We can definitely do a second round. But Michelle Heim is correct as it relates to Mr. Leib specifically. We do, if someone has been spoken to directly, that we can afford that. And then, yes, I am happy to go around for follow-up questions as it relates to transportation.
Then if I could ask Ms. Shaw, and you may want to go after me because I think you may wish to comment on what I have to say as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just say.
You're recognized, Mr. Gilliland. Yes.
Grannon.
Right.
Mr. Grannon, I'm sorry.
I
thought we were doing roll call.
That was a compliment to me, so I'll take it.
Okay, hold on. Slow down. It's getting a little late, and my words are coming out a little slower than others are moving. So I believe Mr. Grannon's suggestion was to resume roll call, and that is what we were in the process of. Michelle Heim deferred her response over to additional comments. Specifically over to Mr. Grannon. So she has deferred a portion of her time on response. And so I will grant this, and then we will resume roll call, and that could include Mr. Grannon another time as well. You may proceed, sir.
I'll be very brief, President Corkadell. Thank you for that. Without opening up a debate, I just say it's just objectively true that the budget is ours. The budget is in the purview of the board. So the county council sent something back, but this is why, for example, we changed our calendar. We're not beholden to the county council. We are the final arbiters of the budget. So we should start saying that and stop saying any kind of loose comments about, it was the county council's budget. It's our budget. We're the final deciders. Clearly, as the final deciders of the budget, let's just say, as an example, and this is with all due respect to Mr. Burns' comments, and it's perfectly appropriate for him to give cautionary advice to the board. But for example, if we, as the final arbiters of the budget, pass a budget that says we're going to have 22 new physics teachers, and let's just say, to make it really clear, that the superintendent had proposed a budget to the board that we're going to have only 20 physics teachers, and we changed that to 22. It clearly is not the case that the superintendent could basically pocket veto those other two positions just by not hiring them. That is absolutely incorrect, and I defy anyone to point me to any authority that says that that's proper. That cannot happen. So what really needs to happen here is we're going to have a substantial reduction in the budget, and we're going to exercise our purview as the board to determine the budget. Budget necessarily determines headcount and positions. Once these budgetary reductions are known to us, the superintendent needs to come back to this board with any proposed revisions to all of the personnel that were approved in the budget that we determined. If he proposes that certain positions not be hired because of those budgetary reductions, we can take those into account, hear his reasoning, and then we will make the determination as to whether those positions are to be filled. It obviously and cannot ever be considered by this board that we pass a budget that spells out how these positions are allocated, and then the superintendent simply determines whether those positions should ever be filled. That's not the case. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grannon. Greatly appreciated. And Ms. Schalheim, if you would like to say anything else, but let's limit it to Mr. Live, and then we can resume for transportation.
That's
please.
exactly what I want to do. So, Mr. Live, I heard your comments. You obviously thought them. You said them. Your mic was live, and I heard them. And I'm offended by your comments. And I know that you apologized for having a live mic, but then you went on to fully chastise me and misinterpret my my thoughts and feelings towards this particular issue, and insinuate that I would intentionally, purposely want to pass a motion that is somehow illegal, and that I don't have the students' best interest at heart. And to that, I'm very offended. We need to act as a team. We need to get back to that. I thought we hit rock bottom in the last meeting, and we need to get back to being a unified front. We work better together when we have respect for one another and we collaborate. It takes a village to run this school system, obviously, between the amount of staff and students and then us as a board. And I can tell you that, our relationships are always evolving and in flux. And I can tell you that I collaborated extremely well
We have a board meeting upstairs.
with another member yesterday, and I feel like our relationship is better today because of that collaboration.
Exiting.
And I'm sure that this other member would agree. And so if we can just keep to being civil and not insinuate other board members' motives, I would greatly appreciate that, because I thought that was made perfectly clear during the last meeting. So I hope that we can work together civilly for the next 5 or so months, and with mutual respect for one another, because that's how we started. We held hands right before the first meeting started in December of 2018, and I had your back in the face of some really brutal comments that were directed your way. So I just hope that I'm being heard now. Be civil, be respectful. Let's work together as a team for the purposes of benefiting all of our students. And don't ever insinuate my motives or that I would purposely, knowingly violate the law by putting through a motion. You might not agree with me from philosophically, from a policy point of view, and that's okay. We don't have to agree. As witnessed by the county council the other night, they don't always agree, and yet they're perfectly civil to one another, 90% of the time. And I really like that, and I think we can do that here. So because Mr. Burns weighed in, I withdrew my motion. Wasn't that perfectly clear? So I'm not going to pursue that motion because it's not legally sound. It's not advisable for our council. I listen to our council. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say in direct response to your comments. And I yield the floor.
Okay. Okay, I think we have disposed of the points of concern of motion here. I'm going to suggest transportation report is and transportation information to our board. I know Mr. Lai, barring myself, was the last person in a first round, and we have to complete at least an hour's worth of work. That's presuming that I'm tabling a couple things of must not do, folks. So I am going to make a motion that I hope I have consensus that we close out 5.04 for the interest of the necessity of maintaining a quorum to conduct our required business. Our reports are not required business. We have been at this now, this particular item. We've been in section 5 since 2 o'clock. That's been 3 hours. And so I'm going to ask for consensus to move this back. And if time permits and the board wants to come back to 5.04, that is fine. But this is, we have staff, we have public, and we have very important items sitting on this agenda. So please, folks, I move that we close out 5.04 and encourage our members to get with the staff who are always available, Mr. Burns and the others, on their additional questions. And there will be another opportunity for all of this, both the report, the regular transportation report, and the other in August. And, we may have to special session meet in the interim anyway. So do I have consensus? If I do have dissent, please speak now, and I will make a formal motion to do so to alter the agenda. Okay, seeing none, I want to extend my appreciation to all the members. I'm really, this is as I said, in the interest of the whole board, that we conduct our must-do business. So with this in mind, I mean, all of the business is important in ours, obviously. But let's roll through and see how quickly we can get through some of this stuff. Maybe time will afford additional commentary. We can return to it, and I would be willing to entertain that at the end. Item 6.01 is administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. I recommend to the board the personnel listed on the attached sheets be promoted and or appointed.
So moved enthusiastically.
Second. Motion and second. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Lyme?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 6.02, personnel. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I recommend, that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Oh, aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
No.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Lyme?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Item 6.03 is the Citizens Advisory Committee, Code KBA, which is on its second reader. And before we address the pre-published amendments to the fellow board members, I'd like to give Ms. Ortiz a chance to do her normal second reader reporting, and then we will entertain information questions to Ms. Ortiz and then proceed with the amendments and discussion. Ms. Ortiz.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. So before you on second reading is Policy KBA, Citizen Advisory Committee. This policy received a 30-day public comment period. We did receive one public comment, and actually I think we received it even before first reading. And so the board was already aware of those comments. The primary, most substantive comments regarding the policy that would also impact some language in the regulation related to the diversity section of the policy, which can be found on page 2. It's section C5. And so you may recall that there were some questions from some board members and also the public comment with the language that's currently in there. I did not make any changes because it's the policy, and so the board would have to vote on any substantive changes. But essentially, the current language that's there was a result of a desire by the policy committee to be a little bit more specific in the commitment to diversity. And so during the policy committee discussions, we did, Mr. Burns and I both cautioned that, you know, we had to be careful because there are some things that legally we are unable to or very limited in asking applicants. And so I was asked to sort of look at, you know, any sort of legal guidance on this. And so that current language actually came from the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, or the Kerwin Commission bill, because those are questions that would be legally acceptable. However, there was concern that the language could be considered limiting, and that was not our goal. And so I did share with the board my recommended language to address the issue of diversity and also make sure that we're legally compliant. And so my recommendation is that the language would read, the board shall approve the membership of the CAC through a nomination, screening, and selection process that reflects the board's commitment to non-discrimination in accordance with policy AC, non-discrimination, and strives to ensure that the membership of the CAC consists of individuals who collectively reflect the diversity of the citizenry of Anne Arundel County. So I think that should hopefully cover, you know, the concerns and the goal of that language. And then that was really it for the policy. As I mentioned, we have similar language in the regulation, and so that depending on how the board chooses to move forward on this, you know, may impact the regulation. And that is all that I have for the policy. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Ortiz. I'll just to advise the board and refresh in case you did not have a chance to check your email since this morning, the amendments that both Ms. Schalheim and I had published yesterday evening, as she had alluded to, we worked on, you know, we did have a conversation about some of the different language options and agreed that in efficiency and for our board's purposes and the purposes of our meeting, the document that I had sent everyone has all of these amendments in a nice, neat format. So once general questions for Ms. Ortiz will be entertained, and the language that she has just specified is one of those. I would prefer us to go in the order of sections that amendments were proposed numerically so that there is some, you know, consistency throughout that. But I do want to make sure that board members who may have additional questions that they were not able to answer or did not think of asking during the first reader to give that opportunity. And then after we dispose of these, you know, obviously as a second reader, additional amendments will be entertained by as appropriate. I do think there's someone who does not have their mute made, and we may be able to hear them. So just caution on the mutes until it is your turn. And so questions on, I'm just going to do this by hand. And then, of course, Mr. Brannon, if you need to weigh in with questions prior to us getting going, most certainly. And I see Ms. Scholheim's hand is up. Ms. Scholheim?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Ortiz, I just want to express my gratitude towards you for all your work you do every day, but specifically coming up with what I personally feel is a really good solution to our C5 issue. The last iteration didn't really sit well. I saw Michelle's. I saw where she was going. We tried to add to it. It was like a back and forth that happened for a while. It was all very productive, and this, to me, any rational person would understand what this means and act on it. And so I really appreciate that. My one singular question has to do with your also really good suggestions for the application. And so this is more of a process question. So I understand we're going to deal with the policy first, but I guess at what point in time do we address the application? Is that post third reader even, or is that alongside this? Because I also think your open-ended questions that don't infringe legally on anything were good too. So maybe you can help me understand the order.
Yeah, thank you, and you're welcome. I was happy to assist and try to make sure that we encompass the goal and also remain legally compliant. That's always the tricky thing, especially when you're dealing with applications and identifying characteristics. But yes, so the application is belongs to the board, and the board is able to amend it. I did see that there was a proposed amendment to the current policy that speaks to the application and it coming before the board, and that the board would have to agree or vote to make any future changes. And so if that's what the board desires, then that would be the process that you would follow. I have not been involved in the application process. My guess is that we've had this application for a little while now, and it only really has one question. And so my thought was and I want to give a shout out to my colleague Asha Smith, who's the Senior Manager for EEO Compliance, because I wanted to make sure that we were able to ask questions and come up with policy language that would get to our goal, but also be legally compliant. And so she was super helpful in drafting that language. And so, we only have one question to the application, one substantive question, I should say, currently. And so adding additional questions that the board may choose to add in the future, I think helps to get diverse perspective and individuals to be interested or to apply to be members of the CAC. And I know I also gave some recommendations on maybe some outreach that the CAC can do or the board can do once if there is a new application goes out for the next round of either vacancies or appointments. So sorry, that was a little long-winded, but I guess, I'm not sure how the board has handled any changes to the application in the past, but certainly the proposed language, the proposed amendment to add sort of a process for that, I don't have any legal concerns with that.
Great. Can I make a suggestion to the board president that we entertain changes to the application itself, either alongside the third reader or directly thereafter? So that would be, I guess, either the August meeting or the September meeting. I mean, I don't see this being a contentious issue, especially since we've had lawyers weigh in.
I would like to get, I think there's one other player on the application that we may want to engage. So I'd rather just say, let's, when it's in its ready final, and just recognize the request is made. And if you would like to spearhead it or work with another member or something on that to make a proposal. And then when the proposal is ready, we will present it in front of the board. You're correct. And I'm not even sure because this is this is like regulatory administrative procedures of how we implement this policy. I'll look into where it is most appropriate for us to do the review and to make the most efficient way of addressing it.
Okay.
Is that a better idea? That way we have a little bit of flexibility. And if it's something even administratively can be addressed, that's a different category than, public meeting or something. And, we can take a couple minutes on commentary at third reader or shortly thereafter. That would be fine.
I basically just wanted to adopt Ms. Ortiz's suggested additional questions. So whenever or however that fits, I think we should do it while this is fresh, not today, not today, but
No.
while it's fresh, August, September, before it gets lost in our emails. So far, we can't find it, and so I don't intend on editing her language. She wrote it just fine, so she's edited it. So if there's any other players to weigh in, please come forward and let's get this done.
Okay.
August, September.
I think we can handle that administratively and go through those details separate from this meeting. And I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to perform to it. As I said, that's a function, and there's a little more detail in there that no showstoppers, just general information we'll address at that time. Okay.
No other questions. Thank you so much.
Okay. And do I have any other generalized questions on the policy itself for Ms. Ortiz before we start with our amendments? And so, Ms. Scholheim, what I was thinking is we can go in and read it. I know, for example, we could do, 3 and something like 3 and 3 or something like that, or how do you want to read it? I was going to just let you and I speak as appropriate to the amendment or the portion that we contributed to. Does that make sense? Or how do you want to do this? Because I was going to go. I was going to take the order.
Let's just take the order and we can tag team as needed. But I'm solid on all of these. So however you want to split it up, reading it, I'm good with.
Okay, good. All right. So the first amendment proposed is to section C2. I move that we amend section C2 to add after the comma after facilities to read AACPS policies and regulations, comma.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second has been made. Any discussion or commentary to it? Just raise your hands. Mr. Leib and Ms. Hummer, it looks like you guys had a comment or question. Nope. Okay.
Nope.
I'm going based on the no mute. I'm going based on the no mute here. Okay. All right. Great. All right. Seeing no activity with that,
Mr. Smith has his hand raised.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you very much. We have enough people on here. I've got to do a scroll. Mr. Smith, my apologies for not recognizing you. Yes.
I'm right. I've been quiet for a while. But no, I'll repeat my thing. Could you repeat where the edit is at again? Seem to have
correct. And if you are able to pull up your email, you can follow along. So this is the motion that's associated with the final version that I had sent out about mid-morning, I think. Yeah. Okay. So this is the very first one identified as C2. And so the motion is to insert the following language after the comma of facilities to read AACPS policies and regulations, comma. Any further questions, Mr. Smith, or comments?
No, none. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thanks. No worries. No worries. Okay, seeing none. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Okay, sorry.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corkido?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. And welcome back, Mr. Gilliland. Appreciate you returning. Items in section C3 is the next amendment. There are two smaller edits. One is technical, and I would just suggest that we accept to use the word the instead of or. And then with that allows for the grammatical correct of the amendment after regulations, comma, to read other AACPS policies and regulations.
I have one.
Second.
Oh, okay. Yes, Ms. Ortiz?
Just a technical, so before the new language, other AACPS policies and regulations, I would just stick an or. So, or other AACPS policies.
Oh, got you. I didn't move it over. Thank you very much. I accept the technical edit. I will reread the motion at this time. I do not believe it dynamically changes the necessity to resecond, but it shall read after inconsistent with this policy, comma, new word the, existing accompanying regulations, comma, new language or other AACPS policies and regulations. Okay. Any questions or comments from members? Just speak up. And if we get too many, we'll roll call. Okay, seeing none. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corkido?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. The next item I would like to comment to, this actually addresses two sections. And so let me just briefly explain. I was in concurrence with the spirit and intent of C4 and C8. And so my concern was an operational logistical in the day-to-day operations of the CAC. And so in coordination with Ms. Schalheim's intent of this, of her statement, we came up with language for amendments for C4 and C8, which the board should already have a copy of. And so first we will address C4, but I would just point out that some of the original language in C4 is being addressed in C8 based on its category. And so, and Ms. Schalheim, did you want to speak on that, or do you want to wait till C8?
I just wanted to say that that after talking with Ms. Corkido at great length about these two, that it just made more sense to do it this way. I was initially hung up on the sentence, the CAC shall report to the board, not an individual board member. But I don't think anything we've done, and Ms. Ortiz can correct me if I'm wrong, that these changes don't still imply that. So, so at the end of the day, I think we're still good. And C8 streamlines things. I initially wanted the word consensus, but honestly, what I was really wanting is just to be, as a board member, kept in the loop. I didn't necessarily need to be in a position to approve or dissent from what the board president at the time, because this will change every year, is doing. I just wanted to make sure that the communication loop was closed and that the full board was kept apprised of things. So that's all I wanted to say on that. Did I misspeak in any way? She's nodding.
Nope. You're good.
Okay.
No, you're good. You're
that's
good.
what-
I'm looking at two screens. So I've got ours up on one. I've got the agenda on the other. So I'm going like this, actually looking at screens. There was not a nod, a disapproval. Everything you said was accurate. And as I said, this is this was just my reading it for operational based on otherwise. So
that's how we came up with that. So I hope that it's straightforward for folks. And with that, I'll mute.
Okay, so let's make the next amendment is in section C4 is to strike the language starting with the word the all the way to copies to the superintendent and replace with the following new language. Written reports shall be provided directly to the board with informational copies to the superintendent.
Second.
Motion and second has been made. Any comments of board members? Speak up, unmute, shout holler. Okay, seeing none, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer? Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye. Sorry, I got pulled away for a second.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. The next one is Ms. Schallheim, do you want to take the lead on this one? My original had the thing with the military. We've already discussed this, with Ms. Ortiz, but I know you may want to have additional comment to it. And if you'd like to introduce the amendment so that you were, because you were the originator and then I was tweaking and then we came to consensus. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure. So this was a joint effort of board members, Ms. Ortiz and her staff. Thank you again. And the rationale behind it was that we have a CAC that reflects the diversity of our citizenry. We went back and forth. Obviously, that diversity includes the military. It includes diversity based on race, ethnicity, gender, etc. I also fully believe that it encompasses diverse perspectives, diverse backgrounds, diverse experiences, etc. So this is what we came up with. I quite like it. So I think. I'll just read the whole whole thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So I move that C5 read as the following: the board shall approve the membership of the CAC through a nomination, screening, and selection process that reflects the board's commitment to non-discrimination in accordance with policy AC non-discrimination, and strives to ensure that the membership of the CAC consists of individuals who collectively reflect the diversity of the citizenry of Anne Arundel County.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Additional comments? Double checking, seeing no movement of the board. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
Okay, next I'm going to defer the table over to Ms. Schalheim. I only suggested one thing, I think, so this is yours.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah, and so I suggested that we adopt a new C6. So this would obviously change if adopted, this would change the ordering thereafter. So the new item shall read as follows, and I'll just say I move that the new C6 read as follows: the CAC application shall be reviewed at the request of the board or a board member prior to soliciting the community for applicants. Any changes to the application shall be approved by the board, and there should be a period at the end, and board should be capitalized and all that good
So moved.
Okay, we have motion and second made. Thank you, Mr. Live. Any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer, Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Miss Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Miss Hummer,
Aye, sorry.
Miss
Went out
Corkadell.
again.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. The next amendment being proposed is this was when I read the original C7. I know we're going to renumerate, so I'm going to refer to this as the old C7 since we have just now adopted a new C7 and we didn't new C6 and we did not replace the old C6 with it, but added two. This is the old C7 will be now new C8, not to confuse everyone at this late in the day. But this was when I originally read it, understanding the intent, I did have concerns that to make sure that we are identifying the meetings are dictated in part through by the CAC. They are a reflection and extension of us. So all of the similar rules and how we conduct ourselves and the resources that are made available to them are a collaborative effort between the resource folks, which is Dr. Alato and his team. Think of production, think of our, Miss Lombardi, who is their liaison, as well as the facilities in and of themselves. And what COVID has taught us is that our flexibility must be there, and making sure that not only that there is no public awareness of our intent to always strive to make sure that the Maryland Open Meetings Act is in accordance. So in this particular one, I worked with Ms. Ortiz as well as Mr. Burns to develop language that kept the spirit and intent of providing that flexibility of multimodal meeting options, but recognizing that we as a board still have to have certain practical boundaries as it relates to budgetary resources, production teams in the evenings, that's overtime, that's other things. We may have limitations from time to time. Those are typically things that are handled in its due course. The original language, I had concerns that it did not afford some of those necessary steps and made it clear that these virtual would be in compliance with and in accordance and similar to the way the board conducts its meetings and such. So this is the language and the why. And so I will read it. I now motion to amend the original C7, which will be becoming C8, is the board shall be responsible for ensuring the CAC has the necessary resources to hold meetings in accordance with the Maryland Open Meetings Act. In the event an in-person meeting is not practical due to unforeseen circumstances, the board president may, in concert with the CAC leadership and superintendent or designee, approve an alternative meeting format for that meeting.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any questions or commentary to that? Ms. Antwine.
I had a question about something you said, that the original, what was introduced in the policy meetings and gone through council as well as Ms. Ortiz, that original format excluded something. I'm not understanding what the exclusion was.
Well, it's twofold. My interactions with ensuring our compliance under our unique circumstances, which has been ongoing since March, I had concerns that we were not directly referencing the Maryland Open Meetings Act as it related to them. There are portions where that is assumed, but the public and as well as members and the state and the compliance board, there's a more of an elevation of making sure that that is prominent. And we have added to our beginning of our meeting an Open Meetings Act statement that we previously did not as well. And so I had asked if that would be a way of, making it healthier for the board. And the other aspect of it was my understanding of operations and how the CAC operates and what the staff has to do and what the board has to do in its support for their meetings. And that may be something that was not originally vetted. I'm not part of the policy meetings, but the language was concerning to me as affording that flexibility of making sure that those needs are being met. As I said, as an example, if let me pull up the original here. Hold on one second here. I can probably speak to it better. Basically, some of the changes. So, for example, we would want alternative meeting format in addition to, in and of itself, could imply that that the CAC can just start changing, deciding to go all virtual meeting. I'm not saying that we are precluding that because we ensure their necessary resources. That's why I put that in there. But there are impacts to that decision that your board leadership and the superintendent and his designees, in other words, our production teams, Ms. Lombardi and stuff, would need to play a role. And so the generalities of the language lended me to want to ensure some of those provisions were accommodated for. And so that is why I am proposing the amendment. Clearly, it's a proposal, and the board will make their decision on whether or not my idea is a good one.
Okay, quickly from a legal perspective. So I think, so the language that was originally drafted, which was your suggestion, Ms. Antwine, and policy committee, was to, try to give a little bit more flexibility for meetings for CAC if they weren't able to meet in person. And so we did have the language about the Maryland Open Meetings Act, and that the meetings shall align with OMA. This language proposed by Ms. Corkadell is a little bit more fine-tuned in addressing if in-person meetings are not practical, because right now we're able to meet virtually given COVID, right? And so OMA has given guidelines to public bodies and what they need to do and how they're able to meet virtually and still be in compliance with the Maryland Open Meetings Act. But post-COVID-19, we don't know whether that guidance in those guidelines will remain, right? And so by the way it was originally drafted, almost made it like a given that we could do alternative or virtual meetings. But that may not be, we don't know what the Maryland Open Meetings Act board will decide after COVID and virtual meetings and things of that nature. So I think Ms. Corkadell's language kind of addresses the in-person and also the virtual, and also just ensuring that it's aligned.
Is now exiting.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think all that was brought up during the policy meeting, which is why Mr. Burns rephrased the actual original position that I took on it. But the main intent of this, so you'll know, Ms. Corkadell, since we didn't discuss it, was the fact that this is a huge advisory council that has to, just like us, meet a certain quorum. And beyond COVID and what it has allowed, there are sometimes these meetings that are only, I think, monthly, get canceled because they can't meet quorum. And a lot of that is due to, we have an all-volunteer group who has other immediate needs on the day of those CAC opportunities. So when we introduced the fact that these new members who are qualified and needed to advise us have to meet at least 75% of these meetings, and the in-person meeting is then not, as always, practical, not always feasible for that individual. We then, on the policy committee, looked at how we as the board can best support them so that they won't be month after month having to cancel these critical meetings because they could not make quorum, in addition to what they have going now. For example, what they have now compared to what they had before, it's my understanding that almost all the members have been able to participate successfully. So I believe truly, one, I support what you're putting in there, and I wanted to make sure I understood your spirit and intent behind this. I also don't want it stovepiped when the president or whomever or the vice president of that CAC needs to make on-the-fly decisions. They will, as my understanding, they always come back to the board president to ensure that is being followed through on. So with that said, I wanted to understand the corrections, and what I'm seeing is an entire deletion of the original intent and not necessarily an amended situation. So thank you.
Okay. Next is Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Gilliland, questions or comments?
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ladd? Or anybody else? I don't think we were really necessarily going roll call
I don't
here,
think so either.
Okay, I thought I saw your unmute. You unmuted. Did anybody else have any comments, questions, or otherwise concerning the amendment? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
He left.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
I would just like to extend to Ms. Antwine my particular appreciation because as my email yesterday had indicated, I was not in a position to share prior to it as much as I would have liked to connect with everyone. When Ms. Schallheim reached out, we kind of just did a couple things as it related to that, not on this one in particular. So my apologies, and I appreciate you accepting my optic as your president of some of the things of way I think we can, and so much appreciated. And I did not get a chance to say that. So moving on.
No worries, Michelle. Thank you for the clarification.
No, thank you for your flexibility. Okay, I'm calling this one, and this is one that Michelle Heim and I collaborated very closely with. I'm going to just say this is, as we had mentioned in C4. I'm not going to reiterate it. Michelle Heim, did you have any further comments? And did you want to read the amendment? Because I know this was one we worked closely on.
Sure. So again, this one is, I just wanted to, I saw where Ms. Corkadell was going, and I just wanted to provide a feedback loop to the full board so no one would be like, oh, what happened later, So just notification, communication purposes. And so I therefore move that the new, however it's supposed to be numbered, amendment reads as follows: unless otherwise directed by the board president, upon notification of the full board, the CAC shall report to the board as a whole and not to individual members of the board. Notwithstanding any other provision in this policy, the CAC shall continue to inform the board of community feedback regarding education issues, activities, and programs in schools.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions of members? Seeing no movement of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
And lastly, this one is real quick. I alluded to this during the first reader. The original language, compete, I had a little concern with it. And very quickly, Mr. Burns and Ms. Ortiz was able to find a better word in our English language to demonstrate it and address my minor but major concern. So with that stated, this is a smaller amendment. I move that we replace the word compete with the word supplant.
So, second.
Any comments? Seeing no movement of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to open up the table for any other commentary, questions on the policy, or any additional any amendments that members would like to propose. If we have more than one or two, we will take roll call order. Please raise your hand or speak up. Okay, seeing no more movement of the board, Ms. Ortiz. Pardon? Seeing no further movement of the board, Ms. Ortiz, when will we be seeing, can you refresh the board's memory just really quick? We're going just from second to third, and there's a public comment time, correct?
Yes, a couple of things. So correct. So the policy will be on third reading at the next meeting of the board, which is August 26th. And because there were substantive amendments made to the policy, we will repost it on the policy site for any additional public comment until the next meeting, in accordance with policy setting policy.
Policy on policy, absolutely. Thank you so very much. Okay. Next item is, these are two first readers, so Ms. Ortiz is going to continue to join us and do her introduction of these two policies. First is item 6.04, Wellness Code AE. Ms. Ortiz.
All right. So, yes, I think I still have with me Jody Rizzi, Supervisor Food and Nutrition Services, that can also answer any questions if the board has any questions. But Food and Nutrition Services is bringing policy AE, Wellness, before you on first reading. This policy was last updated on April 19th, 2017. The policy has been amended to align with federal requirements specifically related to the triennial review of the wellness policy and also annual reporting. There was also some language moved into the regulation because it was procedural language that really didn't belong in the policy, and stylistic changes were made. This policy will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period, and Ms. Rizzi and I are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. President Corkadell stepped away. I'm just looking. I don't see any other hands, but I have a couple questions. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes. So this policy, as I read it, tries to encompass basically the overall wellness of our students throughout the school day. Am I understanding it correctly? So there's other aspects of wellness that I'm wondering about, if they are addressed elsewhere, or should we be looking at this policy to include other substantive things, or should there be another policy? And I don't know. So I'm going to ask about things like educational practices and school operations issues like school hours, breaks in the day, opportunities to get outside, those kinds of things. If we wanted those addressed based on, the science of psychology and what we know is good for people, overall wellness. Are those things addressed elsewhere?
So this policy, again, is in accordance with federal regulations. And so it's very specifically drafted to align with federal requirements. And so if you're looking to add things that are not in alignment with the federal requirements, I would recommend that we look at that separately, just because, and Ms. Rizzi, I'm sure she can jump in, we can't deviate from the federal requirements because we will be dinged and it'll be noted by the feds. And so that's why it's written in a certain way and it encompasses certain things, because the federal requirements are pretty specific. I don't want to add anything else.
Yeah, so to clarify, I brought up this very topic actually with our policy committee chair, that I would like to explore those things in our schools. And so to clarify, are you suggesting that would be a separate policy?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I actually did receive that feedback from Mr. Live, and I've added your recommended things to review to my draft policy and regulation list for the upcoming school year. And so, that's how I was thinking we would move forward with to address your concerns and your interests.
Right. And that makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure, since we have this policy, should we, be addressing it here or elsewhere? So that makes sense to me. Certainly, the mental health task force is going to be giving us results at some point, which I assume may very well be incorporated into a new policy. So that's where we would address those things. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Do we have any other questions from board members? Okay, seeing. Oh, sorry, Ms. Schalheim.
Well, I just wanted to say to Ms. Rizzi, thank you for all that you do every day. It's great to see you on this call, and I know this board has a lot of gratitude towards your work. So that's all I wanted to say. Totally unrelated to what we're talking about.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, and I certainly have to echo that. So moving on to first reading of policy IFC, physical education.
All right, thanks, Jody. And so now I should have Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and maybe Christiana Walsh, Coordinator of Health and Physical Education and Dance. So the Division of Curriculum and Instruction is bringing policy IFC, physical education, before you on first reading. The policy was last updated on September 6th, 2006. The policy has been amended to align with state regulations. So this is another instance and where the state, as opposed to federal requirements, these are state requirements. And so the language was verbatim amended to align with the state regulations. And we have, even though the language is just being updated now, you know, we have been in practice and in procedures in alignment with what is in the state regulation. So we just needed to bring up our language to comply with that. The policy will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period, and we can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for hands, looking for unmute. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, I do want to thank you ladies for joining us today and for all that you're doing for our students. It's great to see you. And I think we're going to be moving on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Ellis. I made it back. Thanks for filling in. Too much water this afternoon. Anyways, next item is item 6.06 is the Rippling Woods Elementary School, the design development. Mr. Cheknovich.
I'm going to jump in if you don't mind. I'm going to begin by giving you my recommendation.
Sure. Sorry about that.
And I recommend an approval of the Rippling Woods Elementary School replacement design and development.
So moved.
You have that before you, and we're certainly glad to answer any questions.
Second.
Okay. Any questions for staff? I see Ms. Schallhein's hand up. Ms. Schallhein?
Not a question, just a comment. Of course, as you might expect, I did read the majority of the bigger packet and the whole of the smaller one, and I was very delighted to see all of the nods to sustainability. As always, the LEED schools version 4, I think it's called, well, I guess I do have a question. I saw that they're going to be solar panel ready, and that is fabulous. As you know, I did that horse, but every time you come on, the two of you, I think solar. So my question is that I know that we have solar fields, we have solar panels, and that there are other school systems in the neighborhood who also have solar on their school roofs or in their fields or wherever they are in the parking lot. And so like we've done with other cooperative agreements where we piggyback, we don't have to send out an RFP and do bidding and all that. We just hop on someone else's train because it's a good one. Has there been any more movement towards doing that more broadly in our system? I'll jump in at once.
We are looking at, Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities, we are looking at, as we get more and more roofs ready, trying to look for another power purchase agreement and to lump all those roofs together to get the best price. So we're waiting till a few of them are ready, and then we will go out with a request for proposals.
That's great. Have we kicked over any rocks with our existing power and light company who might also be dabbling in this industry, either as themselves or as a subsidiary of themselves?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of that.
Sorry. So have we talked with our power and light company at all to and I apologize, I didn't realize my camera was off. To talk about if they could possibly provide that service, because I think they do dabble in this either as I think isn't our power company Constellation or a subsidiary thereof.
Mostly BG&E, but we will be, we'll solicit everyone and anyone who'd be interested in doing it.
So you said
and we do work with them on a regular basis.
Awesome. And a few more roofs means a few more schools done, which means a time horizon of many more years. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, we're waiting actually for the Old Mill West school to be complete because that will provide biggest bang for our buck, and then we'll lump some of the elementary schools along with it. So it'll be a few more years, but not too long.
Okay. I mean, if there's anything to speed it up, knowing that a lot of these models, like I've said before many, many, many times, is a no out-of-pocket situation. Yes, they have a business model. Yes, they probably give off the top or however it affects our cost per kWh. I definitely think that I would hope that we wouldn't wait only for that we would continue to look for opportunities actively to make this a reality. I'm not the only member who wants to see this happen, and if it can make us yield some savings from our $18 million spend on power and light plus a year, this board member would be all for that. So anyway, thank you as always for your work, and I really do love reading these things. So let's keep building schools and following new guidelines. So thanks.
Thank you.
Michelle, Melissa?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought Ms. Corkadell was back with us. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure if she might be having technical difficulties. Okay, so
okay, I got it. I thought for some reason it was all on, and I'm wondering why everybody's kind of calling Melissa in. Now I know why. Gotta love the virtual environment here. Sorry about that, folks. Ms. Hummer did have a question as well. Ms. Hummer?
Real quick, I just want to say I am so happy for Rippling Woods. That's an awful building they have now, and this is very exciting, and love to see every step we're moving forward on that, because that is one of the buildings that is the least conducive to good educational environment. So glad to see it.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Any other comments of the board? Seeing no more further movement of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Next item, 7.06.07, Maryland Hall for the Creative Arts. This is a third-party project. Dr. Alato.
Yes, Madam President, thank you so much. I recommend approval, excuse me, of the Maryland Hall third-party project, elevator repair, upgrade to HVAC system, replace windows, and restoration of the East Iconic facade masonry.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments for staff to staff? Otherwise, we're on a motion. Seeing no more movement of the board, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Next item is 6.08, the filling of vacancies on the Executive Committee of the Countywide Citizen Advisory Committee, known as the CAC. Ms. Ellis. Take your time.
I am getting slow as the evening goes on. Madam President, I motion that we bundle items 7.01 to 7.01.
Ms. Ellis, we are at item 6.08. We're almost to that one. I need that from you too. I need both, but I need them in different order.
Madam President, pursuant to board policy KBA and regulation KBA-RA and a 32-member executive committee of the countywide citizen advisory committee is to be appointed by the board to advise it on matters related to the school system. It is to be comprised of the following volunteer members who serve for 2 years: 2 members from each high school cluster, 1 representing elementary schools and 1 representing secondary schools; 2 at-large countywide representatives, 1 at-large member designated by the president of the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs to represent its interests, 1 at-large member designated by the Special Education Citizen Advisory Committee to represent special education interests across the county, 1 at-large member designated by the chairperson of the Parent Involvement Advisory Council to represent its interests across the county, 1 member representing military families. Of these seats on the executive committee, there are currently 11 vacancies. Pursuant to the regulation KBA-RA, the public was notified of the opportunity to serve on the CAC. The board screening committee then met to review applications and recommend nominees to the board to fill these vacancies. The board members reviewed all of the applications and the committee's recommendations and then determined the final slate of nominees. These nominees include Annapolis Cluster Secondary Representative Martin R. Egna, Arundel Cluster Secondary Representative Julie Halick, Broadneck Cluster Elementary Representative Josephina Schaaf, Glen Burnie Cluster Secondary Representative Daryl Colbert, Northeast Cluster Secondary Representative Angelia Terrell, Old Mill Cluster Elementary Representative Samuel Sneed, Old Mill Cluster Secondary Representative Kelly Soverns, Severna Park Cluster Elementary Representative Julie Newman, South River Cluster Elementary Representative John Conwell, South River Cluster Secondary Representative Aaron Husk, Southern Cluster Secondary Representative Peter Torbjorn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
The motion, all right.
And, oh no, you know what, Ms. Ellis, you did not provide for motion, which could be as annotated, of course. We got the second before the motion.
I motion to appoint the names listed per as recommended by the Citizen Advisory Committee.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to briefly, on behalf of the board, thank the CIC for another fine year of dedicated work. And under these particular circumstances, recognitions already having happened aside, I just want to do an extra shout out as well as to the hard work. I am one of 4 on the nomination committee and can say that the efforts put forth by my colleagues on that committee this year has been enlightening. I've learned a lot and continue to grow, and was continue to be amazed and extend my respect and appreciation. I need a beer. Any comments on the motion? It looks like we do have 2 comments, Ms. Schalheim and Ms. Antwine. So either order's fine with me, ladies.
Yeah, so I just also wanted to share my gratitude to the nomination committee. Thank you for hearing me. The amount of diversity on the CAC is really good. And I also wanted to mention that I read all 70 some odd applications, and thank you to everyone who applied. There's just too many good people to pick from. I know you made the selection committee's job hard. Thank you for doing that. That means we have some really amazing volunteers out there. As a lifelong volunteer, I know how hard it is to find good people to do that work. Thank you for stepping up and serving our community and our clusters. And I look forward to having you be an advisory arm of ours. And yeah, I look forward to meeting you in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antwine?
I wanted to echo whatever Ms. Schalheim just shared. I wanted to say the same thing, especially to those in the midst of these trying times who stepped up and volunteered, and it's greatly, greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine, and I know they appreciate your support. You've been a strong advocate of making sure their needs have been met through not just this crisis, but in general. So thank you. Seeing no more movement of the board in way of questions, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Abstain.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, 1 abstention.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Section 7, consent items and with specifically the awards of contracts. Ms. Ellis.
Madam President, I do motion that we bundle items 7.01 to 7.08.
There's a couple more on the next page. Did you want to pick all of them? There's not just 8, there's 16 today.
Forgot to turn the page. 7.01 to 7.16.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Olato.
Yes,
I'm sorry. We need to, do we have consensus to bundle? Anybody in opposition, please say so, and we will go to roll call. Okay, the board has consensus to bundle. Dr. Olato, please.
Yes, Madam President, thank you so much. I recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 7.01 through 7.16.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Okay.
So moved.
How about a second? Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions for the staff, or does the staff have anything to share with the board at this time concerning these items? Seeing no movement. We do have several hands up. We have several hands up. So I'm going to go in roll call order. Thank you, Mr. Chiknovich, for joining us. We're going to start with Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I wanted on a couple of points. Item 7.01, the kindergarten addition to Brockbridge Elementary. I just have to say I'm thrilled to see that. That's my home elementary school, and that's, I believe, one of, if not the last one of the very last ones to get a kindergarten addition. Am I correct, Mr. Shagnovich?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So we are thrilled to see that on the list. The other one that I wanted to ask about was item 7.15, the temporary personnel services. This is for contracted cleaning services. Could you explain that further, Mr. Shagnovich? I'm assuming that this is in case we have greater needs during COVID for reopening when it comes to cleaning. Is that correct?
Correct. For the record, Alex Shagnovich, Chief Operating Officer. So we've been putting a number of contract mechanisms in place. My analogy is it's tools in a toolbox because we don't know what the requirements might be in terms of cleaning or cleaning protocols or cleaning chemicals, et cetera, that may be required of us, as time evolves from health directives, State Department of Education directives, et cetera. So this is much like a fire insurance policy. I own a fire insurance policy on my house. I make the payments, but I hope I never have to use it. So this is exactly that. So we're just putting a contract in place. You'll see there's no dollars committed to it. There's no obligation on the part of the school system. But should something come our way that after we've exhausted all of our internal possibilities, because we want to self-perform everything and anything that we can. We've got existing personnel. We've got existing supplies, equipment. They're trained and talented individuals. So, but should something come our way that we've exhausted our abilities or incapable of performing, at least we have a tool to go to. And the reason why it's at the board now, your next meeting's not till August 26th, if I remember correctly. So, if some kind of a requirement came down from MSDE in earlier or mid-August and we didn't have a mechanism in place, we would have a problem responding correctly and making sure that we could open schools. So again, it is a procurement vehicle that we hope not to use under any circumstances.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Next, Mr. Smith, any questions of staff at this time? Or comments? Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you very much. A couple things. One comment is a whole lot of these contracts on today's schedule are for projects that are taking place in District 4. I think it's a real reflection of the amount of growth and development that is going on in this part of the county. And I just want to express my appreciation that we're trying to keep up with so much growth. But I want to thank all of our citizens for all of your advocacy and that your voices are heard. So please keep speaking up for your schools. Thank you very much. Mr. Shagnovich, I have a question about, just so I can understand the timeline involved. So I'm looking at West County Elementary School. So I'm looking at the schedule, and the first thing on there is notice to proceed. Is that immediately after today's approval of the contract? When does that, I'm trying to understand when the timeline begins and when it ends and what we're looking at for an opening date for this school. So if you can explain the notice to proceed and the ARO on the schedule.
Sure. So notice to proceed is when the contracts are fully executed. So when both parties have, both our purchasing, presumptively assuming board approval, the next step would be for in this case, the architectural firm GWWO would have to, receive and execute their contract, and then it would come back to the Board of Education building here in Riva Road, and your purchasing officer would countersign that contract. That is when the clock essentially starts ticking.
Okay.
So that's when the notice to proceed occurs in terms of the design element of it. Naturally, at a later juncture, assuming funding, we'll proceed through all the various design phases. We'll get construction regulatory permit approval, and then we'll go back out to bid for the project, and then that will come back to the board for you as well to approve at some subsequent date.
Okay, so the timeline here, notice to proceed, starts off this time, like the timeline kicks in at that point, correct?
It's when the contract is signed.
Right. Okay.
Mutually entered into.
So the next line item, 350 days ARO is 350 days after that?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So in other words, if everything goes smoothly, we're talking about 826 days after the contract is signed.
Right. Most of our construction projects take about 3 years. You got a year for design, and then permitting activity, procurement activity, and then construction activities. So that's sort of a typical kind of time frame for an elementary school.
Right. Okay. And I know I've asked questions in the past about the best case scenario, but I just want to understand in terms of the schedule how to interpret it. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And
thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I don't see that Mr. Grannon has rejoined us. Ms. Scholheim, any questions or comments?
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. I had a question about the kindergarten addition over at Van Bachlen. I know that we have approved several opportunities and steps in this design, but a couple of weeks ago, I joined a meeting that talked about the planning for a new community center right there beside Van Bachlen. And first of all, I think that community center is going to be a brilliant addition to the entire community. And so my question would be about the coordination of the construction and of that community center and this addition, so that the two won't, I guess, so that the two can work together, so that when we move forward on construction of both, we don't have a lot of interference.
No, we've been working together for about 2 years, so that's already all been coordinated. There won't be any interference. They'll be accessing different parts of the property, so that they won't be crossing paths with each other.
And it's my understanding that all of that, the property, the 10 acres that they are looking at, and is still under our purview as the board, as the school system, right?
That is correct.
So then they'll come back to us before they make moves on breaking grounds or otherwise as well.
Correct. There's actually there's a statutory process to declare property surplus. There's a review process that goes with that, and we're going to have to adhere to the state protocols on how to do that. But again, we've worked with them. They're aware of those steps, and when we receive that official request from them, that will trigger the initiation of those very regimented and detailed state surplusing and transfer protocols.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland? Anything?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Mr. Leib, anything?
No questions or comments.
I have none either. Seeing no more movement of the board, Ms. Howell, please call roll. Oh, no, Ms. Hummer does have one more. Ms. Hummer.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask about one thing when I came through before. The last item is the therapeutic interventions and supports. This was an item that was in our budget that we requested funds to create an alternative education program for some of our more challenged young people, and it was not funded in the budget. my understanding from this contract is that we are entering into planning for this program, but there's going to be no cost for us for this year for planning. I just want to clarify that publicly. This is not a cost to us since it wasn't in the budget, but it is hopefully for moving forward.
Correct. So prior to us receiving the budget back, it was something that was approved by the board to move forward. So we went through the process of the RFP to look for those additional services that we will need if and when we do open the program. That process went through. As you see here, the Children's Guild was the one that won that piece. When it was determined that there was not going to be money for it for the upcoming school year, Children's Guild agreed to work with us in kind to continue the planning process with the hope to opening into the future. It does not today or into the future at all commit the board to any funds.
Okay. But when and if
funds are not available.
Right. But when and if funds become available at some time in the future, we'll be ready to go.
Correct. That's the idea. Take advantage of, while we would much prefer to get this started as soon as possible, we'll take advantage of the additional time to really plan out a high quality program for these youngsters.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Any additional questions of the board? Seeing no movement of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Section 8, review items. Item 8.01 is supplemental funding. I'm going to turn this over to the requester and Dr. Arlotto. I wasn't sure of the details of this, so I'm gonna.
Yes, ma'am. So we've got Mr. Sheknovich here to share with you some information, a request of the board, and a good request of the board in that, and for the public to know, we've heard some acronyms. The CARES funding, GEAR funding, ESSER funding, these are all supplemental funding sources that have come from either the state or the federal government to the local jurisdictions to assist with money spent or possible future money spent that are directly related to COVID spending, or to the COVID emergency. And so Ms. Sheknovich is going to give you a quick rundown of where we are with each of those funding sources.
Okay.
Thank you. For the record, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. And as Dr. Arlotto indicated, the federal government passed a Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the acronym CARES for that. And within that act, there were a number of pots of funding that were made available by the federal government that were transferred to the state. So the state government is a little bit acting as a pass-through agent to then get to the locals, the LEAs, the 24 school districts in Maryland in this case. And so specifically, as of now, there's been 2 of these supplemental programs that have gone through the process, and I'll speak to each one of them independently. So to begin with, there's the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, or ESSER grant. So there, $187 million was designated statewide for that grant, the ESSER grant. Of that $187 million, $11.8 million of it was designated for Anne Arundel County. And I'm going to underscore that word county. It's for Anne Arundel County, because not only is the public school district eligible for that funding, but also non-public and private schools located within the boundary of Anne Arundel County, and charter and contract schools that are located within the geographical boundary of Anne Arundel County. So of the $11.8 million approximately available for Anne Arundel County, 10.1 million of it approximately has been made designated for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. They are one-time monies. Mr. Gilliland much earlier today referenced one-time monies, but they are one-time funds. And as with all restricted funding that comes from the federal government, it does come with some stipulations. So to begin with, all of the expenditures have to be COVID related. They cannot at all be used to backfill any revenue losses or to supplant other spending activities of the district. The federal government created a prescripted list of activities that it could be spent on because, of course, it's the federal government, so they've got lots of rules that came with this. And when we as a school district looked at those rules and stipulations, we decided that we were going to take the ESSER monies, the $10.1 million worth of monies, and we were going to apply it to 4 of the eligible areas. And those 4 eligible areas are for the acquisition of student Chromebooks, the acquisition of a learning management system, that learning platform upon which digital content and curricula can reside and be utilized by both faculty and students alike. Utilized for an expansion of the Google Classroom suite that we currently use by buying additional modules and additional seat licenses for that. And then for professional development and training of faculty members, specifically related to online instructional delivery. The application window for the ESSER grant was on June the 12th. We applied and uploaded our grant application on that day. And then on the 26th of June, we received approvals. So we do have the notice of grant award in hand now, so that is officially eligible for us to now utilize it. We are working with technology, with purchasing, and within other divisions here within the school system to begin the rollout of the various items that I spoke about. We have also notified the county government because this is going to result in an appropriation increase to the school district as well. So we will have to work collaboratively with the county government to secure a supplemental budget increase, utilizing, again, the certified federal ESSER grant funds that are passed through the state to us. The second grant, then, is the Governor's Education Emergency Relief Grant. The acronym is GEARS. Again, there is a state $10 million statewide pot of money that have been attributable or associated with the GEARS grant. $729,000 of that $10 million total sum of money that the governor had at his disposal purposely for this reason was identified for Anne Arundel County. And again, I'll underline the word Anne Arundel County, because once again, non-public charter schools are eligible, non-public schools, private schools, any nonprofit school, et cetera, is also eligible here within the county. About $625,000 of that remaining monies then is attributable to or made available potentially for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Once again, the rules are they are one-time funds. They cannot be used in any recurring expenditure items. It must be COVID related. Once again, it cannot be used to backfill any revenue losses or utilized in a supplanting action. This grant has a much higher degree of specificity, and essentially the ability of the items that were specifically eligible would be technology devices, technology infrastructure, and professional development for the delivery of digital and online learning content. Anne Arundel County Public Schools, again, weighed and vetted the applicability and the different provisions. And our plan is to use the $625,000 to buy student Chromebooks. So that will be the only item that we are going to be making an application for. The application date window for the grant opens up on July the 10th, so not yet today. But the 10th is the application date window for this grant. Of course, the award has not been given, and we're not sure how long that vetting process will take at either the federal and state government to both vet our application and then notify us. But again, once notified, the same process will occur. We'll work with the various entities here within the school district to secure the student devices, and then to make provisions for the distribution of those devices. And again, once the notice of grant award and the certification of funds documentation comes through, we will be working with the county government again, in that this will reflect a appropriation level increase to our budget, and we will have to work with the administration and the county council to have the funding recognized. And with that, Madam President, I'll return the microphone to you and your colleagues.
Thank you guys so very much. I know it's all connected, but it's all important also to hear in these smaller trucks to be able to absorb and continue to grow in our knowledge in this evolving case. And these are always moving targets. Greatly appreciated. We do have a couple questions and comments. So I only see 2 hands up. If I don't see any other movement, then we'll just go with those 2 folks, and that would be Ms. Schallheim and Ms. Antoine. Ms. Schallheim?
Thank you for that. I have a couple questions about some of the items that were stated. So is ESSER under CARES? Or did I miss a whole portion of what you read?
No, it's so both are part of CARES. So CARES is the big umbrella legislation.
Oh,
and then there are many subcomponents to it. And the subcomponents, some of them are applicable for K-12 education, some are applicable to local governments, some are applicable to state governments, some are applicable to private businesses, some are applicable to higher ed. So these are the 2 that are applicable to public school districts. But yes, they are subcomponents of the large CARES, Federal CARES Act that was adopted in Washington several months ago.
Got it. And I heard 10 million for years overall for the state, and I heard 625,000 as our chunk, but what was the county total?
Okay, so I'll restate that. So ESSER was 187 million in total for the state of Maryland.
Yeah.
11.8 million for Anne Arundel County in total.
Right.
Our subcomponent is 10.1 million.
10.1. Okay.
On the GEARS grant, it's 10 million for the statewide for Maryland. Anne Arundel County, for Anne Arundel County, the geographic bound entity called Anne Arundel County, it was 729,000. Anne Arundel County Public Schools portion of that was 625,000.
Got it. And my other question is, I understand that there's limits on both, extreme limits on both, but I want to talk about ESSER first and then GEARS. So I understood what we're applying for, or what we've applied for and received. Was there any bucket or item that was eligible that we did not apply for under ESSER?
I can certainly send you the many 100-page document, so that it's not like a bulleted, it's not like an exact succinct list that we picked these for, but not the other 3.
Okay, so did any of them?
We could have bought computers for teachers, but we didn't. We decided to focus on students. For example, we could have bought infrastructure was one of the things that were eligible, so we could have bought more Wi-Fi antennas for inside of our school buildings, but we're already wired, so we didn't have to do that. So, we looked at all of Dr. Arlotto had a committee. We looked at all of the eligible items, and again, student computers and the learning management systems, and then the training for our faculty so we can effectively deliver. Because again, as you heard in this morning's presentation, we are going to be migrating from a almost purely asynchronous type of environment to a much more robust synchronous type of environment, and using additional Google modules and using the new learning management system once that gets stood up. And so, we needed the professional development associated with it. So those are all wrapped up kind of to get together in a bundle.
Right. So mostly, it's from what I'm hearing correctly, all of the items under ESSER are pretty much tied to tech and components related to or infrastructure surrounding or training to support tech. There isn't any other gigantic bucket. It's really technology focused.
Yes, because again, if you remember, Ms. Schallheim, CARES came about essentially when school districts across the nation en masse had a switch from in-person under the roof delivery to remote delivery. And the federal government recognized that none of us were funded or likely fully positioned for that. So the federal government decided that they would help on that technology side of the equation to help move school districts closer to where they needed to be to provide instruction in a virtual or distance enhanced capacity.
Got it. I'm really happy to see PD on there. As I've learned, we're talking with various members of our community members that work in software. Or otherwise, your software is only as good as the training provided to get the personnel to utilize it to its greatest effect. It was stated much more articulately than that, but that's essentially what I got from it. And so PD to support all of these wonderful things, including the expansion of the Google Classroom and the LMS, very important. If we don't know how to use it, it won't get adopted, as we've seen. So the other thing I had to ask about was peers. It sounded to me again that there were other buckets of money from which we didn't apply for. So is it the same as ESSER where it's really predominantly tech focused again?
Yes, ma'am. So again, Alex Sheckno, Chief Operating Officer for the school district. The list for gears was much shorter. It had 4 items on it. And it was essentially technology devices, technology infrastructure, and that infrastructure could either be installed hardware or software, and then professional development.
Hardware and so. Okay. All right. Great. Well, I appreciate this. Is there any other monies, probably not state, maybe federal, grants, private industry, etc., that you all are aware of that we can dip into to help offset the cost of COVID to our students in our system?
So at the moment, no. I mean, yes, we're monitoring the landscape. There's nothing right now that's in a position where we can actively secure. I mean, for example, money went to Anne Arundel County, money went to the state of Maryland, et cetera. But we're working with the state of Maryland, and the state of Maryland received additional monies, but they've not gone about the process of yet fully dispensing it. So, but we are working with the state agency and following the governor's office, et cetera, to sort of monitor the rollout on these. But we, as you probably know, are pretty aggressive about trying to secure any type of funding we can. So, once a supplemental funding source becomes live, we will aggressively pursue it.
Yeah, wonderful. If more of the state's money becomes available to us for any purpose, I know you all will go after it. What about, since this is under the umbrella of supplemental funding, how is food and nutrition services enormous costs? I know USDA or is dispersing monies to cover that. Has that gone through? Are we still waiting? I know it was a reimbursement situation where we have to become some sort of bank, and then we spend the money and then we get refunded for it. So can you expand
Sure.
upon that?
So it's partially funded. The partial funding runs through the end of August 30th, I believe. But again, it's partial funded. So our projections are that we're going to be about $1.6 million over expended. And there is not a source currently that currently will backfill that $1.6 million funding hold at Ms. Rissy and her food service operation is garnering each and every day.
Wow. So, sorry, I think I hallucinated there for a second. You said we are 1.6 million in the hole for food and nutrition services?
We will be by the end of summer because it's as simple as this right now. The reimbursement, as you probably know, when we began doing the work back in March, was only for breakfast and lunch. This county and the school district went the road of providing a breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snack. So those additional meal components were not reimbursed. So that's why I said it was partially the breakfast and the lunch was, but the lunch, the dinner, which is probably the most expensive of the three, was not. So every time we serve a dinner, we have a partial financial gap that is not covered. That gap has now existed since March when we began, mid-March, I guess, when we started doing this. You've seen Mr. Mosier provide the number of meals and youngsters that we've been serving, but each and every day we've been experiencing a financial loss.
Got it. But the Fed, or at least I hope they're not done, Congress is still tinkering with more bills to provide relief, or is that talk died down?
The talk has not died down. If you have any influence and get the House and the Senate and the President all sign something, that would be wonderful.
If I have any influence. Sir, I don't have influence over members of this body, let alone Congress, the President, etc.
I said that tongue in cheek, but I will say nationally, the Food and Nutrition Service Directors, MABE, the Superintendent's Association, the food funding deficit is probably near the top of the list of probably every public school system in the United States that is doing this. So Washington has heard often and loudly what the situation is on the ground, and we have tried to leverage all the buttons and levers we can,
Good. Well, that's good to hear that we're still fighting and we're still trying. I actually had, if you will indulge me, a very related question to food and nutrition services that I failed to ask earlier, and that is, if we go to a 2-day-a-week model, are we going to provide free breakfast and lunch to those kids who qualify, free and or reduced to on the days where those children are not in buildings? I'm sorry that is slightly off topic. But
that's okay. So my answer to that is I cannot answer that. Okay. All of the guidance that we've received, most of the guidance that we've received has an August 30 expiration date on it. Some of the funding attributable to it also has expiration dates to it. So we are working and monitoring with so this will be USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, awaiting further guidance, direction, and funding from them relative to how much discretion and funding optionality we have as school reopens beginning in September. I know that they are actively working on it. They are working on providing and extending some relief in terms of regulatory matters and other things like that, but it's coming out in bits and pieces. So the whole puzzle has not become publicly displayed to us yet, and that's why I can't answer your question with a better degree of specificity. I can tell you what's going to happen between now and August 30th.
Yeah, yeah. And what we're doing between now and August 30th is just as amazing as we did between March 16th and today. So again, much gratitude to Jody and her team. Thank you for answering my questions. I think I'm good with that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I first want to thank you, Ms. Corkadell, for making adjustments when this request came for an agenda item on the 23rd. I want to also thank the board members that supported me in this request. That was Mr. Grannon and Ms. Schalheim. And then, of course, I want to thank Mr. Shagnovich and Dr. Arlotto for receiving it and addressing the concerns that were detailed about what can we do with the supplemental funding, what are the plans for it, and how can we convey to the public its uses. And I think you've done a brilliant job at bringing that together for us, including sharing deadlines. So thank you for that. When CARES first came out, some of the entities that stuck out with me were the funding allocations for students and their unique needs, and that included low-income students, students with disabilities, English learners, those that are considered part of the racial and ethnic minorities, students experiencing homelessness, and even foster care students. I wanted to understand from what was shared here, how does some of what we have requested accommodate those particular students via the CARES and the state monies that are coming?
So, and again, some of the statistics I believe were shared earlier this morning in Dr. McMahon and Dr. Arlotto's presentation, but we know that access to technology, specifically devices within the household, is one of the largest impediments. It was one of the largest impediments this spring, and we know that it's going to be one of the largest impediments. So our rollout plan for the devices, Ms. Antwine, is actually to target many of the subset populations that you indicated earlier. So we want to make sure that as the devices start to come in, that those elements of the population, such as our ESOL families, our special ed families, our Title I families, our farms eligible families, we know that through information that we've gathered that they very often have less access to these computer devices. So we are going to sort of scale our rollout. Once the computers come to us, they've been inventoried, properly set up and all, and we go into distribution mode. The distribution is going to first be looking at many of the exact groups that you indicated in your question.
Excellent. I thank you for that. And so then my second question would be about, it's my understanding, and it's limited, but it's my understanding that CARES is also being shared as a means of forecasting in case of another such emergency like COVID. So will any of these funds be set aside to support, for lack of a better term, a second wave of COVID if we have to go back into the same conditions?
So not any of the funds that have been distributed to us yet. There is additional funding that is at the state level that let's call that, for lack of a better word, like a reserve fund, like an emergency reserve fund. So there is some additional monies federal monies that the state of Maryland has that they are holding in reserve for some potential or possible future distributions, but none of those have occurred, nor has the state in any way telegraphed what their distribution plan would be for any of that.
Okay. And then if we go into the fall will introduce more concerns and needs. Will we be able then to request more funding in these, more CARES funding at all? Or is this it?
For right now, this is it. So, and it's not a request process. The federal government, when they put together the program and then passed it along to the state, there's an algorithm by which the monies get computed and how the pro rata shares get distributed. So there's zero requests. We basically get a grant application package, and in there it very explicitly says, here's exactly what you can do, here's exactly the amount that you're eligible for, and here's the deadline by which you have to apply if you even want to be considered. So it's very prescriptive. It actually works almost the other way, where there's no upfront request. So the state of Maryland is the go-between between the federal government and the localities, just like us.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mr. Shaknovich, and thank you, Dr. Alana.
Can I take the liberty, Ms. Antwine, to share one other piece of information that was not asked, but I was thinking it may have came up. So we know that internet connectivity is an issue. So our part is to get the devices into the hands of the families and the youngsters, and that is what we've just spent the last 30 some odd minutes speaking about. But we know that if that household does not have access to either cellular service or internet connectivity, etc., then that device is of limited value. So the job of bridging that portion of the digital divide, the governor of the state of Maryland has provided funds to the counties and cities and municipalities. So there's about $20 million that's been distributed to the various county, cities, and municipalities to do connectivity in rural settings. And the state has defined what they mean by rural. And then there's an additional, I believe, $5 million that's been provided to the counties, cities, and municipalities for enhancing and expanding and providing internet and cellular connectivity within urban settings. But those monies are not coming to the school district at all. They are going to the county governments, the city governments, and the municipality governments. And it is their charge to solve that piece of the puzzle, because honestly, as you and I know, those are all off premises, right? So they've prescribed or ascribed to us, take care of what we can control, right? And then that's part of the solution. The other part of the solution is the connectivity on the other end, and they have tasked the county, city, and municipal governments and provided them money for them to tackle that part of the equation. So thank you for that indulgence. I thought that might be helpful to you.
Well, it was actually, because when you mentioned the expansion of Google Classroom, I made a poor assumption, obviously, that included some of those expansions to areas for the students who did not get connectivity when we first shut down, and probably won't have it for the fall. So thank you very much for adding that and sharing that.
Yes, ma'am. And I know Dr. Arlotto will shake his head, but we've already initiated conversations with the county and with the city mayor, et cetera, and expressed to them the urgency at which we need their support to help the other half of that bridging process, to make sure that the families, wherever they might reside, have access to that connectivity. And I know Dr. Arlotto has already met individually with the county and the city in that respect.
Thank you.
Ms. Schulheim, looks like Ms. Schulheim had a follow-up question before I entertain second rounds. Are there any other members who have any questions? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, it's very, very quick. I just missed the last bit of what you said. I heard the 20 million to counties for connectivity for rural locations. And what was the figure for urban locations?
5 million.
5 million. Okay.
And the federal government and the state has defined for them, they've defined what is urban and what is rural, and the county governments, the city governments, and the municipalities are going to be working within the confines of those definitions and regulations.
Right. I think we all have our own definitions of that, to be honest. Okay. Thank you for that. So that's an extra $25 million that our broader community has to solve the digital divide in terms of the internet connectivity and strengthening signals.
That's a statewide number, Ms. Schallheim. So
that's a statewide number. Okay,
yes,
so they're both statewide numbers.
Yes, those are both statewide numbers. I have no way of knowing what specifically the carve out is for Anne Arundel County. That information we're not privy to.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all I have.
Okay, great. Last call for questions or comments. And then I'll just say I look forward to our ongoing conversation about these things, because I know with each passing meeting, there's new information, updates and such. And so thank you guys so very much for doing this and supporting Ms. Antwine and the board as a whole. This definitely is in the category of support of the board. So thank you, Ms. Antwine, for proposing it. I think as the staff had indicated, it always provides an excellent opportunity to make sure that we're informed and updated, as well as the public, in these matters. So thank you very much. Next item is 8.02, awards of contracts. And this is our review item. There is no action. So I'll turn this over, Dr. Alato or Mr. Tiknovich. Any comments or questions, concern to share with the board?
No, ma'am, no presentation. We certainly are glad to answer any questions the board members may have.
Okay, I'm opening up to questions concerning the materials provided to the board on these awards of contracts. And I'll just apologize in advance. I am not in hands reach to hit the mute, and then you're going to hear who's trying to call me here in a second. So my apologies. I'm not seeing any questions or comments from the board at this time. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. I know you're staying right where you are, Mr. Tiknovich, because the next item is in your category as well. Item 8.03 is construction status report. Dr. Alato.
Yes, ma'am. We're certainly glad to answer as we give you an update monthly on the status of our projects, and we're glad to answer any questions.
Great. And I see Ms. Simon Crawford has joined us. Thank you so much. Great to see your face more than once. And we're now into the evening, this evening. Any questions from board members or comments at this time? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Smith's hand is up.
Oh, sorry. You know, when I'm sliding up and down, it's hard sometimes to see them. So I just always speak up if I'm sliding over you. It's not ever on purpose. Mr. Smith. Thank you, Ms. Ellis, for catching that.
Yes, thanks again. So my question is just about the new Meade High School. I know we recently got a funding from the Department of Defense for quite a large sum of money. So could you just update me on where we are with that project, like developmental stages?
Sure. Right now we're in the construction document phase, which is where we're providing all the details of the project. It's going to be a multiple phased project because the school will be occupied. We hope to get the drawings done at the end of August, beginning of September. We'll be putting it out to bid in October, and then we'll be looking to start construction beginning phases in December. And usually when we have phase construction projects, what we'll be doing is building new classrooms around the exterior, moving students into that, and then renovating. So we'll be doing that as we move around the building. So it's a very, very exciting project, and we've been working on it for quite some time. So I'm going to be very excited when we put that shovel in the ground.
Yes, me too. That's it for questions.
Okay. Great. Okay, any other questions? Going once, going twice. Miss Antoine, you did have a follow-up. Yeah, that's what I just said. Miss Ant. Yep, Miss Antoine.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Live, for letting them know. I had a question about those projects that are 99% done and that anticipated to be completed over the summer, such as Cromwell and I think Jessup. Are much like with what was reported with transportation, are we looking at supply chain delays in getting that done, or are we on track?
Let me get you off mute. Everything is moving along fine. We did have a little bit of delay with Richard Henry Lee, but everything's great now, and we're putting furniture in the building, so no problems there. So the rest of them, it's just the last minute details. So schools will be ready for opening.
So and next month when this comes up, I anticipate those that are 99% completed, they'll likely not be, they'll be 100%, but they'll likely not be reported next month, right?
Right, and we do it quarterly, so it will be in October. So most of these will either, yeah, that's okay.
For sure by October. Okay. But thank you, Stephen Crawford, and thank you guys so much for all of this, despite everything. I did have one last question about our capital funding, since a lot of these projects are dependent on that. Is there anticipation of interruption of capital funding as we move into this next fiscal year to complete any of these?
Not to my knowledge, unless Alex, you have something to add.
Yeah, I'll take that one. As we briefly spoke when I provided you the update of the governor's proposal. So yes, there is the proposal would be to cut monies out of, currently the proposal is out of the school security enhancement capital funding line and the healthy school fund. It allows funding for environmental related upgrades, et cetera. So those will be part of what the Board of Public Works will visit at their August meeting. So we'll know more after the conclusion of their August meeting. For Anne Arundel County, that could mean about $1 million of capital funding loss.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? I'm not going to say the going once, going twice, because that seems to be my jinx. That I always miss somebody. So please unmute and speak. Okay. Great. We are now going to be concluding. Before we do, I just have a couple general announcements that the board will be meeting in a workshop format. This will not be a business meeting, but a workshop by which the public is welcome to view or attend, depending on our condition. I am under the suspicion we're probably going to be in the same virtual environment. Starting at 5:30 on August the 12th, and this will be to review the performance audit that the council funded last year and that the board has been overseeing, that is expected to be delivered later this month to the board. And so we look forward to that, as well as the workshop on August the 12th at 5:30. Additional details will be provided through press releases and other standard communications, as well as to the board on those details. Our next general board meeting is Wednesday, August the 26th, 2020 at 10 a.m. Barring any special session requests of our standing committees of budget and policy, which I believe this meeting did identify the need for a special session of the Budget Committee. Those will be announced in accordance with our general regulations and in compliance, of course, always with OMA. Thank you once again, and I am now willing to entertain a motion to close.
I have a question before we do that. Is there a date on the school times workshops that was promised for July?
That has not been determined. Ms. Ellis is coordinating with Ms. Howell and staff on that, and that is ongoing. And as soon as Ms. Ellis has all that pulled together, she will notify the board accordingly, and we'll go through our regular notifications with as much advance notice as possible. But you're correct. We have tentatively targeted August for that workshop to occur. And so additional information will be forthcoming and obviously forwarded out. And so as we conclude, I want to just say, Mr. Smith, did you have any small postscript that you would like to share as it being your very first and hallmark meeting? Any last comments?
What a doozy.
I have to double check. This may end up being our longest meeting since the first round of elected officials took office in December of 2018. I'll have to verify that. I know we were really close, if not. Motion to entertain to close.
So moved.
Oh, good God.
Seconded, right? Okay. Motion seconded, consensus. Everybody have a great night. Staff, extra kudos.